All right, you start the restream. I'm glad we have such a great crowd because hopefully what we're bringing today will be new information from insiders. That's why we have a really special first guest here. There's no one more inside than this person.
Just confirm that the stream is working. Can you see it on your end?
Let me see about my stream.
Yep, my stream is working here. I'm sure yours is too.
Let me just check my stream. Let me see.
Yep, we're good. Bye.
We're on. Okay.
All right. So welcome, everybody. Hello. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension, and welcome to the impromptu UFO Disclosure Conference. But the subtitle for this event is Beyond UFO Disclosure, and it's given me an idea that we're going to probably start a series. I think maybe we'll do another one this year, but instead of UFO Disclosure Conference, Beyond UFO Disclosure Conference. What does this mean? Today, we're going to not only talk about what's going on in the mainstream, but also go beyond that into what does this mean and the universal questions that it presents. But first, before we get into today, let me bring on my co-host from New Realities, Alan Steinfeld, who is my teammate when it comes to putting on a lot of these events. So, hey, Alan, how you doing, brother?
Hey, always good to be here with you, Neil, and stay on top of this because this is, as everybody knows, a moving story. This is unfolding day by day. We just talked to Danny Sheehan, Steve Bassett the other day. This thing is about to blow wide open. It's already open, but wide open. Elizondo, just the latest news about Luis Elizondo, who's really, I think, leading the charge from inside the government and, now sort of coming away from his official duties there. But he says there's a 23-minute tape that is high definition, which anyone who sees this will just blow them away. He's going to be on Jimmy Church tonight, actually, talking about that.
Interesting.
I did an interview with him. It was before he was able to release that information. But this is not out to the public, but it seems like people in the Senate have seen this movie. And if you want confirmation, I think, let's see if that's ever released. Right. But that's the kind of stuff we want.
That's one of the hangups, right? Because that's what is one of the arguments against this whole UFO thing is let me see a clear HD quality video.
Well,
right?
This is supposedly it. I mean, no one has seen this publicly yet, but he's talked about this at least twice recently, last couple of days. So anyway, that's one thing. And then we have people like Danny Sheehan supplying a whistleblower complaint to the Inspector General on behalf of Elizondo. We'll see what's happening. Here's our other co-host now, Sheila Seppi. Sheila?
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring Sheila on now.
But anyway, this is a really exciting moment in human history. Hi, Sheila.
Hi.
What's happening? I love those designs behind you. Why don't you just do a little promo for what's coming up at the end of the month in July?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So before I do that, though, I want to let you know that, first, thanks, Neil and Alan, for having me on. I am Sheila Seppi, and I'm the founder of what's called the WISH Alliance. And WISH is a nonprofit collective of multidimensional galactic beings that include walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, hybrids, angelic beings, dimensional beings from this and other universes, and we've come together to birth a new utopian paradigm of cooperation and networking among ourselves. And we also are helping provide educational information and helping to promote each other's services to help raise awareness and consciousness of humanity to a higher frequency on the planet. And so we offer every month free of charge, every Thursday night and every second Monday, which happens to be tonight, Zoom meetings. Tonight, we happen to have Barbara Lamb coming, but every month we have wonderful, wonderful speakers. And we also offer 3 different conferences throughout the year in partnership with Neil, with Portal to Ascension, and Alan always comes on then as our host. So thank you guys so much. But the next conference we have coming up is this month on the 24th and the 25th. It will start at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and it is the hybrid conference. And we have Daryl Anka, Barbara Lamb, Mary Rodwell, we have Phil Gruber, Jacqueline Smith, Maya Cristobal, Valera Bruno, Rebecca Rose, and Geraldine Orozco. And so we would love to have you there. You can always go to Portal to Ascension and sign up. Also, you can go to the wishalliance.org and sign up so that you're on our mailing list. And then that way you can be sure to never miss one of our free meetings or any of the phenomenal conferences that we have. So please sign up, and we hope to see you there. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sheila. Yeah, that's going to be an amazing event. That's actually coming up very soon here. So the Hybrids Conference is, 13 days away, 12 days a day away.
Actually, I just also want to say one of the people that will be at this conference is this amazing artist, Kamara Jones. Yes. Maybe if I can find one of her images just to kind of get people excited. She's going to be talking about her transmissions of these other energies when she makes these images. So can I share a screen there, Neil?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay, let me see if I can bring this up. This is just one of her images that I think are pretty fantastic. Do you see that on your screen?
Beautiful.
That's beautiful. Wow.
It is pretty amazing. So she's going to be talking about the development of this work, what the messages encoded in that is. So I'm really excited. I don't think she's done many interviews. She's an amazing artist. Those pictures really speak to me. So these are transmissions, and it'll be like an energetic transmission talking to her about these things. So that's one exciting thing at the hybrid conference coming up. Yeah. And we also are going to have Marina Sarin, who is the closest thing I've met to a hybrid. She was just on Saturday Night Live, and she just blew everyone away. So she'll be on the panel. She agreed to do a panel there. Okay, how are we doing on time?
Good. Thank you so much, Sheila. So everybody, Sheila posted the links in the room, so go ahead and take a look there. And if you want to be a part of the Wish Alliance weekly event with Barbara Lamb tonight, please go to wishalliance.org. Love you, Sheila.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think we should bring up our special guest.
I just want to say one thing in regards to the intention for this event. Just a quick minute here, that this event is not, this is the truth. This is an exploration of the truth. And what we're doing is we're presenting information, facts, and information to really cultivate a positive timeline. So we don't have to go down a threat agenda, but we can create one that's in unity and harmony for the world. And as we do that, we're going to be exploring topics and, and there are various opinions on all of these topics, but also an intention for this is that there are conflicting agendas and there are people that you might not agree with. This is a non-biased platform for all of us to have these conversations, whether we disagree with people or not, to really kind of see and delve into this and do what we should be doing, which is coming to the table and discussing with those that we feel we have differences with in opinions, so that we can really focus on what these questions really are being presented right now, right? Who are we? Where did we come from? What are we connected to these beings through ancestry? Are there experiences happening on the planet right now? What does this mean for humanity? And what does this mean for our future? So that's kind of the intention for this. And as we do it, we're going to be bringing on many different people that have various perspectives on that.
And the other thing, Neil, is like what I get from this is that no one has the whole truth.
Yes.
And because the whole truth has not been made available to us by the intelligence. That's sort of why I wrote this book, Making Contact, because it gives pieces of the puzzle, but the whole puzzle, if it is a puzzle, or maybe it's an enduring mystery, has not been revealed. We are in the process of planetary revelation. So disclosure, yes, from the government, but disclosure from the intelligence. And I think we have to rise to the occasion. I mean, Making Contact, I say in this book, is a two-way street. So yeah, we have to have more of an open mind, put away our weapons, and also welcome in new possibilities and learn how to think about reality differently. Mm-hmm. When we can do that, these other levels of consciousness, of beingness, of intelligence I feel will start to unfold, and they're already doing that now.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
that's sort of where we're at, because we're here to figure this out. I mean, the job of humans have always been to try to understand the world around them, and even if it's confounding. So that's where we are.
It's our innate curiosity.
Yes, it's why people climb mountains and
Seriously,
sail the seas and do all those things.
it's so beautiful.
Well, yeah, I guess.
It is. I mean, just the whole concept of like just wanting to explore and be creator gods and like try to create things in our own image. It's like we are a manifestation of source, and we're attempting to do the same things. And as we do it, having amnesia has made it that it's a little more challenging to really figure all these things out, you know? So we're like, we have this curiosity because we forgot, and our search is to come back to this remembrance so that we can remember our true nature and all that is, right? And who we really are.
Yeah, whoever that is. Exactly. That's great.
Right. Shall we go ahead and bring Richard in?
Yeah. So can you find him in the chat?
Yeah, he's coming on right now. You can start the intro.
Great. Well, there probably has not been. Is he on? Oh, Richard, turn your camera on. Richard Doty, ladies and gentlemen. You could unmute yourself, Richard. It's okay. And there we go. And you can, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna. Thanks for being here. I'm just going to do a brief introduction, and then we'll get into the conversation. And you know, you find many controversial introductions about Richard on the internet, but I'll just use the one that George Knapp wrote. Richard Doty is one of the most controversial figures in the history of ufology. Doty had a 20-year career with the Air Force, including years as a special agent for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, the AFOSI. During that time, he was assigned to conduct surveillance on a scientist, Paul Benowitz, who inadvertently acquired information about a classified Air Force program. Doty admits he fed disinformation to Benowitz and to other UFOs investigators, forged documents, muddied the waters. But since leaving the military, Doty has also worked as a military police, and he is probably still very controversial. Thanks for being here, Richard. I know people have said a lot of things about you, but I want to hear the truth. I mean, you're no longer working for the Air Force Intelligence, right? But
That's right. I don't work for Air Force Intelligence. Intelligence.
Well, don't be offended by this question, but how do we know you're still not working for them and you're just saying you're not working for them?
Well, there's a lot of controversy over that, but number one, I wouldn't have any reason to. I left the agency, left the intelligence agency back in 1988. Although people bring up the fact that I was brought back to active service in 91 and 93, but that had nothing to do with UFOs or disinformation. It had to do with what I did in Europe after the wall fell. So I work as a private investigator. I have no official connections with the United States government or intelligence community. I do have a lot of friends that still work within the intelligence community, and they feed me a lot of information that I share with you. I mean, I shared it with you at the UFO MegaCon and with others. So no, I don't work for any intelligence agency.
Okay, but when you were working for one, what were, because it's still not clear because you've been so controversial, what exactly your job was working for these agencies, and especially in terms of UFO contact and all that.
Well, I worked in counterintelligence. I was a counterintelligence officer, and my job was to conduct counterintelligence operations. And most of those counterintelligence operations dealt with the protection of highly classified projects that the Air Force or other government agencies were working on. And if somebody strayed into one of those programs, it was my job to stray them out. And how we did that was we used disinformation, although we didn't call it disinformation. it was counterintelligence or deceptive operations,
Uh-huh.
where we tried to stray them away from the classified projects and protect protect that project. And that's what I did.
The projects weren't just UFO related. They were other military, weapons sort of projects, right?
Right. For instance, the Paul Benowitz case, he strayed upon a highly classified drone project that was occurring at Kirtland Air Force Base. Back in the early 80s, drones were very, very classified, highly classified, very sensitive to the government because they were controlled by an airplane. They were launched from another bigger airplane, and these drones would be flying around this controlling airplane. And people would see that and think that this drone was in fact a UFO trying to attack or menace the bigger plane.
Right.
And Paul Benowitz straight into that, and it was my job to protect that highly classified project.
So was your job wasn't to just disinformation UFO investigators? It was really to keep people away from all these secret projects, right?
Right.
I mean,
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
Unfortunately, just the way the things worked for me, most of the projects I worked on had something to do with UFOs or ET contacts.
Now, but you also, and we'll get to that. In the Benowitz case, though, they said that he was led to believe that he was looking at UFOs, but it's very complex. Can you explain what happened with Paul Benowitz? Because there's two sides to that story.
Paul Benowitz.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Benowitz.
Well, the fact, I did a presentation a couple of years ago at the UFO convention on this, where I laid everything out, including witnesses. Paul first of all, Paul Benowitz was a scientist. He was a physicist. He owned a laboratory right outside Kirtland Air Force Base called Thunder Scientific Laboratory. He had a government contract. He made small sensors for submarines. And Paul was a member of MUFON, APRO. He was a field investigator for MUFON. He was a believer in UFOs and ETs. When he photographed these objects and some of the other things that he did, collected signal intelligence from the base, and we learned about it, and he actually called us. When I went to him, I gathered all the information. I went back and I wrote up a report and I sent it to headquarters, and the headquarters advised me to protect that project or those projects, because he actually strayed upon 2 classified projects, protect those projects at all means. And one of the things that I was supposed to do is convince him that what he was seeing was UFOs and not the classified drones. Well, You got to understand that Paul Benowitz was already a believer in UFOs. He was already an investigator from MUFON. So when I went to him and I said simply, Paul, don't you think that what you photographed was UFOs, extraterrestrial? He said, I know they are. That's all it took. I didn't feed him disinformation. I didn't drug him. I didn't psychologically plant something in his mind. All I had to do was agree with him, and that's all it took.
That's all it took for what exactly?
For him to think that what he was seeing was UFOs.
But he also
classified drones.
But he was led to believe that. So because you wanted to keep him away from what it really was. But didn't he have sort of a breakdown because of that? Way of thinking?
Well, no, there were a lot of other factors involved in that breakdown.
Okay, I just curious. What was going on? He had a mental breakdown because he thought he was seeing UFOs. This is what the story is, right?
Well, there were a lot of other factors and players involved in this. Bill Moore, Alan Hynek.
Alan Hynek too?
Alan Hynek, Leonard Stringfield. These people interfered with the investigation. They contacted Paul, and Alan Hynek gave Paul a computer monitor, and unbeknownst to us, although Paul later told us that, hey, Alan Hynek gave me this monitor and I'm supposed to use this monitor. Well, it comes to, we don't have time enough to go.
We don't have to go through the whole thing. I'm just wondering what happened.
But there were things happening in Paul's life that we later determined wasn't coming from us or wasn't coming from U.S. intelligence. We didn't know where it was coming from, such as the orb incident that happened in his house, where an orb was flying around his house. Some of the things that he was seeing on the monitor that Hynek gave him, all those things added up, and so Paul went to, he had a psychological episode. He had two of them. The first one wasn't as bad as the second one. The first one, his family convinced him to see a psychiatrist. He did. He was admitted in the hospital for, I think, 4 or 5 days. And I visited him at the hospital. He got out of the hospital. I visited him at his office.
But did you visit him as a friend or as someone concerned or as part of the intelligence?
No, I visited him as a friend. I became a good friend with Paul.
Oh,
really good friend with him.
Okay.
And I just, I was trying to convince Paul at that time, and this was after the operation was all over with. I mean, the project was over with. This was in, I think, 87. I tried to convince Paul that what he saw was in fact something military. He wouldn't believe me. He was convinced it was UFOs. And then the latter psychological case was well later. It was 89, 90 time frame when he had problems in his business. Mm-hmm. He had a business and he lost a government contract, and he had a lot of financial problems. Right. And that included in his diagnosis as having some kind of psychological episode, and that one put him in a hospital for quite a while.
Right. But he was maybe seeing things. If he had that orb episode, he actually may have had some kind of experience as well, right?
Oh, now there's.
What? We lost you, Richard, come back.
Yeah, he froze for a second. Let's see if he'll come back.
Okay, I'm just asking Richard about this because that's been the most controversial case that people know Richard Doty for. So I just wanted to get the record straight on his side of that story. So now I'm going to go into what he knows about the actual disclosure on the government end. So hopefully he'll unfreeze. I hope the government wasn't listening in on that, Neil.
Right, that was kind of weird. Even if it doesn't work, yeah, he'll just come back in and we'll get him back on.
Wait, come back on for a second, Neil. I just want. Hey, was that clear what he was saying? Because do you get? Because that's what he's known for, supposedly. Disinformation. The Benowitz case. What was it? Yeah. Was the most controversial part of Doty's public career. But Richard Doty knows a lot about what the government knows and doesn't know, and what they want to say and what they don't want to say. Let me just text him to see if who's coming on after this.
I believe afterwards we have Rey Hernandez.
Rey Hernandez. Mm-hmm. So let me just ask Richard if he's coming back.
Yeah, no, I'm posting the schedule in the room right now for everybody. So take a look at that. And I'm also going to post in the YouTube the schedule for today. Yeah, I mean, those are the questions that I was, curious about knowing as well. So,
well, because when I met him at the Laughlin conference, he said he actually saw aliens working along with military at the at some of the bases, and he said they were pretty strange. So hopefully, do you see him in the room? He might be appearing in the chat room at some point. Were there any questions also about what we've covered so far? And also, I want to ask him what he thinks about the new disclosures that are coming out in the government. So, We'll just see.
Yeah, let's hope he comes back on.
Okay. And then, okay. Oh, he says he's trying. Okay. Maybe he should just try a phone. Is there a phone that he can call in?
He said he needs a number.
No, I'm just saying if he's trying to come in, maybe I just send him a number to come in on.
Yeah, I can get you that.
All right. Yeah. Give me a number. I'll try this number, try this phone if your internet is down. Okay. What if your internet is down? Okay. Sorry, guys. I know we have about 220 people watching.
We have 100 in this in YouTube as well. So yeah, everybody, welcome if you just joined us. Let's just do an intro for the people who just came in. Welcome to the Beyond UFO Disclosure Conference.
Did you give me the number in the chat?
I'm looking for it right now as I'm talking. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Let me. I can just go to the invite.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where to find my Zoom number. So
I think it's in the invitation. So, okay. Let me. You see it? Okay.
Yeah, I got it here. I'm gonna send you the phone number and the meeting ID. You can give it to him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe he thought that he was gonna say too much, and then he decided.
No. I think his internet just went down. Let me try this 7-9. Okay, go ahead. Reintroduce the room. Sorry to cut you off there.
All right. So hello, everybody. You are now part of the UFO UAP Beyond Disclosure Conference. Today, we're going live for about 7 hours. And the intention of this event is not only to discuss the mainstream, what's going on right now, but to really take it to the next level and what this means and talk about the universal questions. The first presenter that we're trying to get back on right now is Richard Doty. And hopefully, we're going to give it about 5 more minutes to see if we can bring him on. I know Rey Hernandez is already in the room, Ellen. So if Richard doesn't come on within the next few minutes, we'll just move on to the next
number. I just gave him a phone number. So look for a.
And let me just make a comment on what some people are saying in the room. Saying nothing has been said yet is a comment. It was sort of Mandarin is a comment. We've only started 10 minutes ago, guys.
It was sort of Mandarin. I agree with that. I agree with that.
But we did just start as well, and you have the questions that you want to ask, right?
Me, yeah. And then I'd like people in the chat to ask questions too. I mean, I just wanted to get a baseline of the work that Doty did, and then kind of go into. So he was counterintelligence. He would protect the military secrets, and I want to know how involved was he in the. He says, can you send him another link on the email there too? He says that okay.
It's the same link. Oh, is he responding to you?
He said, it says script error when he tries to get into that link. And okay, he's going to try calling. Okay. Let's try that. Look for a number there. Look for the 505 number.
Okay.
If you see it coming up on the panelists. Doty is not connected to Greer anymore. He said Stephen Greer in that latest Cosmic Hoax took his words out of context. I was going to ask him that, but that's a little background he may be connected to him, but he didn't agree with what Greer did in the Cosmic Hoax. So that's a good question, actually. So let me try sending another link there. And maybe he was shut down by the government. That means they're listening to your show.
Yeah, normally I'm a skeptic in regards to that, so I don't like to think that, but that was kind of weird because this never happens to anybody.
I know. For the most part. I know. Let's see. Okay. Oh, wait, here he is. Okay, great. He's back. Thanks, Neil.
All right, cool. Yes, okay. There we go. All right, we're back, guys.
Okay, Richard. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Thanks for coming back.
I'm back.
Okay. We were just saying maybe the government didn't like what you were saying. Okay, let's get into what the government really knows. You've been working behind the scenes, and what are they not telling us from your perspective? that you feel about the UFO situation? Yeah.
Well, I was briefed into a program back in 1978 that revealed to me that we recovered a extraterrestrial craft in Roswell, or actually near Corona, New Mexico, in 1947. A second craft was found in 1949. We found a live alien at the first craft. He stayed alive until 1952. We've had intermittent contact with extraterrestrial races ever since. And this was in 1978 that I had briefing.
Wow.
And so the government knows the truth. They've been deceiving the American people ever since 1947. There's been a lot happening from 1947 on till present day. The ETs are continuously visiting Earth. They're responsible for abductions, and they have an agenda. The ETs have an agenda, but you got to understand that these ETs are so advanced that it's difficult for a human to understand them and understand what their agenda is. I mean, I certainly don't know all of it. I know what I was briefed into. I know what I investigated, but I certainly don't know the whole program.
What do you think? What have you been briefed about their alien agenda?
I think there's one particular race of ETs have a common good agenda, meaning they want to make friends, they want to understand us, and they're non-hostile. But there are other races that are hostile, and that was the classical example of Reagan. Reagan was fully briefed into the program back in the 1980s when he became president in 1981. Some of that briefing has been leaked out. And one of the particular races that he was briefed on was hostile. And I think that, although I don't know for sure, but I think that led to the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, where he wanted to protect the planet from an alien race. And he said that in a number of ways and times at different locations, at different venues. And so there is a hostile race out there, and we have to protect Earth from those the hostile ETs.
Well, when you were briefed into the crashed retrieval, did you actually see any craft at any of the bases you worked at?
Well,
can you say?
I certainly wasn't around in 1947, but
but after
the briefing. Okay, I got you. The briefings that we received were filmed, 30 whatever the millimeter films were back in those days, 16 millimeter, I believe they were. And they were old Army films, and they showed the crash retrieval. They showed Truman at the scene of Corona. They showed the ET bodies. They showed autopsies. They showed these things. And then later on, I saw pictures. I worked at Area 51. That's a known fact. It's been proven that I actually was a counterintelligence officer at Area 51, Groom Lake Complex. And I saw things fly out there that I couldn't identify as being one of ours. I saw an aircraft do things that our crafts couldn't do, and our pilots couldn't have survived if they were inside these crafts. Wow. So I knew we had crafts out there. I was never briefed into the program that Bob Lazar was talking about. I was never under S4. I was never down there. I was at the S2 complex. I know that they had classified aerial aircrafts underground out there, but I was never briefed into that program.
Well, you also told me at lunch when I met you that you actually did see an alien at one of those bases. Is that true? I mean,
that's true. I actually saw a closed circuit. There was a closed circuit television camera at a facility that I went to. I was going there on an investigation. It was out at the annex of Papoose Lake. I walked into a building. I was cleared to get into that building. I went into a room. There was an OSI agent sitting at a table watching a monitor. And on that monitor was another, with two people, I don't know who the two people were, interrogating or talking to this ET. Now, it clearly was an extraterrestrial. I asked the OSI agent, I said, what are you looking at? And he explained to me that they're interrogating this ET, and they're at such and such a building, which wasn't more than 100 feet away from where we were at. It was a different building, but it was close to where we were at. And this was a closed circuit camera.
Right.
What's interesting in this interview that I was watching is that one of the agents in that room could read the telepathic thoughts of the ET, but the other person couldn't. And so he was translating to this other agent what this ET was saying telepathically. Well, I was in there for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes when another person came in, a higher ranking military official, and asked me for my badge. And I showed him my badge, and he said, you know, you're not cleared for this room.
Oh.
So then I had to leave, but I already saw it. And I saw them, and I saw the ET, and the ET was a tall gray.
A tall gray. A taller
Yes.
gray with a big head, big eyes.
Big head, big eyes, large head, large eyes, no ears, a small mouth, and it couldn't make any sounds. That was one of those tall grays, couldn't make the sounds, but it could communicate through telepathy.
And what was the messages that the agent who was getting the telepathy was saying was coming from the ET?
It was technical. The little that I was understanding, they were asking this ET about some technical materials or technical information about a, did I lose you? Oh, there we go.
No.
About this craft. And I wasn't there at the beginning of the conversation, so I was only there during that part of the conversation. So it was technical. He was trying to explain something about a drive, something about some kind of equipment. And I'm not a scientist, so I didn't understand it.
I mean, what you've just told us here is disclosure. You've blown the lid off here. And why does the Senate intelligence reports start from the beginning as if nothing you've said ever or anyone has said, Bob, just never happened? Or do they not know, or are they just trying to fool the public?
Well, let me give you an example. There's a person that is currently working DIA, and he's had contact with some of these people. I actually believe he has contact with Danny Shin. And he works for DIA, and he tells us, he says, the government hasn't come to me and asked me for the information that we have on ETs, because he turned around when we're talking to him on a Zoom link. He said, all these filing cabinets behind me contain information about UFOs. And if they would come to me, I would share this with him if I had the permission to give it to him. So the government is only trying to cover their tracks and still deceive the American people, because there's so much information out there. In fact, I just provided from several sources of mine, I just provided people in Washington, Senator Marco Rubio's office, with a list of all the projects, classified projects that the Air Force did pertaining to UFOs, extraterrestrial contacts from 1980 to 1986, with case numbers and detailed descriptions. We gave that to the Senate. Now, what they do from there, I don't know. Now, you got to understand that the Air Force or the government did provide a classified briefing to certain senators.
Right.
Now, they're not telling us what that briefing is, but they're telling us that it pertained to technology and technology that we have pertaining to warp drives and anti-gravity devices and things like that. But they're not telling us where that came from.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't tell the senators that got the briefing.
So I mean, this is so deep and complex. You think the Senate is just going to ignore it as if they never got anything from you and probably a lot of other people because they don't know how to deal with this because it's so complex?
Well, I think one of the things they did was when and I'm not the only one doing this. There's others doing this.
Right.
Okay. And these we presented information to the Senate, and if they're doing with it, they turn it over to the Air Force. They said, okay, explain this. Right. Now the Air Force is trying to explain. They're going back. One of the particular captains, Air Force captains that was involved in the release says that he can only tell the public what other agencies within the government tells him. He can't go and find this stuff on his own. So what does that tell you? There's a lot in the government that they don't want us to know about, and they're hiding it, and they'll continue to hide it.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead. But it seems like and maybe you would know this, there's been some kind of fracture inside that government whole, that there's like another force agency that's coming forward and saying, no, like Elizondo, maybe Elizondo's leading this, is saying it's time to tell the people the truth. Do you think that's what's going on?
I think it is. I think there's a lot of people within the government. I know there are. I talked to them. I just talked to a guy yesterday for 4.5 hours on the phone, and he works within NSA, and he's telling me the same thing. I just want them to come to me and ask me, because I'm going to tell them exactly what we have here. But they're not doing that.
Well, they just wanted to go away. I mean, some people just wanted to go, well, why doesn't this guy come forward, become a whistleblower and say, look, this is, I think Elizondo did that with Danny Sheehan. This is what I know. This is what they have. Is that possible to just come out and for someone to say that?
It's going to be up to him. It's going to be up to the individual. I mean, I don't know what, he's got a career to think about. I mean, regardless of the Whistleblower Act that supposedly protects them, you're destroyed if you come out with and disclose things like that, and things that the government doesn't want you to disclose. So it's up to the individual. I mean, I could try to convince him to do it, and I've tried to convince others to do it, but they're saying, I got a career, I got a family, I got a wife and 2 children. I just had a baby, the things like that they just don't want to, they don't want to do. And you got to understand that everything within the government pertaining to this subject is compartmented. Mm-hmm. Just because one agency, one office within the CIA knows about it, it doesn't mean that all the other offices on that floor would know about it. Same way with NSA, same way with DIA or military intelligence.
So this is huge. If this guy has a file cabinet of information, maybe going back to 47, there's probably lots of people how do you think, if you were in charge, proceed with opening up the files and relating this to the public? What do you think?
Well, you have to convince the executive branch. The military works for the executive branch. We have 3 equal branches of the government, civics basics, okay? Right. And now the Senate, the legislative branch, can only do so much. They can't order the executive branch to do anything, contrary to what that video was a few weeks ago about, well, the Senate can go in and do. The Senate can't do that. Right. The Senate's a legislative body. And it's the same as the House of Representatives. They only have certain powers. They can ask, they can request, but if the executive branch doesn't want to turn that stuff over, they're not going to turn it over. And I actually don't believe that the president of the United States, and I'm apolitical. Right. I'm apolitical. Right. I don't believe the president of the United States has ever been briefed on it. Now, I know people are going to say, well, he was a vice president under Obama, but I just don't believe he has been. There are people, one particular very, very, very close relative of mine who works within the government, and he relates that he doesn't think that anybody's actually brought this to the president's attention. And So somebody else, and I believe it's going to be the Department of Defense, is running this show.
So they are bypassing the executive branch. It's sort of like a coup almost. They're not telling the executive branch, which makes those executive decisions, what's going on. So they don't need to confront the issue. And how do we get past this kind of, stuck moment, this impasse? I mean, that someone needs to talk to or somebody in charge. Who's in charge? Yeah. Yeah. What do you think?
I agree that somebody needs to, a real true, a person with the absolute knowledge, like my friend that has the filing cabinets behind him, 6 of them full of this information. They need to come forth in some manner. But then again, the government could stop that. I mean, there's safeguards built in to highly classified special access programs, sensitive compartmental information. The document itself is controlled. The document has a cover that you can't take off that prevents it from being copied. If it's copied, it burns up. Even in a regular copy, if it's exposed to certain lights, it's going to burn up. It
actually burns up. It actually, really
compartmented, top secret compartment information. And this was back in the 80s. I know now that there are even more sophisticated measures to protect these types of documents.
Wow.
But without the documents and without the photographs are the same thing. You're not going to be able to prove anything. I can sit here and say, I saw this and this is real. But, right. If I had behind me in my filing cabinet, if I had something that I could show you, here's the actual document, the truth will come out. And I think if that happens, if somebody brought out and presented it, the government's going to have to follow suit.
So what about Chris Mellon? He was the Assistant Deputy of Defense under Obama. He must have had contact with Biden. Isn't he the person who, and he knows, and he's wanting to come forward? Would he be the guy to say, listen, but maybe Biden's just not ready to deal with this? What do you think about Mellon?
Chris Mellon had a great career. I don't believe, I personally, and this is coming from me, I'm only saying this, my opinion is that he's not telling the truth. He's not telling everything that he knows, because at a particular interview I saw him on television, when they asked him, he skirted that issue. What do you know? What was your access to? He skirted that issue.
Yeah.
So I think he knows. I don't know how much he knows, but I think in the position that he was in, I think he had to have known something.
Right. And maybe he's not ready to reveal that, but it comes down to the big question. We're going to say something? Because
No, go ahead.
No, the big question is why? Why are they really hiding? If everything you're saying is true and the guy has all those filing cabinets back to 1947, and we've known, what is the big secret here? I mean, besides that they're aliens. Okay, they're alien, but what are they really hiding?
Well, it would open up a Pandora's box, an enigma within an enigma, because if the government all of a sudden says, you know what, we've lied to you since 1947. We do have a craft. We have crafts out at Area 51. We have reverse engineered things. We have the aliens have given us things such as what Colonel Corso mentioned in his book, transistors and diodes and so forth. And now we want you to believe this. No, nobody's going to believe the government at that point, because they've lied to them for 70 years. They lied to the American people. Unless they come out and show us the crafts and show us the ETs that they have in captivity, then maybe they'll believe them. The American people would believe them, but they're not going to do that. They're going to be embarrassed. They don't know how to cover their tracks. There would be some type of religious, probably revolt, because there's so much of this connected to religion. and then they have to explain the abductions. How are they going to explain the abductions? How are they going to explain that we, the American people, we, the United States government, can't protect this 7-year-old girl from being abducted and subjected to implants and so forth and so on?
Right. So, I mean, but do you think another level, since we've been dealing with these ETs, is that the ETs themselves, at least those maybe negative ones, want to maybe even be in control and not reveal that factor? So it's not just the government, it might be ET manipulation. Is that possible?
You brought it up an excellent point, Alan. Absolutely excellent.
Okay.
I'm one of the believers, and there's people out there that believe that the ETs have some sort of connection or control within our government, and not just our government. I think other governments on this planet. I think you hit that spot right there. I think the ETs have control, some control. I don't know what the controls are, but I mean, I'm not that briefed into it, and I think they're in somewhat control, and I think our government knows that they're in control, and so therefore the government doesn't want to disclose it.
So they're in control. Let's say that's true. I don't know, but if they're in control, what are they doing? What do you suspect? I mean, I know you weren't briefed in it, but what do you suspect they're in control of? What are they here for?
Well, that goes back to that statement I made earlier, is that these ETs are probably 10,000 years more advanced than we are. And it's pretty ridiculous for us trying to understand an ET, how they think or what their agenda is. We can't get into their minds. We only rely on what we know. We don't rely on our history and our values. We can't understand them. And Dr. Hal Puthoff, who's a brilliant scientist, brought this out, saying, you people want us to understand this widget that we got from the ETs. And you got to understand that this widget was made by a race that's 10,000 years more technologically advanced than we are. And now you want us to try to understand it with our science, and it just isn't going to happen.
Right. It's like giving an iPhone to a caveman, just crawling out of the cave. It's like, but there's more than one race. And some people say there are actually good races here protecting us, turning off the nuclear codes, making sure we don't blow ourselves up. What do you feel about the good versus bad aliens?
No, I think there are. I mean, I was never actually briefed into it. My own personal opinion is I was briefed into 5 different alien races. This is back in the 80s.
5 different A's. This is the one 5. In the Reagan document, right?
Yeah. This is what I was briefed in. I don't know. Maybe there are more now. I don't know. And one of those races, the Ebens, were friendly, and they were the ones that were very, very concerned about the nuclear weapons and us using nuclear weapons. And remember, all this happened. They started visiting us after we tested the nuclear weapon in New Mexico, here in New Mexico, Trinity site. And after we viciously dropped 2 atomic bombs in Japan in 1945 that killed, 1,000, well, over the years, 800, 900,000 people, and maimed them. Oh, and I think after that, they even started visiting us. Wow, trying to figure out, why are we doing this? Why are we destroying our planet? Why are we killing our own people? Right. And I think that's one of the reasons. There's been some great books written about the connection between UFOs and nuclear weapons. Robert Hastings, who I personally don't get along with, but he wrote a really great book about it, about the sightings over nuclear missile sites in Montana and other locations around the United States.
So maybe, I don't know, I'm just sort of surmising that maybe the ETs that were in control of the government are sort of maybe losing their grip on it, and these other beings are coming, and because there seems to be more mass sightings around the world, and there's a shift in consciousness. Do you believe something like that might be going on? Or
that's very possible. And what the general public doesn't know, and I just learned this last night. I told you I talked 4 hours with a friend who's still within the government, works for NSA. He says the public only knows a fraction of the sightings and the contacts that Earth is having right now. The government, the United States government, NSA, NRO, and the other agencies, they know the real dangers because they're seeing all the different incidents of UFOs penetrating radar, penetrating classified storage areas, possibly this. I don't want to go into great details because I don't know a whole lot about it. Right. But the U.S. government just located. They believe they located a alien base 500 miles south. I believe it was southeast of Hawaii.
In the ocean, you mean? In the ocean?
In the ocean. In the ocean. There's a huge complex there underground. It's like 5,000 feet. Or I don't know exact depth, but it's quite deep. And there's a complex, an entire complex down there that was photographed by I believe it was a Navy or a National Oceanic Administration ship. Mm-hmm. And now they're trying to figure out what it is.
So would you say there's like one person or a group, maybe it was Majestic at one point, that, they get this UFO information and they keep it very tight behind those locked vaults? Who would that be? Or you think, who is behind this?
Yeah. Well, Truman was involved with trying to investigate everything. And this is the early stages of our intelligence service. And CIA just came into existence in 47, the National Security Act, and actually not until 1948. The Air Force just came into existence. There were so many things that weren't organized properly back in those days, and they were doing the best they could. But I believe the Air Force wanted to run with this program and wanted to do more. But I think the Central Intelligence Agency, I've talked to agents who retired that worked for them. They were convinced that what these UFOs actually were Russian or Soviets back then. And they had to be totally convinced that no, it's not. These things are coming from outer space. Mm-hmm. And we didn't know that until the late 50s and early 60s when we started launching satellites. We couldn't see them except with Earth-based telescopes. We couldn't see these things out there. Now we can. We have satellites. We have things. We can. We are trying to protect Earth nowadays. Back then we couldn't. So it wasn't organized. To answer your question, it wasn't organized. There were too many people trying to run things, and and somebody let it drop.
No, but now it's organized. Someone in the military, there's F-16s following the Stevensville craft. And then, so that goes somewhere. Someone is making the decision to keep that under lock and key, right? Who are those people now making those decisions?
Well, I believe it's the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. When the Air Force closed Project Blue Book in 1969 after the Condom Report, the Air Force had all this information. All these files, all this information. And now they're asking some government agency, who wants this? Well, DIA raised their hand and said, we'll take it. Number one, because DIA was a relatively new agency. They came in existence in 1961. And now DIA has to have a mission. They want to have a mission. Oh, we'll take it. And I believe, I know for a fact they got the treasure house, the clearinghouse, so to speak, of information on UFOs. Mm-hmm. What they did with it after that, and I know about the DIA's involvement up to 1993. I don't know who has it now today, but somebody has to be in control. There was an MJ-12 back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, up to the 80s. There still is some entity maybe it's not called MJ12, but there's some entity that's controlling this, but I don't know who it is.
Right. So you think the DIA might be in conflict with aspects of the Pentagon and the Navy in particular, and Fravor, who's come forward, and the UAP task force? Is there, it seems like there's this tug of war going on. And that's why they discredited Elizondo, saying, no, he never worked for ATIP. Do you think that's going on the deeper levels? There's this battle?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there definitely is. And people that still work within the government are saying that right now. I mean, they're telling their senators the same exact thing that you just said, is that there's a fight, there's a feud between my not just necessarily one agency and another agency, but inside that agency, within DIA, there's a feud going on between one particular section and another section. The Air Force is the same way. I mean, there's a really, really big feud right now in the Air Force over the Space Force. And the Air Force doesn't want to give the Space Force everything that they have, but under the act that created the Space Force, the Air Force has to give them all of it. So there's a feud between a number of different agencies and military branches.
Was the Space Force created for alien interactions or for another reason, you think?
I believe so, because if there's there was a good article on the internet some time ago, a couple years ago, when Space Force was first proposed. Well, it wasn't proposed then. It was proposed back in the 80s. Reagan, Defense Secretary Weinberger, proposed the Space Force. He had it all planned. The Air Force, there were two Air Force generals, one who was on TV not too long ago, that said, yeah, we proposed it back in 79, 81, sometime back there. But Congress wouldn't go along with it. And then again, even under the Clinton administration, the Bush administration, first Bush administration, they wanted to create it. Under Bob Gates, he was the Secretary of Defense. No, and somehow it was stopped. Eventually under Trump, and I don't know how Trump got it in there. Remember, I'm apolitical, but I don't know how Trump got it in there, but it was created under Trump and bought off by Congress.
Right. Now, one more, you have to go soon. I think you do, and we're going to wrap
No,
up.
I'm good.
Okay, we do have enough, but I would love to have you back. I'll ask you a few more questions, but I'd love to have you back for a real full-length interview. How come you're allowed to talk about this now? You just revealed, a dozen secrets that no one has ever said, who's come forward recently. So why?
Well, I never read anything that I'm talking about right now in any kind of government documents. I'm just telling you what other people have told me. I can't be prosecuted for that. If people do actual good searches on the internet, they can find out a lot of the stuff that I'm just talking about. Mm-hmm. So it's not classified. If it is classified, and somebody comes to me and says, what you just told me was what you just said on Alan's show is classified. Okay, I'll shut my mouth. But I don't know that. I don't know that it's classified. Everything that I had access to back in the 80s, 70s, and 80s, I signed a security oath. And, I presented that security oath. I showed people that security oath. It was on my website until my website was hacked. And it's over with. Right. After 2003, I can talk about anything.
Oh,
That's
really?
what the security oath says. Yeah. The non-disclosure agreement says October 1st of 2003, that it ceases to exist after that. There's a lot of things that I know. Really, really things that I know that I won't talk about because, I don't want the Russians or the Chinese to get any of this information. But there's a lot of things that I'll talk about when the government starts lying and says, no, that's not right, when I know that it is right. I know the UFOs have been here. I know they're a danger. I know they've abducted people. Those things American people should know about.
Yeah. So do you think if American people know about that, do you think it should come out like at a Senate Intelligence Committee with the president, vice president there saying, okay, we're laying it all out on the table. This is what we know. And then we deal with it. Eventually the truth, yeah, it might be an embarrassment, but the truth, usually comes out, and it's usually hard for people to say who've been covering up, but that seems like the only way to go. What do you think?
Well, the truth shall set you free, as
Right.
the CIA will say.
That'll cut you off first. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be a great way of disclosing. But then again, the government can't disclose everything. If we're developing some kind of secret weapon or secret aircraft, which I know we have, and we got it from the ETs, and we suddenly disclose everything that we got, it's going to open up, like I said earlier, a Pandora's box. And I don't think that will ever happen. I think the only way it's going to happen is if somebody like Danny takes this all the way to a court, where a judge or the U.S. Supreme Court forces the government to release. And then again, you got the problem of equal branches of the government, whereby the Supreme Court can't order the executive branch to release something that the executive branch knows that is classified. I mean, there's so many other Pandora boxes that will prevent that from happening. But I think Danny's on the right foot right now, and I hope Danny continues his quest and for this disclosure.
This is Danny Sheehan we're talking about, who is Luis Elizondo's lawyer. You just wrote a book. We'll close up soon, but you just wrote a book that you had to submit before you could get it published, and they redacted 300 pages in it, right?
Now, see, this is another proof that UFOs are real, because in my book, I had 700 and some pages that wrote the book. The manuscript was 700 some pages. And when I submitted to the government for review, they classified 374 pages, all pertaining to UFO stuff. Now,
Wow.
if the UFOs weren't real, why would the government classify this stuff?
What was the most important thing in that book that you could tell us now that was redacted? Because you said you could talk about it, but you can't write about it. What was that? What was in there?
About an incident that happened that I was involved with peripherally, involving a landing of a craft, a ET craft, and the exchange of information with the United States government and a Vatican representative. That was there's not one word of that the government will allow me to print. Not one word.
What
I
year
even tried to rewrite it.
What year was that? Do you know?
That was in I can't even tell. Well, it was in the 1990s.
Okay, I thought it might have been the Gordon Cooper incident but that wasn't the Edwards Air Force Base landing.
No, it wasn't.
Richard, this has been a revelation, and you coming from inside the government. Thank you for opening up to what the truth is. And if you could say it here, I think the more you talk about this, the more people will get this is a real phenomenon, and that definitely the government knows more. Anything you'd like to leave us with before you?
Well, I'd like to thank Danny Sheehan and his team that is working on this disclosure project. I think the best chance that we have, American people and the UFO community have, for a full disclosure or even a partial disclosure is with Danny's efforts.
Great. And would you be willing to talk in front of Congress about everything you know if you were called?
I've already been in contact with Senator Rubio's office. They called me. I've talked to him. I sent him things. I told him I would. Yes, absolutely.
So he's just like trying to decide how you're going to tell the public all this stuff. Is that what you think is going on with Rubio?
Yeah, his hands are tied. He can only ask the government for the information.
But he is the government. Who's the government? When you say ask the government, who do you mean by the government?
You mean he has to ask the executive branch He's the legislative branch. He has to
I see.
ask the executive branch, the U.S. military, for the information, everything they have. Well, the government is never going to give them everything they have. One of his aides told me that flatly. He said, a government, somebody within, I don't know which agency, said, there's no way in the world you're going to get all of it.
Why? Why don't they? Because is it corporate controlled somehow? The technology is, but you don't know.
Well, that's another. I mean, that's
that's a
another
whole other
4 hours
thing.
of talking about. Yeah, there's Skunk Works, Lockheed Skunk Works that have a proprietary. That's another Pandora's box.
Well, we'll go there. I'll do another interview with you on my ET roundtable. Okay, Richard?
Okay, Alan.
Thanks so much for your time. This has been really valuable. Neil, you want to come on? Because I think we just got disclosure here. How did you like what you heard? I mean, wasn't that, I thought it was pretty amazing.
A lot of great information. Thank you, Richard, for showing up and, just sharing your time with us, and just definitely admitting and owning the past, and then coming forward to really to bring some light and shed some light on what's been happening, and helping us validate what we've known to be kind of a reality for some time, but it wasn't really validated on that level from anybody that was in the government or something like that. So you really allowed us to have more of this confirmation. So thank you so much, brother.
You're very welcome.
And stick around, Richard, if you want to
stick around. I'm sticking around.
Okay, if you want to jump in maybe at some point later on in the day, if you're not doing anything, great. And I'm going to have you on my ET roundtable in a few weeks. I'll reach out to you. Richard Doty, ladies and gentlemen, inside the government. I mean, incredible. And talk to your friend about releasing that files. And we'll put them on this show, Neil. Imagine that.
Yeah, that would be awesome. So yeah, and I would like to just, before we go into Rey, because we're going to go right into him, I just want to say to everybody, because you're right, there was a lot of controversy in the chat room, and I was just reading them all, and just comments all over the place in regards to having Richard on. And we all have our, we all have our past, and sometimes people shift, and they, like Richard, for example, he shifted, and now he's coming out to explain a lot of information of what had happened. But it's also important to use your own discernment and realize that people come from their own backgrounds, right? So if somebody's, for example, somebody's in the military, they have an awakening and they want to tell people the truth. They also have a background that might be military based, and they have certain belief systems that come from that. So it doesn't mean that because that's their foundational belief system that they're part of some cabal. It means that was their upbringing and their education was in this. Therefore, they're going to come from that platform. So it's important to use your discernment, but also to extract what pieces of information fit within what you're trying to figure out, right? Instead of just throwing everything out. And that's what's happening here with these conversations, is we're attempting to explore these and talk to individuals that usually wouldn't be on these platforms, right? So that we can ask some questions and try to see what really has happened.
I mean, I think it's important for people like Richard, who were inside the government, to come forward. He doesn't seem to have an agenda now. I don't think he's working for anyone. He's just trying to talk about what he knows. And it seems like he really is for full disclosure. I think was sincere.
Right. Yeah. All the information that he gave in regards to ET races and, and what was retracted from his book and all that, that's kind of pretty groundbreaking right there, I would say.
Well, I want to say about our next guest is that we've only heard half the issue is the government, the cover up. The real disclosure has to do with what Rey Hernandez has been investigating, with the contactees, the experiencers, the internal evolution that disclosure is really about. And Rey jumped into the race late, just a few years ago, but he is on top of that and has done such important work with a 6,000 person survey online and collecting a lot of information that we can use to show that this is a worldwide phenomenon. This is not just a few people. This is going to change the planet. It's going to change consciousness, and it's going to change the fundamental aspects of who we are as human beings. So Rey Hernandez, Renario, is that your whole name? Thanks for being here, Rey. And tell us, what are you going to talk about today as far as like the whole disclosure movement?
What I want to talk about, first of all, if I may give a very, very brief comment about your previous speaker.
Well, actually, I'm very interested in what you thought about the previous speaker.
That's number one. Number two, a lot of individuals might not know about our 5-year academic research study from the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation, which contradicts what the previous speaker just said. Okay. And then I want to talk about the new project, which is focusing on consciousness and the contact modalities. Right. So that's what I want to do.
I just want to say before you say that, I think there's so many different perspectives, and it's like we have to kind of take it all in and see what truth you resonate with. So yeah, what did you want to say about the last speaker there?
Okay, the last speaker at minute 3:05, and I'm quoting him. He says UFOs are a danger. Okay.
Well, some of them may be, right? Do you think some?
You have to understand, this is what he said. He didn't say some.
Okay.
He just said UFOs are a danger. Okay.
Okay.
So replay it if you're questioning what I'm saying, but that's
okay. I do remember him saying that.
Yeah, I heard that too, and that was my comment as well. So yes, go ahead, Ray.
Also, the other thing is, folks have to understand that from my perspective, my opinion, the whole realm of ufology is filled with misinformation and disinformation. Historically, that's been the characteristic of it, primarily from people that were affiliated with UFO, U.S. intelligence, historically, You also have to understand that if anyone violates anything from the security and clearance, anything that's confidential, for example, walking around and seeing video cameras and seeing ETs, that's certainly highly classified. Immediately, these people would be arrested. That's why Elizondo is very apprehensive about talking about detailed information, because he has a security clearance and he could immediately lose his pension and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So people have to take, that information into context. Also, he also stated that all of the information that he just said is widely available on the internet. Mm-hmm. He also said that all of the information came from others. You can replay that, It's not him. It's this came from other people.
Right.
So when you put all of that together, you have an individual that is talking about what others have told him, that most of the information came from the internet, And so he's relaying it like it's factual, like it's real, And then that's the history of that you get in the materialist ufology approach, Now,
well, I just want to say maybe at the end of the day, he could respond to some of those, because I think.
Well, I mean, you just have to replay what he just said.
No, I know, but
that's it. I mean, I'm not here to debate anyone.
No, that's fine. I those are good, fair points. Yeah, thanks, Ray.
And again, anyone that worked for government intelligence, I'm highly skeptical of it, because you've been there. You're always going to have that mindset, and many of these people still work for them. Even though they might be retired, they might be consultants and things of that sort. So I take anything that's coming from anyone associated with government intelligence with a grain of salt, especially with some of the specific comments that this individual just said. Now, let me get into discussion of what my research is all about, For people that do not know, I can give you over 450 pages for free, I'm not here like other people in ufology that are charging $3,500 a pop to go out to the desert to do CE5 and get sandflies, This is not about money. This is not about materialism. This is not about any of those things. This is about getting the word out, So write down this email, and I will send you over 400 pages of materials from our Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Experiencer Research Study. Just send me an email at info@experiencer.org, info@experiencer.org. Now, for the folks that are not familiar with our organization and our work, the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation was organized by the late Apollo 14 astronaut, Dr. Edgar Mitchell. For folks that do not know him, and I know that you knew him very well, Alan, he was the sixth man to walk on the moon. But to me, more importantly, he founded the Institute for Noetic Sciences, and you've been a member for many, many, many years. And that, in my opinion, is one of the world's leading academic-based research institutes that's studying the psi phenomenon. The only comparable organization, I would argue, would be the University of Virginia, their Division of Perceptual Studies, and the various academic professors associated with that organization. So Edgar founded that. He's fully aware of all of the research on consciousness and psi and the contact modalities. The other co-founder was our next speaker, which is Dr. Rudy Shields, who is an emeritus professor of astrophysics at Harvard University. And Rudy was a very close friend of the late Dr. John Mack, and also obviously Dr. Edgar Mitchell. Rudy has some very interesting comments that he's going to be talking about in his presentation. And finally, the third of the four co-founders was Mary Rodwell, someone who has worked with UFO contact experiencers for over 30 years. And so what we did is, together with the assistance of more than 10 PhD academics and non-academics, such as Kathleen Marden, Leo Sprinkle, Barbara Lamb, et cetera, we developed over a 9-month period a methodology to study for the very first time UFO contact experiencers. And we published a book, 820-page book, titled Beyond UFOs. And that research finding was statistical data from 3 surveys, where we received responses from more than 4,200 UFO contact experiencers from over 100 countries. So this is real data from thousands of experiencers all over the world, okay? And I could very, very briefly go over some of the major research findings, but I think I've presented that in the past to Neil's audience members. Basically is that while these experiences initially were traumatic to 37% of the people, over time, these individuals had many other contact experiences. And when they were filling out our survey, many years after their initial contact experience, only 4% viewed their experiences as negative. That's it, 4%. Okay. Number 2, these experiences were highly transformative. Individuals became less materialistic, much more loving, less egotistical, much more caring of their environment and polluting planet Earth. They no longer fear death. Okay. We asked 60 questions, and basically what you got was the bug that was in that caterpillar totally changed into a butterfly, a totally different transformation for the positive, okay? And that was very similar to near-death experiences, because we borrowed those 60 questions from Dr. Kenneth Ring's book titled The Omega Project. And that was a book that he published in 1992, where he compared 85 people that had UFO contact experiences with 85 people that had abduction experiences. We also, and he also concluded that both groups changed in exactly the same way into a new human, okay, an awakened new human. And also for abductees, we determined that only 1/3 of the people out of the thousands that took our survey had an abduction, okay? Now, out of those third, okay, 70% of these people now call themselves contactees and not abductees. So these are the people that were abductions, okay, that were abducted. So the overwhelming of people took our surveys call themselves contactees, including the people that had abductions, okay? They talked about how over time they changed their perspective of this phenomenon, okay? So again, this is not, can I curse here? This is not BS, okay, testimony from so-called whistleblowers who are saying that UFOs are a danger, and that everything he's heard has been from third parties, not from his own testimony, someone that worked for government disclosure. No, this is direct testimony coming from 4,200 experiencers of the UFO contact phenomenon. The third major finding is we asked over 100 questions related to all aspects of the paranormal, including spirituality aspects. And what we discovered was that while these people have seen a UFO, while they've had contact with a non-human intelligence, most of them were physical beings that they saw. And by the way, there are literally hundreds of different types of beings that people testified to, okay? Hundreds. And again, that goes back to a very complicated discussion whether what they're seeing are actual hundreds of beings from hundreds of different planets, or whether this is something, as Jacques Vallée said, something a little bit more complicated, something that's consciousness-based, something that's holographic projections, okay? And that's the perspective of our organization. Regarding the paranormal aspects of it, well, we discovered that while there is a physicality to this phenomenon, okay, the overwhelming majority of the experiences of these individuals were paranormal related. For example, 80% of these people had out-of-body experiences. 37% had near-death experiences. 66% saw ghosts or spirits, what are considered deceased people. Another 60% saw orbs, not in pictures, but direct physical orbs. Medical healings. 50% of these people had medical healings, miraculous medical healings, again, by UFO-related non-human intelligence. I could go on and on and on with all of the data associating that this is primarily a paranormal phenomenon, not a physicalist phenomenon. And again, these are not my opinions. This is not the opinions of Rey Hernandez, okay? That book was co-edited by several retired academic professors. We had a total of 10 academic professors that participated in this research study. So this is data from experiencers. This is not, my opinion, okay? Or hearsay, I heard it from someone else. No, this is 4,200 experiences. Again, if you want to read from our book, all of the academic chapters where we go over data, send me an email at info@experiencer.org, and I will send you numerous chapters from our book, okay? Secondly, we did that research study not because our organization was a ufology organization, okay? We really have no interest in what you had discussed with the previous author, okay? Nuts and bolts materialist ufology, okay? We believe that the UFO phenomenon, just like Jacques Vallée, just like J. Allen Hynek at the end of his life, and just like the late Dr. John Mack and Edgar Mitchell, that the UFO contact phenomenon is associated with a consciousness-based phenomenon that we are calling the contact modalities, i.e. that all of what we consider to be the paranormal is actually normal, and they're all interrelated. We should not separate them. Here's the UFO box, here's the NDE box, here's the OBE box, here's the remote viewing box, et cetera, et cetera. We believe that all of the different ways that humans are piercing the veil and having contact with non-human intelligence, that it's all one phenomenon. And the reason why is because all of them involve a manipulation of space-time. And when you're discussing a manipulation of space-time, you're talking about multi-dimensional phenomenon, including the UFO contact phenomenon. For example, we had 50% of the people in our survey that were brought to another reality, not a 3D reality, but like in Jodie Foster's movie Contact. That's a manipulation of space-time, okay? We had 50% of these individuals that had a miraculous medical healing. We had 80% of the people that were having out-of-body experiences. We had intelligences that were giving training to experiencers about the role of spirituality, the role of our multi-dimensional reality, okay? And so if you get brought to another multi-dimensional reality as part of the UFO contact phenomenon, that involves a manipulation of space-time. Just like when you go out of your body and you're doing astral traveling, again, that's a manipulation of space-time. Same thing with near-death experiences. You get brought to another reality. again, a manipulation of space-time, remote viewing, hallucinogenic journeys, people that see ghosts of spirits, okay? So now getting back to the point is that once we got to this concept, okay, all of the academics in our organization, the previous organization, the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation, and this new organization, the Consciousness and Contact Research Institute, all of the academics, and now there's 23 PhD academics and medical doctors affiliated with our organization. And we literally have a who's who of people, okay? And all of them hypothesize, first of all, that consciousness is primary, that our material reality is an illusion, and that we need to study all of this phenomenon as one phenomenon. However, how can you compare near-death experiencers, out-of-body experiencers, with UFO contact experiencers when there was absolutely zero data on the UFO contact phenomenon, statistical data? Okay, obviously you had the books by Dr. John Mack, which were case studies of individuals. You had thousands of individuals that talked about their UFO contact experiences, but none of this was quantitatively assessed, where you asked the same question to thousands of people all around the world. Okay, so that was what was needed, because with the NDE phenomenon, you know, there were hundreds of studies that were done by medical doctors, by PhD academics, et cetera, et cetera. But when it came to UFO contact, there was zero statistical data that was done on a comprehensive basis. That was an academic research study. Our study was the first and only comprehensive academic statistical research study. And again, I'm giving it away for free. Just send an email to info@experiencer.org. Now, we published all this information from this 5-year academic research study in this book titled Beyond UFOs. And as I said, I'm sending you more than half of our book, certainly the most important chapters, which are the chapters that analyze our data. Okay. Secondly, we then developed a new organization that because the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation was being branded as a ufology organization, which we never were. That was never our intention. But whenever anyone mentioned our name, they said, oh, the Free Foundation, they're studying abductions. And I cringed. I said, we never studied abduction. That wasn't our focus. Yes, abduction was part of the component, but it was a very small component, okay? It was much more comprehensive than that. So we rebranded ourselves as the Consciousness and Contact Research Institute, and we're focusing on the comparative contrast analysis of experiencers of all of the contact modalities. What are the similarities and differences between people that have had near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, UFO contact, remote viewers, astral travelers, people that have had hallucinogenic journeys, people that see ghosts and spirits. That's what our organization is doing. And to introduce this topic, we're going to be publicizing a 4-volume book. Each of them is going to be very, very thick book. Volumes 3 and volumes 4 are going to be free to the public. Again, free to the public. Okay. Whatever Amazon charges for a Kindle, that is what it's going to be sold at, the cheapest price. And it's going to be, we're going to try to put the 2 volumes, volumes 3 and volume 4, in one book. So if it's $5, then that's what it is. It's $5, whatever Amazon charges the minimum price for that. And volumes 1 and 2 are going to be theoretical in nature. And it's literally a who's who. Alan, you might know many of these names. Is there a way that I could bring up my screen, like a share screen?
Yeah, go for it. You can click share screen.
Okay, share screen. All right. Let me, okay, let me go up.
I just want to say, Ray, your work is some of the most important in the contactee field. So thank you for this intense investigation.
Well, what it is that no one has done this before. And to me, can you guys see that screen in front of you?
Yes, well, I can see it. Great. Yes.
Okay, good. So we're going to have 4 volumes. The first 2 are theoretical in nature. Volumes 3 and 4 are experiencer chapters. We have close to 80 experiencers that are writing about their own experiences. And this is not just someone that has seen a UFO, someone that's had an NDE. No, this is someone that has had several NDEs, have had out-of-body experiences, have seen Sasquatch, have seen 12 UFOs. That's our medical doctor, Dr. Melinda Greer. She's a pediatrician, okay? She's had everything in the kitchen sink. And so now she's 60, almost 60, she's 64 years old. Now it's time for her to come out of the closet. And there are literally tons of people. Many of them are professionals, people with advanced degrees that are coming out of the closet, that are writing their experiences. So these are individuals that have had more than 3 of the contact modalities, not just 1 or 2. These are major experiencers. But let me focus on volume 1, okay? People here might know Dr. Jeffrey, I always mispronounce his name, Kripal.
Kripal, I think it's Kripal.
That's what it is, Kripal. Sorry, I always screw up his name. Apologize, Jeffrey. Jeffrey is an experiencer. He's also the chair of the Department of Religion, and now he's one of those associate deans for humanities at Rice University, which is a very prestigious academic university. He's written tons of books on the paranormal. One of his last books was a book that he co-wrote with Whitley Strieber. And so he's writing the prologue to our book. I mean, you can't get any bigger than that, okay? I'm writing the introductory chapter. And then remember that medical doctor I told you about that's had all of these remarkable experiences, Dr. Melinda Greer. She's starting off with a bang. And the first theme here is the primacy of consciousness and the contact modalities. Now, many of you should know who Larry Doty is. Larry Doty is a medical doctor and has been writing about consciousness for over 30 years. Dr. Bruce Grayson was the pioneer, together with Raymond Moody, on near-death experiences. He's now retired. He was a professor of psychiatry at the University of Virginia Division of Perceptual Studies. Dr. Peter Storak was one of the most well-known parapsychologists in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and now he's up there in age. And then Jim Tucker is also a professor of psychiatry, a medical doctor at the University of Virginia in their medical school, and he took over the work of Ian Stevenson, the reincarnation work. And he's also dabbled a little bit in near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences. So their article is Consciousness, What Is It? Then Dr. Bob Davis was affiliated with FREE and now with CCRI. He's a retired professor of neuroscience at the State University of New York. So he wrote a chapter again on consciousness and contact and the contact modalities. Dr. Larry Doty wrote a specific article on the one mind of consciousness. Giorgio Piacenza wrote an article about integral theory and consciousness and the contact modalities. Jeffrey Mishroff, I have an interview that I did with him, again, all about consciousness and the contact modalities. And then Dr. Michael Grosso, he's one of the co-editors, together with Dr. John Climo and Dr. Rudy Shields of our book, A Greater Reality. And he received a PhD in philosophy from Columbia University more than 45 years ago. And he's been teaching philosophy. He's now retired for more than 45 years. And he's written maybe 10 books on the paranormal and consciousness. So again, we're talking the cream of the crop here, okay, on this topic. Again, consciousness and the contact modalities. And then in terms of the topic of non-local consciousness, telepathy, and the quantum hologram, we have the magnum opus of Dr. Edgar Mitchell. This article titled The Quantum Hologram of Consciousness is a difficult read, but we thought it was important to include because it talks about how humans have the ability to pierce the veil of our reality and interact with the Akashic records, for lack of a better word. And that's an explanation for ESP, for precognition, for contact with the contact modalities. And so all of this chapter is about Edgar's theory of non-local consciousness and the quantum hologram. And again, we have many academics that have chimed in here. I don't know why this thing is here. I must have touched the bad button here. I apologize. Okay. Rudy Shields is going to be talking about in the next presentation a computer model of consciousness. And again, backing up and applying Edgar's theory. Please move this window away from the shared screen. Let me see if this works here. Do you guys see that window there?
What are you trying to show? Are you trying to show a different window?
No, I'm trying to get that. I see a window in front of my screen. I don't know if you guys see it, a yellow window.
We see an outline of that window.
Okay,
now
good.
It's gone.
Good.
Now it's gone.
It's gone. Okay, excellent. And now it's popping back. Okay. Now the next chapter is specifically about UAPs. Okay, and here I'm going to be publishing the first chapter from our book, Beyond UFOs. This is 125 pages of statistical analysis of our research findings. Brad Steiger, before he passed away, he sent me 2 articles. We're going to be publishing those 2 articles. One is 17 Theories of UFO Contact, and another one, his analysis of the Free Experiencer Research Study. For those that don't know Brad Steiger, he wrote more than 100 books on the paranormal, including, many books on UFO contact. And he basically said that our research study was the most comprehensive pioneer research on UFOs that's ever been done. Again, this is coming from someone that began writing about UFOs in the 1950s. Dr. John Klimo, again, a retired professor of psychology, he wrote a book about UFOs, but he's speaking about it in terms of interdimensional aspects of UFOs. Dr. Joseph Burks, a retired medical doctor and also a contact experiencer, he wrote an article on the virtual reality hypothesis of UAPs, the hypotheses that I also share. And it's very complicated, it's in-depth. And so I asked Joe to write that because he and I saw eye to eye on that phenomenon. We have our differences, but very similar. Xiao Ma is an experiencer born and raised in China, and she has held a couple of UFO conferences in China, and she wrote an article about how UFOs and the contact modalities are seen in China. Brent Rains.
Wait, I just want to say about Shama, she said it was very dangerous to be a UFO researcher in China. She had to move to Australia because they don't have the same freedom.
She was living in Australia when she was conducting these conferences, but I won't go into the details of that. But yes, Shama's been a very close friend for many years, and we frequently communicate. And then Brent Rains wrote an article about the late John Keel and his theories of UAPs and the paranormal. Now, Dr. Massimo Teodorino is a professor of astrophysics at the University of Bologna in Italy. And again, just like Rudy, this is a real professor of astrophysics, and he wrote an article about the science of UAPs and UFOs and the contact modalities. Dr. Charles Emmons is a professor of sociology at Gettysburg College in Pennsylvania, and he's been researching UFOs for, again, more than 35 years. And he wrote an article about the relationship between UFOs and consciousness. Dr. Michael Grosso, who I mentioned to you before, the retired professor of philosophy and one of the editors for our book, he wrote an article discussing UFOs in the context of psychical research and religion. And Dr. John Alexander wrote an article saying that UFOs should not be seen in isolation. They need to be seen as part of the wider contact modalities. And then I had a very interesting interview with George Knapp, which we transcribed. And George Knapp is believes just like Jacques Vallée. Okay, exactly. He also believes, like all of the researchers in our organization, that consciousness is primary. Okay. And again, here's a man that's been working in this UFO field, from the mid 70s, I would say, or early 80s. And here he's done a complete twist against materialism. Okay. No one knows that about George Knapp. Very few people actually know that. So if you want disclosure, listen to that George Knapp interview. He's a man that's been on the radio on coast to coast for, many years. And you'll see he's not a materialist. Okay. Consciousness is primary. He also believes in the integration of the contact modalities. Also, Jacques Vallée, okay, his viewpoints. We also have various articles on near-death experiences. We have an interview with Raymond Moody, the Dean of Near-Death Experience Research, Dr. Jeffrey Long, who is now the leading researcher on NDE research. He's published 3 books on NDEs, and now that he's retiring, he's going to become much more heavily involved. And Jeffrey, Dr. Rudy Shield, and myself are the 3 directors of the CCRI Research Institute. So we have an astrophysicist, we have one of the pioneers and leaders of NDE research, and myself, directing a team of over 20 PhD academics and medical doctors. Now, out-of-body experiences, we have a monstrous article that was written by Julia Sellers. Very, very detailed, very lengthy, very comprehensive, and which is an overview of OBE research. And then Gary Schwartz was a tenured professor at Harvard University, then became a tenured professor at Yale, and now he's affiliated with the University of Arizona, and he's been doing some pioneering work on consciousness and survival research. And he wrote a chapter specifically on that topic. Eric Olet is a professor in Canada, and he wrote a chapter about Marian apparitions around the world. Paul Eno, I consider him the world's leading authority on ghosts, poltergeists, parasites. Okay. Again, this is a very scholarly man, well read, and has been in this field for over 40 years. So he wrote a book, a chapter on those topics. And then Reverend Michael Carter, major experiencer, he's written a chapter on contact and the spiritual transformation that takes place upon contact. Not only UFO contact, but contact with almost all of the contact modalities. And then we have 2 articles by a professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. This is a tenured professor of psychiatry. Okay, he's been doing research on DMT and psilocybin for many years now. And so we're publishing 2 of his articles. One is how people are transformed by these experiences for the positive, how people are having remarkable changes in terms of depression, their outlooks, their addictions. And the other one is the types of beings and intelligence that people are interacting with under these influences. And so the next chapter, chapter 8, I am writing a chapter about the future research of the CCRI organization. So you get to see what we're going to be doing in the future. And Dr. Raul Valverde, who's a professor of information sciences in Canada, and Chet Swanson, a colleague of his, they have Dr. Jeffrey Long's data on NDEs, OBEs, and also our free data. What Raul, and he's a member of the CCR Research Committee, what he's going to be doing is doing a statistical analysis, starting off with a qualitative analysis of NDE experiencers, OBE experiencers, and UFO contact experiencers. Okay, and there is a proposal of the methodology so people can understand the complexities of what we're going to be doing as an organization. And then for our conclusion, we have Dennis Briefer, who used to be the director of the John Mack Institute. After John Mack passed away, he wrote a chapter about consciousness and the contact modalities. Dr. Gary Schwartz, again, the professor at the University of Arizona, one of the leading scholars on consciousness and contact, he wrote an article on post-materialist science, which is basically what I've just said. Stephen A. Schwartz is one of the leading pioneers in consciousness researcher. I would say that he started the art of remote viewing, even before coordinate remote viewing that Ingo Swann developed. He started that before that. And he's also an experiencer. And he wrote an article titled Kuhn and the Merging Paradigm of Consciousness. And then finally, our very own Dr. John Klimo. First of all of these people that I mentioned, they're all part of the CCRI. Every single one of these people. Okay. And then Dr. John Klimo is a retired professor of psychology, was the first academic that we brought in to the Free Foundation. He was the co-chair of the research study, the UFO contact experiencer research study. And so, and he's also with CCRI. And unfortunately, he just had a stroke. So if any other people there can do any healing, any Reiki individuals, bring up a picture of Dr. John Klimo and give a prayer and do some healing for him. Dr. John Klimo wrote a chapter on how the fields of psychology and psychiatry have to change to accommodate the experiencers of the contact modalities. Because you go to a psychiatrist, they're going to pop you pills, okay? They're going to make you comatose so you don't get these experiences anymore, or you forget about them. and you go to a psychologist and they think you're crazy, you're nuts. They refer you to a psychiatrist to get medications. So John wrote a very, very lengthy piece. It was over 60 pages, very, very detailed, very authoritative, of how we need to change this whole paradigm of how we view contact with non-human intelligence. So and this is the cover of our book. The title of our book is A Greater Reality, the New Paradigm of Non-Local Consciousness, the Paranormal, and the Contact Modalities. I apologize for having this thing here in this screen here. I don't know why it's there, but you can see here is the Da Vinci's Vesuvian Man, embraced in like an angelic halo, being transported up. We have here the four major contact modalities, which are near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, UFO contact, and spirits. And if anyone is clever enough to figure out what does NOUS stand for, okay, look it up. It's a Greek word. That's what we're trying to convey here: knowledge and wisdom and awakening. And these are some of the other contact modalities: contact with perceived angels, non-human intelligence, hallucinogenic journeys, remote viewing, contact via prayer, telekinesis, meditation, apports, intuition, lucid dreams, on and on and on. CE5, which I prefer, HICE, which is human-initiated contact experiences, energy healing, channeling, automatic writing, post-death communications, et cetera, okay? And so this is going to be the front cover of our book. All of the contact modalities and the paranormal aspects are being sucked into a giant black hole. As you can see, these are binary numbers, zeros and ones, which stands for information. They're all being sucked into the black hole, and that's where what we know as Einstein's physics and quantum physics break down, and these might be portals into new dimensions, new realities. And so these are the four co-authors, as you can see: myself, Dr. Rudy Shields, Dr. John Climo, Dr. Michael Grosso. And these two websites will be unveiled on October 1st. That's the date that we're going to be unveiling our book, which is experiencer.org and consciousnessandcontact.org. Again, they're not open yet. They're being developed now. On October 1st, we will unveil them. And my email, again, to request all of this information, okay, that I just told you about. I'll give you hundreds and hundreds of pages for free. It's info@experiencer.org, info@experiencer.org. And now I'm open to questions. And
let me see in the chat. If you have a question for Rey Hernandez, was put it in the chat, or come on.
Or if you have any questions, Alan or Neil.
Well, the question is, do you talk a lot about remote viewing? Because I've been studying that, and that's very much in line with this whole idea of expanded consciousness.
Well, we don't have any formal articles that presents the topic of remote viewing.
I should write one. Okay, never mind.
Then you should write one. We can chat off screen on that.
Okay.
But basically, we do have Dr. John Alexander, who is the past president of the International Association of Remote Viewers, and he's been the past president on several occasions. Mm-hmm. And then we have various individuals that that participate in it, not coordinate remote viewing,
right?
In terms of the non-coordinate remote viewing. As a matter of fact, Stephen A. Schwartz is the godfather of that, and in his article he talks about that. So yes, they're included in several of the articles, this whole topic.
So you have one question by a woman named Jane Hernandez Zing, and I know you've talked about this a lot before, but can you briefly tell us your story and how you entered this field? It's probably one of the most dramatic stories I've ever heard about awakening to consciousness. Do you feel like sharing some of that, Rey?
Very, very briefly, because my experiences are a dime a dozen. I mean,
not really. Yours is particularly spectacular.
First of all, before March 4th, 2012, I had zero knowledge nor interest in any of these topics. And then on March 4th, 2012, an energy being appeared in my living room, to my wife and myself. We were going to be euthanizing our dog, who was totally paralyzed from a stroke. We were going to be bringing her to our vet later that afternoon. And so the day before, my wife was praying all night for an angelic miracle. And then this energy being appeared. My wife disappeared in front of me. The dog disappeared. And this being totally controlled my consciousness, totally took it over. And eventually put me to sleep. When I woke up an hour later, my wife reappeared, and the dog was running around the entire living room, completely healed. And it was an hour that took place. And we both saw this energy being, and let me describe it to you. It was like 2.5 feet wide by about a foot in height, which was about 4 feet off the ground, semi-translucent, multiple colors streaming in it. Now, I call it a being, which is a lack for a better word. It was a non-human intelligence, because it totally controlled my thoughts. I wound up looking at it, staring at it, and I said, this is BS. This is what you got me up for this crap, I'm going back to sleep. And then I walked upstairs, didn't care that my wife disappeared, the dog disappeared, didn't care that I was watching this thing right in front of me. And then I put my hands on my chest, and boom, I was knocked out. And then when I woke up a minute later, I had my thoughts back. I had my consciousness back. And then after that, my wife began to pray at night, and she would see these huge UFOs, very up close. And then I did it 6 months later. And boom, this huge UFO appeared to my daughter and myself and these 3 friends. And after that experience, it was like 4 years of nonstop paranormal experiences. Wow. So that's how I got into it.
No, it's great. So, I've heard you talk a lot of times, and many people have talked, but I'm still missing the connection between these hardcore UFO, maybe ETs, and the consciousness aspect. We don't have quite the bridge between the paranormal and what these ETs are about. Are they a part of a paranormal world, or are they what's your theories about that relationship?
Okay, that my theories is that the intelligence that we're interacting with, just like Jack Valet, okay, and just like John Mack was getting to, and the late J.M. Hynek was moving towards, and Edgar Mitchell towards the end of his life, is that we're dealing with an intelligence that is both has a physical aspect to it and has a non-physical aspect to it, a conscious aspect to it. You have to think, if the human population survive, and that's a big if, okay, and you extend it out 1 million years in the future, which is a drop in a bucket compared to the age of our universe. And if we are able to tap into the information fields, we're able to tap into precognition, perceive things that are going to happen in the future. If we're having all these paranormal experiences because we're tapping into that via what Edgar calls non-local consciousness, imagine an intelligence that has 1 million years of evolution on us, okay? So we could be talking with a population that is actually multidimensional, that is consciousness based. And that's what the data suggests in our free experiencer research study, that we're dealing with an intelligence that's able to manipulate space and time. And as Jack Valet has said numerous times, if they have the ability to manipulate time, clearly they're multidimensional in nature, and clearly they could be projecting images to what we're seeing, okay? Because like Jack Valet has stated, okay, our data has suggested there are literally hundreds and hundreds of different types of beings that people are seeing. So you could take a perspective that these are, 1,000 different beings from 1,000 different planets, okay? Or you could take that it's something a little bit much more complicated, like Valet has talked about on numerous occasions. So that's what I think is taking place. Right. Now, again, this is the data from our free experiencer research study. And if people try to understand what I'm talking about, you need to review that data. And what our book is talking about is putting the theoretical construct to it, okay? Right. When you're having 50% of the people being brought, like Jodie Foster, to a matrix reality, these are UFO related type of experiences. Okay, what does that tell you? Okay, when you have a being that here we are, or this, not being, I don't like that word, an intelligence, that all of a sudden Rey Hernandez is calling it down for 15 minutes and this huge object appears, okay, which was not physical. It was comprised of hundreds and hundreds of lights, or like 30 feet away from you. And that's happened numerous times, okay? So what is it that here we are as a human making a projection, and 15 minutes later, these objects, these projections show up. Okay, this when they're able to get into my mind, and I said, you better come up with some better shit than this because my friends don't believe you. And all of a sudden, that image that I was seeing totally changed. Okay, so here is Rey Hernandez saying, look, man, you know, what you're projecting ain't working. You know, give me some good stuff. Give me the good stuff. You know, boom, they give it to you like a projection. Okay, totally different. So when they put thoughts in my head, when I saw that object for the first time, Daddy, you and Mommy have seen UFOs. Next time you guys see it, you call me, Daddy, right? Don't forget. So what they were able to do is go into my memory banks, my consciousness, extract the database, because there's all data, there's all information of my daughter's voice pattern. They re-scrambled it, put a sentence, and put it back in my brain. So Rey Hernandez now thinks, my daughter wants to see it. My daughter wants to see it. You understand? That's how this is all consciousness-based. That's why it's all multidimensional in nature.
Yeah, no, take a drink of water. I just want to say, I totally agree with you. After I wrote my book, Making Contact, Grant Cameron has a chapter in it. And Grant says to me, you know, they may not be aliens. I say, Grant, you can't tell me that. I just wrote a whole book about it. But he says, and other people have said this, what we're calling aliens is just a name, just an identification for something we think we know. We probably cannot conceive of what these beings really are, who they are, where they're from, what they know. They are so far beyond the limited scope that we've been exposed to. So it's like you're. I say this, it's like your dog or cat thinking they know what you're doing at your computer.
Yeah. Let me just say that this man here, Jacques Vallée, okay, many people here don't know who he is, okay? He's ostracized himself from ufology. He also agrees with me.
No, he's one of the godfathers of ufology, I think.
No, he's the godfather of ufology, but he has purposely deleted himself from what is commonly called materialist ufology, okay? His most of the people in ufology do not understand Jacques Vallée, okay? Because they never read him, okay? Right. Now, what I encourage people is to take a look at this book. That's just one book, Dimensions, okay? There's another book, Passport to Magonia, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, there he'll present the hypothesis that I just stated and what Grant had alluded to, okay? Right. That this is something way, way more complicated than what ufology is projecting it to be. Now, this is a man who's the godfather of ufology, together with J. Allen Hynek.
Right, he worked together,
yeah. J. Allen Hynek, towards the end of his life, went in that direction as well.
Right.
In terms of a post-materialist perspective of UFOs. But yet, people don't know about that. They would rather listen to all these materialists talk about, crash sites, Rendlesham Forest, about, Roswell.
This is the trend in UFO studies now, is towards the consciousness level. And I think you're leading the way. We're going to bring on Rudy Shield, but I just want to say my favorite line about Jacques Vallée, I'm sure you've heard it. He said, if we find out these are just visitors from another world, I'll be very disappointed.
Very disappointed. Correct.
That's right. Which sums it up, because there's so much more involved than just objects in the sky. That's why I think the government went from UFO, flying object, to UAP, phenomena. This is a phenomena. And that's a hint to greater.
There was someone gave me a recent photo of Luis Elizondo of his desk. Mm-hmm. And in his desk, he had our book, Beyond UFOs, prominently displayed right next to him. Okay.
Beautiful.
So I know that this man read it. And in several of his recent interviews, he's talked about consciousness. He's talked about multidimensional intelligence. Okay. He doesn't refute to them, as like aliens, or ETs, he's beginning to talk about a much more complicated, higher order way of thinking about this phenomenon.
Right.
And so that to me is the way to go. And so what our new book, Our Greater Reality, is going to be presenting. We're laying the theoretical construct and the praxis, which is what the experiencers of the major contact modalities are saying. And again, if you want to get information about our first book, hundreds and hundreds of pages, including a peer-reviewed academic research paper that Rudy and I jointly wrote, together with Bob Davis and a PhD statistician, Dr. Russell Scalpone, send me an email at info@experiencer.org. And I'll also send you information about our new book that describes the reasoning for it and the whole hypothesis for it.
Hey.
And Rudy has a chapter in here.
Well, we're going to bring Rudy on. Ray, thanks for all the hard work. I mean, and the very important studies as we move forward in validating the contact experience. So why don't you're going to do an interview with Rudy. Why don't you introduce them and your long association? Thank you, Rudy, for being here today.
Okay, thank you. Just introduce Rudy Shields, doesn't need any introduction. Rudy, for 45 years, he worked at the Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. He's published over 300 peer-reviewed academic papers in the field of astrophysics. He's one of the leading pioneers of black holes. And many, many years before Stephen Hawking admitted that he had been wrong on black holes, Rudy pointed it out with very sophisticated mathematics and physics. So he's the real deal, from that end. But from the purpose of our discussion today, Rudy was a very close colleague of the late Dr. John Mack, who was a professor at Harvard that Rudy met. And he was one of the few academics that actually defended Dr. Mack during his inquisition, where they were trying to take his tenure away. And then Rudy, over the years, became very close friends with the late Edgar Mitchell. It was Rudy that introduced me to Edgar Mitchell as well. And Rudy's been involved in the field of UFOs and consciousness since, oh my goodness, I guess the early 1990s. So, and Rudy was the executive director of the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation. And now, together with Dr. Jeffrey Long and myself, he's the co-directors of the research study for the new organization, Consciousness and Contact Research Institute. And Rudy, I mentioned that you wrote a very, very important paper for the book. And there are very fascinating insights in that paper. And that's what I would like to be able to question you on. So, Rudy, if you could talk a little bit about what I just said about your relationship with Edgar, with Dr. John Mack, your work with the Free Foundation, and now CCRI, just to put some context to it.
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you, Ray. So hello, everybody. Hello, guests. I'm Rudy Shield. I've been in close contact with Edgar Mitchell and John Mack, as Ray has said. My conversations with Edgar Mitchell had been long and exhaustive and in total agreement. And I think I'm the person that Edgar realized would be the one who logically could extend his own work on the nature of consciousness as he understood it, increasingly based on his own experiences and everything he had gleaned. So I'm uniquely qualified to talk about some of these things, these matters. And I see a principal problem in our society today as being the fact that the subject of UFO and contact is totally ignored in press and media, and for a very good reason. As I understand and see the dynamic around me, some state troopers and credible witnesses call up a local reporter in Sharp Curve, Iowa, and say, we saw amazing things. We pursued a craft that we could not follow. It was luminous. It was something we've never seen. We have military experience. We know that the government does not operate anything of this kind. And we would like to have the newspaper acknowledge that this occurred and perhaps do a deeper investigation. So the newspaper, in due diligence, calls a local university and says, what do you know about this? This seems to be something related to the UFO phenomena. And what can you tell us? And the professor there at the university will reliably say, that's a bunch of hokum. There is no science of UFOs. Turn elsewhere, give up. It didn't happen. So I would like to make credible to the academic community that within the present practice of astrophysical science and the present understanding of what black holes and distant horizons in the universe are, we can understand the miracle, the seeming miracle of a UFO craft from its location at a distant star can appear in our atmosphere instantaneously, undamaged. If you look as an astronomer in any direction of space, say to a distant star that hosts an intelligent body of physicists, we know from astronomical observation that there is a whole lot of dust between us and that star. And we know from the properties of dust that comes in all sizes, from grains of sand to rocks, boulders, asteroids, and up. So there are no clear sight lines to any distant star that are clear of dust. How does a physical object move at speeds approaching the speeds of light and appear undamaged in our atmosphere? I will explain it.
Well, Rudy, before you get into some of the details of that, I want to focus back and just say that you managed to say your goodbyes to the late Dr. Edgar Mitchell. I visited him in the hospital like a few days before he passed away. And for the folks that don't know, Edgar Mitchell was the sixth man to walk on the moon, and was also the founder of the Institute for Noetic Sciences. And he also co-founded Eternia, which is a near-death experience institute. And so you and Ed were very, very dear friends. And I would say that he did pass the baton to you because you clearly understood Edgar's discussion of the quantum hologram, given your background in theoretical physics, and also what Edgar called non-local consciousness, how humans have the ability to tap into that. And part of your work, you wrote a chapter for our book titled A Computer Model of Consciousness, which dovetails Edgar Mitchell's article, which I would consider probably the most important article besides yours in our book. So do you have any comments about how you and Edgar Mitchell was sort of like corollaries to this theory of consciousness?
My good friendship with Edgar Mitchell was fostered by many visits by Dr. Mitchell to Boston. He was a friend of space scientists at the MIT laboratories for space science, and he would occasionally come and review and listen to PhD theses that were being presented by young people. And very often he would call me up and say, Rudy, I'm coming to town next Thursday. Would you pick me up at the airport and drive me to MIT? And I did. And I listened to the same conferences he did, heard the same speakers. We had plenty of opportunity to converse. And Edgar and I came to understand that we have very much the same ideas about the nature of the quantum hologram. And that's what I was hoping to describe to people. But there were parts of this story that Edgar would not have known about because he had not really pursued the research results that I have on the nature of black holes. It takes a careful reading of an understanding of black holes to understand how the universe works when it enables the kinds of phenomena we're talking about. It's also necessary to talk about the nature of the distant horizon of our universe, because the distant horizon of the universe is something like an inside-out black hole. When we here on Earth look and see a distant object in the sky and realize it's a black hole because we see the effects of its dumping matter into it, we see an object which has on the outside physicality. It's in our universe. It's a physical thing. It has mass, it has spin, it has electric charge, and it has rotation, and it has magnetic fields. So it's a physical object. I have been studying these as an important part of my career for 30 years, and we have come to understand that the black hole always forms when nature is at its extremes. In the case of the physical black hole we see, we have an equilibrium between physicalness on the outside trying to compress further because of its self-gravity, but that collapse is eventually impeded by the quantum field that's inside the black hole pushing out. And that makes a different kind of universe, a different kind of black hole than Stephen Hawking was talking about, where the proposal was the object completely contracts to infinite density. But such objects would not exist in nature. They cannot, because we see the magnetic fields they radiate. And so we demonstrated that a different kind of object called an MECO, magnetic eternally collapsing object, forms instead and has very amazing properties which enable storage for all time of all consciousness. And some of you might like to call this the Akashic record. So we have a new view of what black holes are, and we know that they are very much related to consciousness.
Now, Rudy, again, focusing on what you discuss as black holes as information repositories, that they might be understood as what a lot of people in this field understand it to be the Akashic records, okay? And I think what was important was that you and Edgar had worked out a mechanism of how humans are able to extract that information from the Akashic records. And Edgar called it non-local consciousness. So to me, as a layperson, the importance of both of you working together is that Edgar, in Edgar's paper, he talked about the mechanisms of non-local consciousness, how we're able to derive that information via zero-point energy and the information fields. And then your important work was that how you described it, that yes, they're information storage devices, and also that you talked about that the universe might be an inverted black hole. For example, in a black hole, information is coming from the outside being compressed in, okay? And for a universe, what we perceive to be the inside of the black hole, where all physics breaks down and alternate, physics equations, take place in the very inner parts of the black hole, you're saying that can be viewed as the event horizon of our universe. So can you talk a little bit about that?
So thank you, Ray. Beautiful introduction to what I was leading up to and wanted to talk about for this occasion. So Ray is correctly stating that just as a black hole, which I was demonstrating with my hands, is this equilibrium or this balancing between physical infinite density driving by gravity with an intense quantum field that pushes out from the inside. So in the same way, Rey is saying, Rudy, get to the big picture and tell us about how the universe, which is what we understand to be all of the stars in the sky and all galaxies that we can see with our telescopes, the sum of everything, including its consciousness, how that is at the distant horizon of our universe, the inside-out picture of a black hole. That is, the inside is physical and the outside pushing in on it is the possibility of all universes, which is also sometimes called the vacuum zero point energy. So when I discussed these matters with Edgar, I would always talk, as he did in his writings, about the vacuum zero point energy. But we can now understand how that is a quantum field that exists beyond our universe, but also within the universe inside of black holes. And in this description, we find that a super being that occupies all space and all other universes in the megaverse could be penetrating that outer distant horizon of our universe as spiraling consciousness waves that were first discovered by scientist Wilhelm Reich, who was discredited in his day. His thinking was so far advanced, but now we are understanding that he was describing the quantum properties of these fields in which consciousness waves exist. And we now have a picture of what consciousness waves are. And the new book will show pictures of waves of consciousness, so that now with the work of Wilhelm Reich demonstrating the waves of consciousness, we have the unification of the quantum theory of all matter, especially describing atomic physics and originating with the great quantum physicists of the 1920s and 30s. I'm talking about Heisenberg, Schrödinger, Dirac, Bohm, those guys that we now worship as the great quantum physicists. They had a theory devised to explain atomic physics, but Wilhelm Reich now shows that it describes consciousness on all levels in our universe, from human beings to aliens on distant stars, and perhaps the divine creator. So here is a unification with religion.
Well, one thing, Rudy, that you have in common with all of the other academics and medical doctors of CCRI is that everyone believes, as the common term states, that consciousness is primary. In other words, that our perceived 3D physical reality is an illusion, and there's something much more complex behind that, okay? Another concept that you alluded to, and we have several articles in our book on this very topic, that is what you referred to earlier as the universal mind. You know, some people might use the word God figure, but I know you frequently don't like that term because it's got religious connotations to it. But basically behind all of this, it seems like there's like a universal mind taking place to all of this. Now, if I could sort of change the subject a little bit, Rudy, and this is very important. This is when I first met you, you gave me a call at 9:30 in the morning, okay? I had no idea who you were, and I won't go into the details of that. But basically, it was at that point that you told me that, Ray, I've just finished writing a paper that very much parallels the experience that you had yesterday. And I won't go into those details, but basically you told me that you wrote a very short essay titled The Modern Miracles, which for the audience members is that basically all of the paranormal contact modalities should be studied as one phenomenon because consciousness is the base to understanding it. So could you talk a little bit about what inspired that paper for you and what it actually means, from your perspective?
Excellent, Ray. I'd be happy to accommodate that. In the first place, I would like to state plainly that I have never seen a UFO. I am not a contact experiencer myself. I'm just a nice, naive, innocent university researcher investigating and exploring the visible universe. However, having said that, I had a colleague, John Mack, who called me on a telephone one day and said to me, Rudy, I'm up against something in my psychological research work. In fact, in my hospital healing work, that is so astonishing and often has astronomical implications. Could we meet and discuss this? And I had a meeting with John at the university lunch hall, where we could all be sure that there were no secret mics and no tap telephones or anything to be worried about, and we could freely discuss ideas. And he laid on me the contact modalities as he was exploring them. He started out with people who had been abducted, and their cases related to abduction had come his way, and he had recognized in so many of their stories the fact that there were other phenomena that these people were now experienced and were puzzled by. And so he related to me about the near-death experiences and all of the other contact modalities as you have just described. And at the end of this meeting, when we decided, okay, John, I'll think about these things and think about what my correct response would be, we had decided to part. And as we were getting up from the table, I said, John, what does all of this complex stuff make you believe to your great surprise? And he looked back at me and said, Rudy, I was born and raised an agnostic Jew, but I am now having to conclude that we are something much more than that flesh and blood. And that made me, so to speak, pick up my cross and follow him. The rest is history.
So Rudy, it seems like the transition that Dr. John Mack did was a transition that many of the early pioneers in near-death experiences, for example, Raymond Moody started off as a total skeptic of these things. Dr. Bruce Grayson, a total skeptic, an academic, a researcher, trying to document the phenomenon. And Dr. Jeffrey Long, who is a partner in our organization. All of these people, started off not believing in anything related to spirituality. But it seems like Dr. John Mack went through the process where he concluded that, look, we might be eternal spiritual beings here, we might be involved in a phenomenon that we just don't truly understand, So would that be fair to say that Dr. John Mack, like Edgar Mitchell and so many others, because of the work, began to understand the spiritual aspects of contact?
Absolutely. And in fact, that was largely the point of my telling the story of our meeting. And so far as I know, John Mack himself never had a UFO contact experience and never spoke to me about having himself personally had any of these other contact modalities, meaning near-death experience or remote viewing or telepathy or so on. So we are, so to speak, pure academics. Our curiosity about this is pure human curiosity.
So, again, our data, as you very well know, Rudy, because you were the co-author of chapter 1 and was part of oh yes, that's right. You were part of our research study as a researcher analyzing the data and author for many years. You saw that these individuals underwent a total spiritual transformation. And then from my perspective, it came about because these people were giving lessons, life lessons by non-human intelligence. And part of that dealt with spirituality. Can you sort of comment on that aspect of it?
What I'd like to say and emphasize particularly is that I saw common threads between all of these different modalities in this picture of consciousness. I could see that the quantum theory, which is now called interdimensional theory or has other names, but it was originally called quantum theory by these great quantum physicists. And because I want to drag in some other physicists who could speak in the same way as I speak, I tend to call it the quantum theory, but that's very forbidding to many people because it speaks of complex mathematics and other things that they would rather not know about. And so it's my job or my mission, as I see it, to try to get away from this association with mathematical physics and to open the discussion to people who are just talking about their personal experiences. So I'm looking especially to the work of Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who put the key piece in place that showed that there is a quantum waveform that describes consciousness, but thereafter partakes in the quantum hologram description of all nature. And that is a miraculous thing, and it's a common thread throughout all of the experiences which you're calling the contact modalities and which previously I naively simply called the modern miracles, as the miracles or things considered miraculously or miraculous or unexplained by people throughout history.
Rudy, let me read to you just a very short paragraph from your abstract for your article titled A Computer Model of Consciousness, which is going to be appearing in our book. And let me quote you. So, quote, modern science has a difficult time discussing phenomenon proposed to evidence non-human intelligence visiting our planet in spacecraft originating on a planet at a distant star, since at limited light speed, it would take excessively long times to span such distances. We show how new ideas on the nature of information in the universe operating within a holographic description of our reality, and with this understanding of consciousness, and with a modern understanding of the structuring of the matter in the universe, can describe how quantum effects enable a bilocation property within space-time to enable a craft to bilocate at Earth from a distant host planet simultaneously. So this is one of the many components that you talked about in our paper. So could you elaborate on that topic?
Wow, it is quite a mouthful, Ray.
Yes.
And it is quite a challenge because I'm saying we're looking for a kind of theory of everything. And I've been hinting from how at the margins, we see instances of it in our new measurements and understanding of what black holes are, a new understanding of what the distant horizon of the universe is, and how we now can bring the act of consciousness into the Edgar Mitchell quantum hologram theory, which says that all information in this quantum character permeates all space at all time. And it is a kind of a field that sort of shadows the physicality that we see in the universe, or the state of physical being subject to the Newton laws of motion as modified by Einstein. So all of that physics we have to now bring into alignment with a theory that also explains consciousness and then goes further to explain in detail, how does telepathy work? How does remote viewing work? And how does instantaneous propagation work? All of that will be revealed in subsequent chapters in our new series of books. I think I told you just this morning, Ray, that I'll be working with Dr. Bob Davis on an article that follows on his description of the peak experience. And that will allow us to say more specifically what the peak experience encompasses and how it works in nature. And therefore, we can make predictions of what its limits are and actually bring this into the world of science. Wouldn't that be wonderful to make consciousness a science?
Well, Rudy, let me end my portion because I want to have Neil and Alan to be able to ask you some questions as well. Is there something that you want to be able to convey to others that I have not asked you or that I have not brought up?
If I may just consult my list here. I want to say, I would like to say that the nature of consciousness could not be studied previously because we did not have the correct understanding of the nature of the structure of matter in the universe. So starting with a Big Bang cloud, you have to explain how we got to be where we are, a universe of asteroids and planets and stars and galaxies and clusters of galaxies and great cosmic voids. And at the same time, bring in the miracle of infinite speed, spacecraft transformations, and also then the acts of consciousness that we know as telepathy, remote viewing, and so on. Right. So I think we're getting some agitation from our hosts.
No. But Rudy, that last comment just goes back to the original scientific question: what came first, consciousness or the universe? And that old question: did we evolve from matter, or did matter evolve from consciousness? And maybe we don't have time to go into that. But any comment?
We do. And you're asking me a chicken or egg.
Exactly.
Question,
exactly.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yes, exactly.
So my view is that the best understanding that I carry personally is that it's not an accident that the universe exists. Something wanted it to exist, and that something has a kind of simple explanation that your viewer can probably easily understand. Suppose I imagine all thought, all intelligence, all being is a physical thing which has a quantum wave description. Then, as mathematicians, we can logically say, what is the sum of all that? That now has a physical description. I can always talk about the sum of the physical description.
Right.
And then you have to ask yourself, how can that be anything less than a divine creator.
Mm.
And how
Yes.
can it come to be without there having been a divine creator? That's getting precious close to religion, but actually, I've opened that door as editor-in-chief of Journal of Cosmology and allowed this religious community to propose their answers to these questions.
Right.
So you will find issues, I think 12 and 13 of the Journal of Cosmology devoted to what we call astrotheology, the admixture of the understanding of the cosmological whole and our experience of religion.
Yeah, no, it's great because it does all seem to go back to that original point of consciousness seeming to be the source of all creation. I mean, that's sort of a general way of summing that up. Ray, any other questions? And I think Zenka Caro is waiting, but anything you want to sum up your association with Rudy and everything else you've been planning for the future here? Unmute, Ray.
Sorry about that. Just that Rudy and I have been on this joint mission from his first phone call he gave me at 9:30 in the morning. We've been working as a team, and I've learned a lot, from Rudy over the years. But I think that this new book, as the title of our book says, it's a new paradigm. We're establishing a new paradigm of viewing reality that is, like as Rudy said, is consciousness based. And that we need to be able to view all of the contact modalities, all the different ways that humans are piercing the veil of our reality as one phenomenon instead of separate and distinct boxes. So on that, if people want to learn more about this new organization, the research that we're doing, send Rudy and I an email at info@experiencer.org.
You guys are doing great work to move our understanding of what this phenomenon is about, what we're about as human beings. That's like really the key here. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Ray. And somebody to add to that conversation is Zenka Caro, who's a brilliant mind in understanding the exo-metaverse and an incredible artist. So she has both the left and right brain going, and she has some new information to add to that left brain understanding. So Zenka, so happy to be here with you. So
yeah, thanks for having me. And thank you, Ray and Rudolph, because your work has been so influential to me and so many others. We are really entering, as you guys said, this like astrotheology, right? It is a true mixture now between science and religion, right? And that's what the world is wanting, and that's what we're doing. And your work, Ray, in asking those questions and documenting the responses and providing that real data is so important. And that's also my legacy that I leave in this world, is to leave behind a legacy of data, of real-time data, because all of you on this call today, thanks for being here, and thanks for being in the vanguard, thanks for being a pioneer, because you are a census scientist, right? Our bodies are the laboratory, right? And if this is consciousness-based, then all we need is our body, or to leave our body, right? So this is really the exciting moment that we're in right now. There's, all this fascinating research that you've been talking about, Ray and Rudolph and everybody today. It's like, it's like overflowing. Neil has created this kind of real-time university, and Alan is like on Clubhouse talking, interviewing all the time. Well, this is where we're at right now. This stuff is overflowing. It doesn't fit in the universities anymore. It fits in our living room. And we're going to need tools that allow us to see our research, to compare notes, right? So this is what I'm here to do in this lifetime. That feels really strong to me, as my calling is to build a digital infrastructure that can support a citizen science revolution for consciousness. I'm going to share some slides today.
love that term, citizen science. That is such a great way of putting this.
Yeah, citizen-driven science, right? Because all this technology that used to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, is now like $200, right? So we have some tools, and citizens aren't that great at the scientific method. They're not that great at not having bias and things like that. But we can provide a really good dragnet for more detailed studies. And we, as Rey has discovered, it's like there's 4,000 people that gave their experience of what happened for them. So it becomes the open source version of this, of what the military may have some things on their end, right? But we have things as well. So my name is Zenka. A lot of people ask me what's going on with your name. So I'll just start out by saying that Zen means balance and Ka means energy. So I was a street artist, as Alan had mentioned, and then I became more of a data scientist and a futurist. So, but I kept that name because I felt that that's kind of where we're going right now. Like both as individuals, we're balancing the masculine, feminine, we're balancing, our chakras, the way that we see the world, we're coming into a maturity. And on the other side of that is the wisdom age, right? We're going to be able to do things we've never been able to do before. And I think that we are in some sort of a phase transition. I'm going to talk about some of the numbers in science and big picture data. So my superhero power, and we all have it, one is that I'm curious. I'm really curious about everything. It's like I have a problem with all this ET stuff being like shoved under the rug, because to me it's the most basic question, like, are we alone? It's like, wow, it should be in every school, in every country. This should be a basic question that we get to keep asking ourselves year after year. Do we live in a frequency gated, right, dimensional reality? Like when we raise into different frequencies, can we see different things? How does it work, right? Are we all ETs having a human experience, right? Are we living in some sort of holographic thing where our higher selves are in fact from other lands? How do we advance science using collective wisdom? So I'm going to talk a little bit about who I am, and we'll go into the big trends research that I've been doing on disclosure. And we'll also talk about a strategy that we can have together for a coordinated disclosure about all of these topics. And also going to talk about on the 30th, Mark Sims is going to be launching a big event, and we're going to be launching at the same time. And it's going to be this citizen science platform that will help us see each other as the years go by. So as I've spent my whole life in technology, I didn't know what a chakra was. I didn't know about any of this stuff at all. I was in augmented reality doing tech work my whole life. And then someone did Reiki on me, and I had this out-of-body experience and saw my life pass before me. And then I thought, wow, where am I? Like synchronicity was everywhere. So I had this sort of wow experience. And like I said, I decided that it was time to build some plumbing for this renaissance that we're facing. And we're so close to it. We've already won, it's already happening. But what are the puzzle pieces left that need to be done, that we need to band together to create, that will make this really take off? So I did a big brain dump over several months of like, so what are we missing? What are we doing? And this is my gap strategy that I came out with. So we needed data visualization. We needed a way that we could see what we're doing. I mean, the governments have it, and the corporations have it. Like they're always looking at trending data. They're always using data to see where they're going, to see themselves, to see what's happening. Well, we needed that too. Citizens need that too. Citizen science, I've already put the plug in for how amazing of a time it is right now, how we can do our own research on out-of-body experiences or meditation or healing, etc. And then we were going to need a way to fund it. And I'm not going to talk about that today, but that's part of the strategy there is. So when you're a strategist, or when you're thinking about solving problems, you have to take all the data of where you are into account. Like, what are the variables, right? So we know kind of where we are, but when are we is really important. And this chart like literally changed my life. Like started to look at exponential change. I was like, oh my gosh, like this line over here on the left has nothing to do with the dynamics of what's going on as it curves up. Like, what are we going to do? Like, we are not ready for this. Like, are we even prepared? You know, so we're going to experience a massive amount of change and growth. And I felt like we were just sort of business as usual, right? So history's been repeating for a long time, and now we're in something quite different. So you know, they say that like even the singularity could happen. It's so funny. This is the definition of singularity: unfathomable changes to human civilization. Okay, so whether you're talking about singularity or massive ET contact or whatever, we are in for a very interesting lifetime, right? And we've also been dumped all these tools, right? So all this technology is landing, you know, it's like, what are we going to do with it? It could go wrong, like just like you can use a pencil to write a hate letter or a love letter. So all this could go wrong, but it all could go right. But really, the only thing we can do when you're planning for that much change is just to build a machine that can help you adapt in that change, right? We can't strategize 5 years out because we don't even know what's going to happen, right, anymore. So we need to build something that keeps going, that can help keep. If it can answer the question we have today, can it answer the question we have tomorrow? Can it answer the question we have in 5 years? We need to build this machine, right? This metaverse. All right. So, it's stopping on the hero's journey. Oh, maybe, okay, we'll just take it from here and then I'll go back because maybe there's something wrong with this picture. So in a sense, you know, we're all familiar with the hero's journey. You know, it's like if we are living in some sort of a weird simulation, maybe it's like everybody goes through this COVID crazy like period. You know, it's like, this is the warning call that says, hey guys, this is where you're supposed to come alive. This is where you're supposed to be yourself. This is where you're supposed to bring your gifts, right, to this process, right? So we're in this super revelation, crazy death, rebirth thing. And on the other side of it's transformation. And I know many of you have already had your transformations, but now we get to help the rest of the world have that transformation, right? And we get to explore the unknown together because we just had a paradigm shift in physics, like everything, you know, we're leaving behind the material world and we know nothing about the unseen worlds, right? And so that's where we get to go together. So Exo Metaverse was a project I started in December because I was like, yeah, you know, we need a citizen science platform to share this wisdom about non-human intelligence and other dimensions. Like the universities aren't, you know, opened up enough about this taboo subject. Like, let's do it ourselves, right? So we, as you know, Ray, as you were telling your experience of what happened in your life for your own experience, it's kind of interesting, right? So people have that one watershed experience, and then all of a sudden they're having tons of more contact, right? Tons of more experiences, right? So our job as pioneers in some sense is to help other people have that first experience, right? And we're going to measure how those first experiences happen and then get people to the least path of resistance, right? And we also need to share our voices and we need to share what's going on in the community and our best resources. So we do surveys every other week, collecting all this data. We'd love to do a collaboration with Ray in the future to continue his amazing work. So for me, the disclosure strategy for our community is number one, join together and look at our patterns. Look at this data in real time. Like, are more people talking about UFOs? Are they not talking about, you know, the good news and the bad news? Are they not talking about UFOs? So we need to see this. We need to have like a dashboard that we can all as a community go to and watch this stuff and see what's happening. Is what we're doing working? Is it not working, right? And we need to check our assumptions. You know, it's like, I've started to realize this recently, you know, it's like, I'm already down the rabbit hole, but there's some things where I'm like, wow, you know, and, you know, is like, let's say, is Reiki healing possible or whatever things it is that we've assumed were not possible and now we can, you know, so we are going to have to keep readying ourselves to just be curious and to check our assumptions. So what is the data telling us? What is our experience telling us? What is going on, right? And we need to propel a new narrative. Like what story are we telling ourselves, you guys? That is how we advance this experience. If this is some sort of a holographic dream or a consciousness thing, then that means that we need to create a tipping point. If we want to have this cool galactic future, which we're already in, but I mean, then the narrative is the way to spread that mimetic desire. And if the desire in the mass population reaches a tipping point, it will be created for us to have this experience, right? So when, I know Mark Sims is doing artists for his event, the Harmonic Convergence 2001. Artists is important, musicians are important. They slip through the radar, right? And they're this exciting thing that people remember and talk about. So I encourage all of you to tell stories, to talk about this stuff, to share music, to share art, create art about this love and curiosity of dimensional and reality, right? So I'm going to go through these 3 things and show you some research, right? So one of the things that I was really blown away by is the index of human mass excitability. So when you were looking, if you want to know what happens in the future, zoom out, look at the patterns first, like the big patterns, right? So this is a pattern that happened from 1750 to 1920. And on the top, you're seeing major historical events, wars, inventions, things like that. And on the bottom, you're seeing sunspots, right? So the way that the sun coronal ejections hit our Earth, right, and create anomalies in the ionosphere and the electromagnetic fields, it excites humans, just like the full moon, right? It's like more crimes happen. So this is it. Look at that pattern, right? So one of the things we have to realize is that in about 4 years, we're going to hit a peak, right? Now, we're in solar cycle 25, so it's every 11 years. So as you can see, the last 2 of these are low, right? So we're heading right now out of an apathetic period. Okay, so if you think the world is in conflict and acting crazy right now, imagine in 3 years from now, right? So we have got to have this peace movement move forward, because that means we can do Renaissance instead of chaos and war, right? So I don't know what's going on with the universe, that they're giving us 2 years of relative mellowness, but that's what's happening, right? It doesn't feel really mellow. So the Maharishi effect is something also very interesting when you look at big patterns, right? It's this idea that, when people come together in a certain ratio, right, we can control the experience that we're having. So when, the Maharishi University is so amazing. They got exactly the calculation of the people that they needed to do this meditation. They're shipping people in from India, right? They're meditating day after day. And they, the homicide rate changed, the violent crime changed, right? So it was this really interesting thing. And what's so cool is that they, it lasted for several years afterwards, right? It's just like so amazing, right? And they've gotten all these things, of like, being able to reduce wars and things like that. So as Hart Math would say, like, be conscious of how you feel to feed the field, right? So the way that you're in harmony or not harmony is kind of affecting everything, because we're adding up, right? My friend was talking last night about using the golden mean to predict the stock market. And they've used the excitability index to do that as well. So there's patterns all around, and we need to look at them, right? Where are they? This is another really interesting thing. We've got a lot of shame in our society, and Brene Brown has been like super popular because she started talking about shame and nobody else was talking. It was like, wow, it's like, so we've got a lot of people in the world checked out and kind of sleepwalking. And, it's time to bring people back into the connection with themselves. So if we're noticing a thing that everyone's checking out, whether it's like with TV or drugs or computers or games or whatever, that's also a trend that we can watch. And that's also something that we can pull to correct. So let's talk about assumptions. Rey was so brilliant with his book because they started to take these taboos and like, oh, everybody, everybody's crazy that sees UFO, or whatever, you know what I mean? And they started saying, no, and here's the data, right? This, we're working on a map with Greg Heller and Kenny and Daniel Rashkin and a bunch of people, and Costa of ET Let's Talk and Mark and a bunch of networks. And eventually we want to take some of the data like Rey has been doing and like we have been doing and actually put it on a map. Like, wouldn't it be amazing to be able to go to Arcturus or Syria and then see the people's experiences that they've cataloged, that they've told, that they've written, right? So this is a map of ET contact, and our assumption might be that, wow, nobody's having contact, the government needs to disclose something. But actually, when you look at data, your assumptions change. Like, I've had people look at this map and they go, wow, that's really cool. It's happening, right? So this data and this data visualization can really help us. On the harmonic convergence last year, I did a huge study of just how do we make contact? What are the modalities? And I know Grant Cameron's also studied this, Rey's studied this. This is important, right? If we're going to help people have contact in their dreams or meditation, we need to know what is the best likelihood. And we need to, below this, we need to show what are the books, what are the classes, like which seminars that Neil has, allow us to do this more quickly, right? What are the protocols? So that's the idea behind the exo metaverse, the network metaverse, is to kind of make these living and also give us real data. Now, I did a talk at IONS and I interviewed and documented a bunch of people about how they were awoken, right? What was their awakening? And if you can see, there's this huge block right here of a traumatic event, right? So if you were to add the illness and the traumatic event all together into one bar, because they're kind of both illness or injury is traumatic, right? You're going to go all the way across the board, right? So again, like that may be why all this COVID stuff is happening, right? It's a way to help people wake up. And we want to guide people, in other things, books or films or aha moments, as Rey realized, is that when people have their first contact experience, boom, they're all of a sudden transformed from A to B, totally, altruistic, loving, empathetic, right? Obstacles and blocks, the research that I did was that people felt isolated and they didn't feel like they could talk to other people. So that's another thing that we're going to solve in this network of networks of consciousness people looking into these phenomenons, right? So it's okay, obviously, to talk about it, right? And we want people to know that when they have that experience, they can come to this huge network, find whatever organizations they feel akin to. So this is totally outdated, right? The Google outdated. We need to find these leap maps, these ways to help each other get out of trauma. Is biofeedback more expensive than transcendental meditation? Yes, good, boom, that helps you. So let's get our wisdom together. And our assumption may be that, wow, the world is going crazy. This isn't going our way. Like what, people are totally unconscious all the time. No, we are growing in our numbers. And if we look at that, we can see, so I've been tracking everything since March 6th across over 400 to 600 different consciousness people to show, what was happening. Because the download I got is that if we can show a chart that's going to, do that exponential kind of curve, then we're going to get people to buy into this. Oh, look, the radio said yes. We will talk about that a little bit. But then then you can get a lot of penguins jumping off that cliff because they're saying, I can see where this is going. I want to be a part of this. So it goes, you really get, if we can show people where this is all going, people are going to be less scared about readjusting their worldview, right? So this is Google Trends, and we can see that spiritual awakening is growing from 2004 to today. And this is people searching for this, this term. Starseed again, that's also increasing, right? Palladians, right? So it's like so spiking, it's like not even in the chart. This is fascinating. Let's get all the Palladian experts together and pool their knowledge and visualize it, right? Octurians, elder races. Nobody was searching for that in 2009. So if you look at sound healing, again, that seems to be increasing. Solfeggio frequencies, psilocybin, so the plant medicines are also spiking, right? Breath work. So this is all really great news. So what is an spiritual awakening? Look at that, man. So that's, that's spiking right around this last year. People are having a way, as tough as this last year has been, it's been supportive, right? Twin flame, cathartic release, ego death, veganism, solar flash. And again, it's like with the UFO things, you get these kind of peaks and spikes. And I don't know if that's because a movie came out or a song came out or people are particularly searching on this, but it is kind of interesting that it does that, right? And of course, UAP, they invented, there was like the UFO rebranding campaign to the government, right? So it's completely gone off the charts, right? And here's virus too. So it's kind of cool that the virus and the UAP has both gone off the charts, right? So again, we're tracking different networks and their growth, and we're going to have it so that if you're part of the global coherence pulse, for example, you can see your entire network of all the sites and how things are growing, right? You can see.
Wait, Zenka, I just want to ask you, those charts map how many searches there are for particular items. That's what they're mapping?
Well,
right?
Yeah. So we're also tracking the follower count in Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram, right? So these maps, which I showed a little bit for the last two. So a lot of that was Google Trends. Then we also did a reverse search where we're searching for the result number. So how many results of UAP are there? So what I was showing you was how many searches were, but we also have that data on the other side, right? That we custom programmed and everything. And this right here is tracking the follower count. So that's an indication of are our heroes in the consciousness world, are their followers growing? It's been going up and down for some of these because, they say something controversial and then all of a sudden they lose whatever, 10,000 followers or something like that. So it does go up and down, but yeah, so we've been doing all these interesting surveys, about the Nelson Mandela effect, mass meditation and reality, right? So all of these are archived, and it'll be interesting to see as our numbers increase in the network, how we feel about all this stuff, right? We also, a lot of times we take the write-in values and we create a tag cloud. So it's like one of the questions we asked was, why do you think ETs are here? And it's kind of interesting, right? Evolution to help humanity, So let's talk about narratives. We talked about people waking up through tragedy, but the third thing down there the result we got was movies, right? So we've created a kind of a collection of all these films that have been seminal for people for consciousness. And we've done another one with Exo Metaverse of the different films, which you can find on the site, the negative films, right? And the positive films, because a negative film can really tank, our dream life, our subconscious and everything like that. So we have to be careful, especially with mass media, and that's why the disclosure in the people's thing is so important, because we need to counter what we're hearing or not hearing on the news. One of the things we realized was that you can't show a bunch of statistics to someone and have them want to make contact. It's like really dry and cold, right? But if you listen to someone telling about their first contact experience, then you're like, wow, well, maybe I could have a contact experience, wow, what would that be like, So we think that we encourage this entire network and community of people to join in this community hashtag. We're going to be setting up a whole board right now. We're just doing it locally with our work, but we want, we've talked, we've put some feelers out. I won't mention names, but this is something we really want to emphasize in the next couple of years as this mimetic like invitation to have these experiences. And so we use these hashtags, my first contact and my best contact. And so that way you can just pull from any YouTube, wherever they're placed on your own site, pull into a central a dashboard where people can share these stories. And like I said, again, we want to map all these to maps, right? So that we can start exploring. So the post-taboo research buffet is getting super exciting. I feel like this is part of the narrative that's so fun to tell, is this like, spoon bending, it's like all of these things, these citizen science things and things that, were too taboo to research for tenured professors are now in our lap. We have instructions on how to do spoon bending parties, Odo's rice experiment. These are consciousness experiments. And even, I took it to my kids' preschool and their minds were blown. I mean, it's like you tell the rice you hate it and you tell the other rice you love it. And then in 3 weeks, like one is rotting and one is not. It's just like, this is the kind of things you have, just like the spoon bending, you walk out of the spoon bending and you have to question how you've organized reality in your mind, right? So Mark Sims and Jimmy Blanchett have been doing this radio research, which I've also been so excited to do, right? Which is we put two radios on the same channel. They make the same sound if you say hello, but then all of a sudden they're giving different signals. So I personally believe that we're having interdimensional contact, right? Which is like so cool, right? It's like this phenomenon now is in the hands of anybody with $30 to buy a radio. And if you buy two, it's like whatever, so this is we're breaking the laws of traditional physics. We don't know what's going on, but this technology is super cheap and available, and we've talked a lot about Edgar Mitchell and ions, and, it's like Dean Radin, I'm like a super huge fan of him. And they've been using, again, toys, right, to measure spooky action at a distance or entanglement, right? So one person in one room will think about all those like hairs on that ball moving to one side, and they've got another one in another room and they both move to one side. So they have cameras and they're doing this super scientifically, right? Because they're scientists, but it's just really fun. We've been mapping brain waves of channelers, looking at different energy medicine, using your voice, you can almost tell what's wrong with you and stuff. So there's all these cool things. And like, we really need a platform. That's why I started this nonprofit, is we need an open source platform where we can come together and say, you want to learn clairaudience? Cool. Here's the best classes. Here's how to start. Here's what, the procedure. This is what we found is the most, because it's our birthright that these mystery schools open up, right? And that we share our information, and we're going to need a container for that. And that's what we're building. So in the closing, I just want to say, things are getting, last year was kind of crazy, but this year could it get crazier? I think it might get crazier, in which case there's a lot of emotions and a lot of polarization, a lot of people feeling one way or another about something. But I'm realizing that, I started Exo Metaverse because someone convinced me that the US government was going to do a false flag, and that they were going to say that the aliens were negative, and they were going to have all this fear, and it was going to be military excuses, and like that we were going to do. And I got so freaked out. I was like, that cannot happen. We have to band together to tell a different story, and we're going to need numbers, right? So in a sense, that fear and negativity caused me to birth something really loving and beautiful. So remember, like, everyone's sort of playing their part, And there's a lot of people, hurt people, right? So a lot of the people that you think are bad, they're not bad, they're sad or mad, you know what I mean? So we need to be, as Neil said, just really loving and supporting people in their, maybe if, there's been mistakes that have been happened in the past with disclosure and secrecy and all this stuff. So it's okay to say, yeah, you guys, we didn't know how to deal with this information because it was going to disrupt free internet, it was going to disrupt so much we didn't know. Well, now we can pick a new path, right? And so it's the way that we carry ourselves. And you don't know how many times someone's incarnated or not, you know what I mean? So it's like, just cut everyone some slack, stay in this curiosity zone. And remember, the past is prologue, you guys. Like, we get to write this story that's unfolding right now, and we are doing it with brilliant people like Grant Cameron, Mark Sims, all these researchers, right? Alan writing books. Like, we can plumb the Renaissance. We've survived the amnesia, right? We know who we are, which is like incredible. And if we can put our patterns and our assumptions together and create new narratives, I believe that we can create a renaissance of knowledge, because knowledge is power, and we have knowledge as people. So information is one thing, knowledge is firsthand experience, as Ray said. This firsthand experience is important. It's direct knowledge. And if we can share that, then we'll have wisdom. And we need to get into this distributed wisdom. Look at virtual search. We're the ones we're waiting for. So stay curious, like, what is the best way to make contact? What's the fastest way to heal? Are ancient aliens being added to the past as we move into a tipping point desire for a galactic experience? Like, how does time work? All these mysteries we can solve together, right? I want to share a couple links. Mark's coming on after me, but so if you go to
actually, Grant is coming on after you.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Grant, I love.
I also had a question for you, Zenka, that the predictive use of the internet searches for finding out what will be coming. Have you looked into that? I'm sure you have. There's a guy who does that. What's his name? They see
me up, Alan. You're like the networker of networkers.
There's a guy who looks at internet searches and says these are trends for the next couple of months before they even happen. Yeah. Is his name Chris Hine or something? I'm not sure. I haven't heard all about it, but I've heard something like that. But you're not familiar with that, right?
No, but again, when we launched the full site, is that we got blocked on a lot of search terms by Google and things like that. So when we released the full data set, the idea is that anybody is going to be able to scroll through and compare things and look at things. We're searching over 200 consciousness in ET words, right? So we're going to be able to see, and we've got historical data. So this is like the open data research, right? So we can all make assumptions about where this is going and what's.
Cliff High and his bots. That's
my friend uses the data to do like her Etsy. She's like, man, I sell so much stuff because I know like what these keywords are.
Yeah. No, look at. No, the guy's name was Cliff High, and he sends out these bots to see what trends will be coming up in the future. So like, what are people looking for that will reflect some future event or possibility is what it's using what you're doing, and then also using it as a predictive, almost oracle type of understanding the internet searches.
That's so cool. Well, I'm going to stop screen sharing so we can take a few questions if there is any, but I just want everyone to grab these URLs. So again, the first URL is going to be Mark Sims doing his Citizens Disclosure Initiative, right? So we're going to host some of the contact reporting and also some of the network intelligence for his new project, which is going to launch at the Harmonic Convergence on July 30th. So he's going to be a node in the network, just like ET Let's Talk and other communities, right? That are going to be using the resources that we're creating as an underlying infrastructure for them. So I encourage you to get on that, to get notified when the tickets come on sale. And then if you want to keep up with our work, go to exometaverse.org and click Get on the List. We have a membership of $4.44 if you want to support the nonprofit and the programmers and Daniel's salary and things like that. We have events bi-weekly, but that's a chance for you guys to look at some of the things. So yeah.
Great. You know, Zenka, the best thing about that whole presentation is you and your excitement and your joy and your, reaching into this amazing future that is coming to all of us right now. And you're at the edge of it too. You're pulling in the information as it comes in, and it's fascinating and wondrous and magical and the real transformation that we're looking for. You embody it. So Zenka radiates light, someone says.
I agree 100%. You truly embody the excitement of the moment of what we are actually here for, right? Take away all the drama, the agendas, the purity of what this actually means, right? And the bigger questions, universal questions of what this means for humanity. That's really what you seem to be focusing on.
Yeah. So
yeah, well, I'm super excited to be in this next year with you guys as we watch all of our wisdom come together, and we've watched this this amazing transformation that we're in. So thanks again for having me. Love to you, Grant, and thanks, Neil, for all the incredible work that you're doing with Portal to Ascension. It's becoming this massive trove of wisdom, and we're so grateful. And Alan, for your tireless Alan's up in all hours of every time. So
yeah.
Wait, stick around for a second. I want to see if Grant had any comment. I didn't. Grant just put some food in his mouth. Grant, you want to unmute?
Yeah, we're eating chips here.
Sorry.
The only comment I'd have is, why do I have to follow Zenka? She gets this like winding up the audience here, and then I gotta sort of follow up here.
No, come on. You're enthusiastic, and my favorite expression of Grant's is that this disclosure movement is the Super Bowl of all stories. So you can't get more excited than the Super Bowl, right?
You got it. Yeah. Well, it was interesting. She's on the mark, I think, with what she's talking about.
Yeah, no, it is consciousness. This is what Rudy Shield's been talking about. This is what this kind of trend. I mean, even Richard Doty in his own way. Did you see the Doty piece, Grant?
No, I didn't. No, that was early this morning, right?
Yeah, well, earlier. Yeah, he had some very interesting things that some people may or may not believe, but I tend to think, he's coming clean with what he knows. So anyway, you're going to take it to another level here, right, Grant? Because, Grant's story, right, Zenka, where he had.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of books he's published, speaking of researching how to make contact, his books list contact after contact after, modality after modality, and he also talks about the importance of being in flow with your higher self. And that's how all the music has been written, right? So, and that's all within reach for everyone on the call, is that magical state of being. And talk about energy and excitement. Grant, you get me super excited. You have tons of excitement about this topic. And, it's like, how many more books are you going to publish? It's like, your career is incredible. Your curiosity is like colossal. So thank you for all that you do.
Yeah. Well, what makes Grant so remarkable is that he's been through the whole thing. He was a hardware guy. And then, he had the sighting in 75, and it's like, oh yeah. And then he classified all the US presidents, I think from Roosevelt onward, their relationship to the UFO field. And then he had this revelation listening to Colin Andrews, I think was.
Yep.
And it's like, boom. Oh no, it's not about hardware or presence. It's about the contactee. It's about consciousness. It's about the software. And so you've kind of bridged what the world itself is sort of going through now. Oh yeah, there's hardware, there's UAPs, there's something. And then I think it might be predictive of where the planet is going as we wake up to this idea of consciousness, what Zenka just laid out. So there's parallel movements within this kind of disclosure momentum that we're seeing in individuals. I think there's a term in biology for that, where the species, the individual recapitulates the evolution of the species. I think it's philology imitates phenomena, something. There's this
biomimicry?
Something like that. Anyway, Grant, so happy to have you
Yeah.
there, taking us to a next level of evolution. You want to say anything, Neil, about Grant's?
No, I just want to say thank you so much, Zenka. Really appreciate you. And Grant, just take it away, brother. Give us an update. What's going on with you, and what do you feel with the energies of the moment?
Okay, I'll just do a little bit. I didn't have a presentation, but I'll just talk about the latest stuff I'm working on, and Alan can jump in with questions or whatever. We usually have our discussion. Right. I bring up, first of all, what Zenka was bringing up, and that is the fact you have to have empathy for the people who aren't on the path. I was having an interview last night with Dr. Richard O'Connor on a book he's just written about nuclear weapons and UFOs. And we were talking, and when you always do interviews, you ask people, how did you get on the path you're on? Like, why did you choose to destroy your life and study UFOs? And he said that he had met Jesse Marcel. Jesse Marcel worked in the same hospital as he did. And then he didn't know Jesse was into UFOs and stuff. And then he saw a documentary on Roswell, and he went, hey, I know that guy. And so we pointed out at the end, we were having the interview. And at the end, we pointed out that I think it's the same with probably anybody here, that if I hadn't had the sighting in 1975, and if Dr. O'Connor hadn't had the interaction with Jesse Marcel, we'd be just as uninformed and skeptical as the people on the street. And so you always have to have the empathy of understanding that we are where we are. And as I pointed out to Dr. O'Connor, I've always mentioned this fact that I think one of the problems that we have is that we make a bunch of assumptions as to how the world works. And it's very hard to drop those assumptions. And one of the assumptions is always that it's one life. It's just this one thing. And the idea that if you come in on multiple lives, we probably came here to do something. And that's where this idea of the Super Bowl comes, that we are here probably to do something that we're supposed to be doing. And are we doing it? And when we leave, there's only going to be one question asked, and that is, how did it work out? And that's why I always say to people who've had their experience, whether they've written it down, because that's all I'm doing with the books, is I try to get it recorded, because I realize that nobody around me is really interested in it. And I've got all my stuff packed up to go to an archives. But if I were to die, all that stuff would go in the garbage unless I make some sort of way to preserve it. So we have this situation where if we are in the Super Bowl, if we are playing the game, when we leave, I firmly believe, based on my experience with Dr. Michael Newton's research, who did 7,000 regressions and did this whole research on life between lives, what we do between our lives, how we go to school and all this kind of stuff and plan our next lives and stuff like that, that when we leave, we only get asked one question, and that is, how did it work out? Because we're planning it. And that's one of the assumptions we have, is a lot of people will assume there's things outside of us that are affecting our life. And I'm saying that's one of the assumptions we got to get rid of, is it's that we are in control. It is a participatory universe, as John Wheeler said. We are creating the world that we see around us. That's very hard to believe. More and more as we go into quantum physics, we understand this concept that everything that's happening is in your head. It's there may not be, as John Wheeler said, there's no out there. And this whole concept that it may be all here and now. And lots of times I see this in the research I do, and a lot of people don't pick up on it. For example, I mentioned this a number of times. Nobody's ever really run with it. And that is that Politico, the newspaper, Brian Bender, stated that the U.S. Defense Department did a study on interdimensionality of this phenomena. And they came up with this, they were looking at the idea of maybe it is here, but just a different here, that they're not coming from anywhere. And that's one of the things I've been working on, is this whole ET thing, as to, are we making assumptions as to what's really going on here? And nobody's really followed up on the fact that the government has done this. And I'm pretty sure it's in Pendleton's book, From Rendlesham Forest, where Kit Green comes and he confronts Kit Green, who's one of these Avery guys, who was the control officer for the remote viewing program. And he said to Kit Green, what are you doing? And then he said, well, we're looking at propulsion. How do they pop in and pop out just as quickly? We're looking at interdimensionality. And he said, there's 8 people, and the contract is owned by Bigelow, and they're working on this. And we're talking as we go along about, disclosure and stuff like that. And we don't realize there's this other side to the story, that they've actually looked at. And you hear Lou Elizondo hint at this. And there was just, who was the recent one? There was another recent one. Oh, it was Bob Lazar. This whole thing, the idea that they come from way out there is not true. And he's working with Tom DeLonge in California on some project they're working on. And the people keep dropping these hints that this thing is a little more complex. And we keep wanting to get it down to very simple. There's us and there's them. And I think one of the things that I was given, as you mentioned, I had this 2012 download where I was watching Colin Andrews about the fact that it was consciousness, came like I was talking to God. It was like absolute, this is the way it works. But in 2017, I had a more dramatic one, much longer, where I was given this whole concept of the idea that most of the stuff you've got is wrong, and it's exactly the opposite of what you think it is. So they would give me things, and one of the key ones they gave me is what I maintain, whatever this phenomena is, whatever the intelligence behind this phenomena is, the number one message that it's putting out, I'm absolutely convinced, is the oneness message. And we are in a world now where we believe in separation. We believe it's me versus you. This is this whole thing about the threat. We went through the North Vietnamese as being the bad guys in North Korea, and the Mexicans and Germany and Japan and Afghanistan and Kuwait, and it just goes on and on and on. And we go from one enemy to another, and it's this idea we believe in separation. We believe that anything that goes wrong is something outside of ourselves that is affecting us, and we're like corks floating down a stream, and we have no control over what's happening to us, and we are a product of our environment. Somebody even said that the other day, and I said, no, I think that assumption is going to end up being wrong. That we're not a product of our environment. We create the environment. We are actually doing this whole thing. One of the things I'm working on, I'll tell you a couple of things I'm working on. One relates to this whole oneness concept. That is the message they're trying to get across to us, that we are in a situation where we have bought into this materialistic paradigm where it's random objects floating around, interacting with each other. And the key model, the 54% of experiencers say they were given the message of oneness and love. And it's the idea that unless we get our act together and realize that we are all one, that we can see the planet from a distance and see that it's all one planet. And then if you look at it from that perspective, and then a lot of astronauts have had this sort of samadhi experience of enlightenment where they see the planet from a distance, where they suddenly realize that on this planet, you have all these people that are fighting. You have 64 million refugees wandering the world with no place to go. You have all this separation and walls and all this kind of stuff. And they have to be thinking, this is like fourth stage cancer. I mean, this planet is in a lot of trouble, that it's gone in this thing, and it's all comes down, absolutely believe, comes down to separation. It's the Ronald Reagan thing, how the world would unite if we were faced with an alien threat. We'd all just realize that we're all just God's children. We are all the same thing. And if we continue on the road of blaming other people and going after other people, it's basically, and a lot of people have used this analogy, put your hand on a table, take a hammer and smash your hand 10 times. It is all part of us. And so what I'm looking at is this whole idea of the connection. And I'm having an interview. One of the things that's happened, I'm in a flow state. I get in these flow states. I've been in one for maybe 4 or 5 days. Something will happen. I'll start to look at stuff, and suddenly it's like they start giving you this and give you that, and it's all this stuff is coming, and you're trying to record it. And I've got all these word programs open and trying to record all these ideas of what I'm getting. And the one I was listening to some interviews, a very interesting guy who really is not that well known, not that public, and that is David Perkins. And I am so excited. I'm going to get to talk to David Perkins. David Perkins has the biggest collection of cattle mutilation stuff in the world. Now, people always want to separate it. There's good stuff and there's bad stuff. And when we go into the evil alien thing, then they bring out the abductions, they bring up the cattle mutilations. And I had always known that David had this, he was the guy that had the original collection of cattle mutilation material. He's the one that went to Linda Howe when she did Strange Harvest in Colorado, when she was still with the TV network. And he took her around. He allowed her to copy all his files. He works with Chris O'Brien, but I think it is actually David Perkins who has the biggest collection of cattle mutilation stuff. And he came up with this idea, and he had a map. And he said that he became convinced that all cattle mutilations are happening downstream and downwind from nuclear power activities. tests and stuff like that. And that when you see this pattern, I think there was even a statement that was made that he had a map where he took the high cancer rates in these areas in the western mid United States, put them over the cattle mutilation map, and they actually matched. And this is this idea that it's all one thing. We want to separate it. We want to say there's us, and then there's this cattle mutilations, and then there's ATs or whatever. But to me, it's like a human body, and I'll use this analogy all the time. So you have a human body that suddenly you think everything's going great, and all of a sudden you have a boil on your leg or your back, and you go, why would the evil aliens do this to me? Why would God do this to me? And we always see it as an outside force. We never really take responsibility. Or people will say, why would the aliens come to Earth to help us? Why would they do that? And the answer is because everywhere in the world, except for in the Western countries, that's how it works. Give you an example. You cut your finger. What happens? All the cells all join together, and they all work together to heal the cut, and they stop the bleeding, and they heal the cut. They set the bones. They do all this kind of stuff. When you have a fever, they'll go in and they'll fight off, and they'll sacrifice their lives. Why would these little cells give themselves up to help you? Because that's how it works. It is altruistic. It's all us building a bigger and better universe, more and knowledgeable and all this kind of stuff. But we always want to break it into this idea of us versus them, separation, that we are just a victim. And so we're going to talk with David, and he has this idea of Gaia. I think it's more complex than Gaia, but the idea that Gaia will always balance this stuff out, that a lot of what we're seeing in these phenomena may not be what we actually think it is. It's actually, like, for example, cattle mutilations, abduction, this kind of thing. Nobody's ever really confirmed one. Nobody's ever, for cattle mutilations, for example, nobody's ever caught anybody doing a cattle mutilation. So people will say, oh, the government was doing it. That's total nonsense, because the government, if you take a look at some of the biggest black operations they ever did, one was the Iranian hostage rescue, where they crashed the 2 helicopters. The other one was the bin Laden incident, where they trained for like 3 months and they still crashed the helicopter. What is the chances they could do 10,000 cattle mutilations over 50 years and not crash a helicopter? Absolutely none. And so the question is, well, who's doing this? Or is anybody doing this? Or is this like the body healing a wound or creating a boil? Is this Mother Gaia that's actually creating this sort of stuff? And this is a manifestation of a much bigger and much more complex universe, which is another thing. I think people want to make it very simple. The more I look at this thing, I said it was 1,000 times more complex than people think it is. The more I study, the more I think it's 10,000 times more complex. It is absolutely just gets more and more complex, more and more evolved, almost like David Bohm, the famous physicist, said. Supposedly, he said that when you figure out the quantum physics thing, we're going to figure this all out. We're going to get the quantum physics. We're going to figure this thing out. He said, when you get down that and you figure out the quantum physics stuff, you're just going to find another level below quantum physics that you have to figure out. And they were like, no. And yeah, that may be what it is. There is unlimited numbers of realities and levels, and we're just getting through one, and we're playing the game. I've always described it as actually, I was told this. They told me it was the wrong blocks. So we have all these theories that we have. So we say, we have all these wrong blocks. We think we're very egotistical. So we think, oh, we're really smart. We got this thing all figured out. And all we're waiting for is the last block. Once we get the last block, we'll figure out this UFO thing's about. That's what we need. We need some more sightings. And I say, no, we don't need any more sightings. We don't need any more investigation of UFOs. Basically, I've done this UFO now. It's coming up on, it's actually over 47 years I've done this. And to me, it's like going back to grade 1 47 times. It's like, let's prove UFOs exist. No, let's not prove UFOs exist. I've had enough. I can't do this another year. It just goes over and over and over. And I have the advantage because I saw something fly right in front of the car. There was no doubt about what I was looking at. But people want to do this sort of idea where we're going to prove this again. And I think you got to get past that, although you have to have empathy for the people who don't. But for me, the answers don't lie there. UFOs exist. Get over it. You got to get to the situation where people are trying to stop it. Is you've got to talk to the people who are interacting with the intelligence behind the phenomena. And that's where people are being blocked. And that's where I'm trying to make a move to stop this. What you basically have is the New York Times says, no, we're not talking about aliens. Don't talk about aliens. No, this is, we can't go there. We're this kind of stuff. Or Senator Reid says, we're not going to talk about little green men. And what you see in these latest disclosure initiatives is exactly that. that you can talk about the threat, you can talk about technology, you can talk about UFO sightings, but if you dare to bring up an experiencer and what the message is from the beings, we got a cross and we got some nails here and we will use it. And that's where you see this blockage. If you see what's going on, we even had a panel the other day where a researcher came and said all the experiences should stand down because it's an embarrassment. We're going to destroy, these people are going to destroy the disclosure movement, that the government is not going to take us seriously because people are talking about their little alien visits or people that are their little woo-woo stuff, and to try to stop it. And I'm going, wow, I could see the outside world, but the UFO community starts to do that. You go like, what is going on here?
But Grant, doesn't the craft have to fly over the car first? I mean, there's a lot of, you could not back in 75 say, yeah, there's been abductions, aliens contact you. You had to have the physical thing first, like maybe the world is experiencing now, in order to get to those levels and levels of awareness. Everybody is because of their experience, but we want to have this idea that we can sort of prove to other people. And I pointed this out. I did the Stanton Friedman files, and I went, and one of the key things I point out about Stanton Friedman's files, he's got like 15 pallets full of files. He tried to convince Menzel, he tried to convince Klaas, he tried to convince Carl Sagan, and he didn't convince anybody of anything. I mean, he would say, I went to Oxford and we had a debate and 78% of the people agreed that I had won the debate. But basically, you can't really convince anybody. You have to have your own experience, and you have to sort of wait for people to get where they are. Everybody is where they are. So I'm doing this thing on this thing with the cattle mutilations to get this bigger idea that I think people need to understand is the world is so much more complex, that this may be the cattle mutilation thing may be so much more complex, but it's all messaging. For example, you take a look at Bob Bigelow, which is another interview that people may have seen, but it sort of skips over. At one point, George Knapp asked Bob Bigelow. So you got to remember, Bob Bigelow was doing the Skinwalker Ranch, and he said to Bob Bigelow, he said, okay, you had the Skinwalker Ranch for all these years. So what's the conclusion? What was it all about? And Bigelow didn't skip a beat. He said, it's messaging. It's all about gaming and messaging. That's all it is. And that's what I call my theory of wow. It's messaging. It's all this thing. So you see, if you see a cattle mutilation or something like that, and that's what you had at Skinwalker Ranch. There was cattle mutilations. There was all these apports, the manifestations, all this kind of stuff. And what we want to do is we want to turn it into, industry, into war industry. So what you see a lot of discussion now is about the slide 9. If you're familiar with the slide 9, they say, look at the slide 9. Slide 9 says you can go through metal. It gets in your head and stuff. Well, that was not ATIP. It's described as an ATIP slide that was used to brief the Congress. And what you want to do with the Congress, what's happening now, is you want to scare the living daylights out of them because you're going for money. Jim Semivan told that 4 times to Melinda Leslie, don't mess with the money. And we were told 3 years ago they were going for the money. They're going to Congress. And wait, so just to clear up slide 9, there were these 9 slides leaked supposedly from the ATIP file, the Advanced Threat from the briefing that was given. But the incredible thing at that last slide is that thing that's highlighted where it says the phenomena is now quantum physics. You remember that at the bottom of slide 9? Yeah. But what they're doing is they're this thing where, for example, they would say with they're going through metal. Well, that wasn't ATIP. All ATIP is doing is they're looking at military encounters. So that's got nothing to do with that. That's got to do with Skinwalker Ranch. Slide 9's got to do with Skinwalker Ranch. And that's what people maybe forget, is that the ATIP was only a small part of a bigger program, which was OSAP. And what OSAP was this guy from the Defense Intelligence Agency who hears about Skinwalker Ranch, gets permission from Reed and from Bigelow to go to the ranch, and he sees the infinity sign, the metal infinity sign floating around. And he goes, holy cow, this is for real. And in the military operation, military people go in there because they're basically looking at how does this paranormal phenomena works. In the big one where they talk about going through the metal, that is definitely the cows. That is the guy has the 4 bulls, these high priced bulls, and he says, I hope they don't mess with my bulls. He goes running out and the bulls are gone from the trailer. And then he's going, well, what did they do with my bulls? And then he looks at this locked trailer with a lock on it. It hadn't been open for a long time. And he said, I wonder if they put the bulls in the trailer. And he opens the thing, and there's the bulls inside, and they stampede, they go crazy. And that's the whole thing. So they were looking at the paranormal phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch, and they were trying to figure out how to militarize this stuff, how to use this stuff. And the warning I have to people on this sort of stuff is that this has happened before.
Part of my download in 2012 was there was three things put in my head. And one was the slide from the Canadian government from the top secret memo. So Wilbur Smith, who's the top secret, the guy that ran the Canadian government program from 50 to 54, called it flying saucers, never used the word UFO, went to the Americans. He talked to American officials. He writes a top secret memo, and it says in the top secret memo, we were told flying saucers exist. It's the most highly classified subject in the United States. Small group headed by Dr. Vannevar Bush are trying to figure out what's going on. The subject is of tremendous significance to the Americans. And then the key part, he said, and we're also told by American officials that other things might be associated with this flying saucers, such as mental phenomena. The Americans aren't doing very well because they said if we're working on it, they're willing to exchange credentials. So the Americans have told the Canadians that mental phenomena is involved with UFOs. Mm-hmm. One of the people that's on the memo is a guy by the name of Dr. Oman Salant. So Wilbur Smith is reporting to him. He's the head of the Defense Research Board, which does the weapon research. He's the guy that gives Wilbur Smith the property outside of Ottawa to build the Flying Saucer Observatory. It's on Defense Research Board property. And he's mentioned in the memo. 10 months after that memo was written about mental phenomena is involved, Salant goes to Montreal to the Carlton Hotel, and there's a meeting with Tizard from Great Britain, but 3 guys from the CIA, a couple of guys from Canada, including Salant. And that's where they start a program called MK Ultra. MK Ultra was a program to try to figure out consciousness. How do we do this? Now, how the Americans knew that they had consciousness, that mental phenomena, because Adamski did not appear until a couple of days after the detonation of the hydrogen bomb, which is one of the things I'm really working on now. If the world is one thing, then everything is connected. There are no random UFO sightings. People want to believe, as I did in 1975, as everybody did in 1975, that it was a random event. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, the wrong place at the right time. And now we know that people have multiple experiences. They're lifers. This is part of their life. It is not a random event. And so we make this assumption, and now I've lost my train of thought here.
About being a random event. And,
okay, the nuclear weapons. So you start looking. Yeah. So I said, I knew that my first encounter had to do with nuclear weapons. I didn't know for 35 years. I went back to give a lecture at Eureka Springs. I went back to the town where all these sightings had taken place, where I saw my sightings in 1975. I went to Bob Diemert, who runs the airport there, and I said, Bob, what were they doing in Carmen? There's nothing here, Bob. There's nothing here. He said, you know why they were here. I said, no, Bob, I don't know why they're here. He said, I told you why they're here. You know why they were here. I said, no, Bob, I don't know why they were here. He said, the nuclear missiles. I told you that. They were coming from the United States, and they had put in an anti-ballistic missile unit, the only one that went operational. They put in 100 new nuclear missiles in North Dakota. They went from 300 to 400 Minutemen and these missiles to try to shoot down Russian missiles in 1975. They took them out at the end of 1975, and the sightings went away. And so I started to look at it, and I wrote the book, Tales of Charlie Red Star. I put a lot of this in there, where I started looking and say, well, if it's all one thing, if everything rings like a bell, if everything's connected, then all the missile silo sightings should be linked to some other event. And I started to look, and it all started to fit together. I'll give you an example. Everybody knows about the Malmstrom Air Force Base, 1967. That had to do with the 6-Day War. There was nuclear weapons being moved into to Europe. That was when the Israelis had started to build nuclear weapons. Nobody knew how many they had. They had 2. And what it was, if you read a book called Foxbat over Dimona, you see that it was the Russians were using the Egyptians as a front, and they were going to go in and take out the nuclear missiles. And the Israelis had said that they were going to detonate one of these atomic bombs that they had. They'd built one the night before the 6-Day War started, and they were going to. But the Russians had come in and overflown the Dimona plant in May, and to take this thing out, take these plant out. It's the same day that the Falcon Lake thing occurred in Canada. If you take a look at the famous the experience with the school in Australia, that was the same day as the first hearing on UFOs in the Senate that Ford had requested. You start to see all these connections. You go, oh, that's what's going on. And it's not these random events. You start to realize that all this stuff is all tied together. It's all connected. And the nuclear stuff, example,
one more random event. Do you think it was strange that the Senate report came out on the same day that Kenneth Arnold had seen those saucers over Mount Rainier, June 25th? Is that?
Yeah, that I mean they may be playing that one, or you have the one where the New York Times article was on the same day they shut Blue Book down.
Yes,
Same day.
yes.
So you get these, but the whole thing is we're assuming these are random events, that these they just come. And mine I know because what happened in 75, or you take a look at the end of 1975. I just posted it today on my Facebook page. Bob Pratt, I was good friends with Bob Pratt at the time, and they leaked this NORAD document about the overflights of the SAC bases along the Canadian-U.S. border. So within about a week and a half in late 1975, they had overflown Loring Air Force bases where the B-52 bombers came out with their nuclear weapons, Wurtsmith Air Force Base in Michigan, Minot Air Force Base, where I actually have an experiencer took me to the base, took me to one of the silos where she said she saw a UFO come out of the silo in 1988, and Malmstrom happened in the same year. So you get this thing at the end of 1975, and then you suddenly realize that in the middle of this 10-day period where these UFOs were inside the nuclear weapon storage area, that's when they took Travis Walton. And you start going, oh, this stuff's all connected. So I'm working on this whole thing. I'm putting it together. I'm doing a series on nuclear weapons. So that's where I'm bringing in Perkins to talk about this connection to cattle mutilations and stuff like that. And we start to realize that the world is not this random thing. Because if consciousness is primary, you can't have random events. You can't say there's something outside consciousness. Max Planck said nothing gets behind consciousness. Everything is an activity inside consciousness, according to Deepak Chopra, which I think is right. And so this idea, we believe there's these random things, that we're these victims. So those are kind of the things I'm working on, and I'm trying to get away from this idea that we need to prove UFOs exist, because everybody's it's a business. And even now we're having another disclosure panel and stuff. A lot of people are interested. We've got a way to put the message out. But a lot of people like this sort of controversy. They like this big fight between Elizondo and Stephen Greer now. That's big stuff. And we have to get to the point where we start talking to experiencers, because I think that's the mistake that people don't realize that's happening, that the experiencer is being ostracized. They're being cut out the same as they always were. They are being kept out of the debate. And I maintain that that's why I don't want to go back to grade 1 for the 47th time. You are not going to learn anything about UFO sightings except that UFOs are real. That probably isn't our stuff. We've got to get to the experiencers. And that's when you see the message. The number one message is oneness and love. That's what it's about. It's about them saying to us, unless you get your act together and all act as one, like cells in the human body, you are going to destroy yourself. That's why the 39% of people see the screen on board the ship. They show it and they say, oh, just in case you want to see this. And they see the devastation of the environment or whatever. And they're just sort of giving us these warnings. They can't step in, they can't interfere, but they can give us these hints. And it's up to us to get this oneness message across, that we are all one. The one is the all are the one. Or as the tall gray told the guy that wrote The Children of the Greys, we are one with the one who is all. That is the number one message in the universe. And I think that's my main thing I'm trying to get across.
No, but how close? I don't think the government can go there in their disclosures. They're just looking at hardware. And then again, you get the other parts of the government looking at Chris Bledsoe's experiences and how spiritual he was. So there's these fractures or parts of the government that are saying, oh yeah, they're UAPs. They must have appeared in 2004. And then you get these others that are saying it is a spiritual experience. So yeah,
okay,
talk about that.
But the media is being controlled by the people who are putting out the evil alien agenda. Like, this is a threat. I mean, even Chris Mellon said the report confirmed the alien threat. So we started with, it's a potential threat. Then it's the word threat was used 8 times, national security. But do you see Chris Bledsoe in the report? No, that's completely out of there. That's why that's our mission. That's why I tell people, write your stuff down. That's our mission, that whatever we always see it as a real bad situation, that this is a horrible situation. It's a horrible time. And then the thing is, well, perhaps we came in at this time and this place in the middle of this mess, and perhaps we are the ones we've been waiting for, and we're here, and it's a cue to us that wake up. You came here to straighten this thing out, get busy, instead of cursing the darkness, which is what we do most of the time. We think if we curse the darkness a lot of time, like it's talked in the Bible, I mean, we think that things are going to change. It's only going to change when we make the move, when we raise the consciousness and put it out. And it may look like nothing's happening, but you've got to put that message. That's why I say to the experiencers, put it out. And eventually, as everybody talks about here, it gets to a certain point and then it flips and everybody goes. Because that's what happened in 2017 with the UFO. I remember when I wrote the 64 reasons why they decided not to tell you the truth. And we had this idea, oh, the stock market will melt down, all people jump off buildings, all the religions will fall apart. And what happened when they said, oh yeah, the government has a UFO program? Nothing. Everybody went, yeah, I knew that already. Tell me next time. Hey, what's going on? We know that already. And that's the whole thing, that the ball is moving, and it can look a little bit frustrating as we go along. But I think the onus is on us to put out if we have the answer, because we can't, when we die and they say, how did it work out? We can't say, oh, I forgot, or, if it hadn't been for Hillary Clinton or emails, or my mother-in-law, the dog ate my homework, and they're going to say, time out. This is about you. You said you were going to go in there and help fix this. And that's where we see this idea that we may all be here on a mission. Because that's what I say to experiencers. I say, do you think you're on a mission? And most of them will go, either they'll say, yeah, I am, or they'll say, I think so. I don't know what it is, but I think I'm on a mission. Almost everybody says
but it's also the most exciting thing we could do with our time. And just about the thread narrative on your program, Grant, you asked Danny Sheehan if he asked Elizondo about the threat, and tell him what Elizondo said to Danny.
Yeah, well, Elizondo had said that nobody at high levels believes it's a threat, and Mellon apparently said the same thing. And that's what, for example, but you're playing both games. But what people got to realize is everybody's going to do what's in their vested interest. So Jim Semivan, who helped run TTSA, said to Melinda Leslie 4 times. She said, "What is there I could do that would make you so angry you would never talk to me again?" He said, "Mess with the money." And he was saying, we're going after Congress. We're going to get funding here or whatever. Don't mess with the money. You can say whatever you want or whatever. And yet at the same time, he told her 4 times, this is not a threat. We know this is not a threat. So he said that, and yet they're going in there. And John Alexander said the same thing when he did his 85 study. We used a threat too, because unless you say it's a threat, you're not going to get anything. And that's why they're in the armed services, because everybody's saying, oh, it's about UFO intelligence and outer space. If it was, you'd go in front of the Science and Technology Subcommittee. You're not. You're in front of armed services because they got the $730 billion defense budget. And you need to make these guys wet their pants and start crying and scare the living daylights out of them. Otherwise, you're not going to get any money. During the Obama administration, I maintained they were saying it was a threat to airline traffic. And I think everybody just sort of laughed at them and said, yeah, come on. You need to do it. So everybody's playing. That's the thing, is the government is not unified. You have all these different factions that are working against each other. I even posted today on Facebook about Bill Moore, how Bill Moore was contacted. This is nothing new. He was contacted by a high-level official who said, there's a bunch of people in the government who want this out, and I'm representing them. So you have these factions.
Wait, who's Bill Moore? Tell people who Bill Moore is.
Well, Bill Moore was the Messiah of the 1980s. So we have Lou Elizondo is the Messiah. Everybody's following him. He's the guy that walks on water. Before him was Stephen Greer. Before him was Tom DeLonge. Then it was and Bill Moore was the guy from the 1980s. And basically what happens is they do something wrong, and then they sort of get crucified, and the next Messiah comes along, it's the same program. I say what's happening now has happened many times before. They've dropped this stuff. There's people inside the government who want it out for whatever reason, and they leak this material to different people who can get the message. That's why they went after Tom DeLonge, because Tom DeLonge had 15 million subscribers on Instagram and stuff. He could get the message out, which they couldn't. So
the ball is further along down the field. It may have happened before, but we're closer to the goal line, right?
Yeah, now I say they're doing it on steroids. They're doing this thing on steroids. They sort of learned how to do it. And I maintain to people think like we have sort of a problem that we're doing 24/7 news, and we're doing 24/7 reading. We don't really realize the history. We just sort of go, and then we think somebody says it's a hoax, and we go on. We always think that the disclosure is going to come in a new story. We don't realize it's been happening all along. Right. So I said in 2016, I had 2 people inside Tom DeLonge's operation. He said I didn't. I did have 2 people, and they told me in 2016 quite clearly, a number of high-level officials are going to come public, and they are going to say UFOs exist, and they are going to force disclosure. And so what you have is a situation where we knew this in 2016, they're going to do this. Hillary Clinton didn't get reelected. The WikiLeaks, they dumped the WikiLeaks, and all these guys got exposed, and they had to rerun the plan. But this has been an operation for quite a while. But so the people who want the money are going to the Armed Services Committee to get the money, because these are the people who've got the money. And then you have the people who are trying to stop it, whether it's a religious bias, or we don't want you leaking the security, or we need to go after the Chinese with this technology. We need the technology. So people have to realize the government is not unified. Even myself, I worked in a university for 40 years. And I said, I keys to 10,000 rooms. And I said, if you think I knew what was going on, do you think I would have left 6 months before a buyout took place? I mean, I had no idea what's going on. I knew my little job, my little office. I didn't know what my boss was doing. I knew what was going on below me, but I didn't know what was going on above me. And that's what people have to realize, is that it's this sort of deal. And we have to remember who we are. We are, as I always point out, we are not the actor on the stage. We are etheric beings who are playing an actor on a stage. Big difference. So all the world's a stage. All the men and women and aliens are all but actors. They have their entrances and exits. And I always point this out. I even did the thing where and people may get upset. I always keep saying this thing with ET. Be wary, this may not be ET. If it's ET in 1896, when they were flying around, there was 10,000, some people say 10,000 sightings. That's as many as Blue Book in 1895, 86, 87. When they asked them, where are you from, with these wooden ships with the propellers, they said, oh, we came in from Mars. Now, were they from Mars? Or I pointed out on Facebook the other day, I said, if you actually take a look, because I did the book for Nancy Tremaine, who was before Betty and Barney Hill, had the first encounter, the abduction encounter with the Greys. If you look before that, I found this, I was looking for files, and I found this whole file on all these humanoid reports in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s. And what you see is all these aliens, high percentage, I don't know what it'd be, maybe 20% are wearing helmets. They're wearing bubble helmets like astronauts. And if you go back and you see the cartoons and the movies of the 1940s and 50s, that's what they were wearing. And it's reflective. That's this whole idea. It's all one thing. And what we're seeing is reflective. So the beings will come in. And or Barbara Streisand's stepson said that. He told me, he said, beings told him, when we come into your world, we come into your head and we look around and we see what's in there. And we take what's in your head and we build a lesson for you. So if you're in fear, we're going to build a lesson. We have to remember, we are part of the thing. It's not an action out there. We are part of it. And so you see the aliens changing. First, they say they're from Mars and Venus. And then when we discover, there's nobody on Mars and Venus and the moon, then they say, they're from Zeta Reticuli. And Betty and Barney Hill, they come in, they're wearing hats. So I say, what is this, a Zeta Reticuli baseball team? Like, why would an alien wear a hat? You start looking at all these anomalies and you go, this is much more complex than what we think it is.
So they're reflecting our consciousness.
Yeah.
It reminds me of this. I was in England to visit the crop circles in 2008, and it was August 8th, 2008. And everyone said, there must be a crop circle on this day. And we're all sleeping on top of the mountains waiting for the circles to appear. We didn't see the circle as it appeared, but it was a circle of an 8. It was in the shape of an 8. It was exactly reflecting the 888 date. And so it goes along with what you're saying. The phenomenon reflects where we are. So there were wooden ships in the 1890s, and then there were these saucer shapes in the 40s and 50s, and then cigar shapes. And so where are we now with the phenomenon as it reflects this next level of awakening?
Well, we are on an individual level. We are where we are. So I think I was given, like when I started working on this nuclear thing, I mean, it was just like a flood of material and all this sort of stuff that the Pascagoula sighting, all these major sightings back in the early days. I was with Bob Pratt. And you're going that this can't be coincidence. Like Sandy Larson was one of the biggest abductions. It was 1975 before Travis. You got to remember that in those days, nobody knew about abductions. It was really rare. There was Betty and Barney Hill. That was basically it in the Pascagoula case. There was Sandy Larson. I remember the National Enquirer talking about how this is amazing. And he was trying to get the details. It was on the front page of the National Enquirer or whatever. And then I suddenly realized they were at Beaver, North Dakota. There's 2 nuclear missiles within 2 miles of where they were taken on this highway. And you're going like, is this chance? And that comes to the idea. There really is not much chance when you start feeding this stuff. So the beings are putting this material out. They're giving all this stuff. They're doing the theory of wow. They're doing these weird things that get people's attention and make people think what's going on, and they move it along. And hopefully they're going to stop the nukes. I firmly believe they're in control of the nukes, because the nuke is the way they described it. And you got to remember that Adamski appeared. The first encounter with an alien, a conversation, occurred only a couple of days after the detonation of the hydrogen bomb in 1952. And that the hydrogen bomb is where we suddenly changed the world, where we could actually destroy the world. You can't do it with atomic bombs. You can do it with hydrogen bombs. And they came in, and the Canadians got the message, and they're all getting these messages, stop the nuclear bombs, because what they maintained was this oneness thing, that it's not just you with your little bomb and you're going to terrorize some country and drop it on their civilians and terrorize them or whatever. You got to realize it's like a bell, that when you ring the bell, it rings throughout the entire universe. And that's what we're going to stop. So the idea that I have is that the beings are going to stop the nuclear stuff, and that they may already have done it. As I was doing the nuclear stuff, it's so amazing how close we came a number of times to nuclear disaster. One was in the Carter administration, when Brzezinski took the phone call. You remember the 2016 big fight about it's 2 at 3 o'clock in the morning phone call? That came from the Brzezinski days. He took the phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they said, there's 200 missiles have been launched. You need to wake the president. He's only got a couple of minutes to launch. And Brzezinski, he said, I sat there and I tried to figure out what am I going to do. And then suddenly they said there's 2,000. And he's going, what is going on here? And then he looked at his wife. His wife is sleeping. And he said, it's over in half an hour. I might as well let her sleep. And you see that kind of stuff, you go, or they dropped
this was what was happening. Russia was launching 2,000 missiles.
No, somebody had left. I think they had left the tape, the practice tape in the machine. And so it was doing a recreation of a thing, and they were picking this thing up, and they hadn't taken the program out as a test, and it came across as real. But it's those kind of things, or where they drop a wrench down a silo in Arkansas, where they pierce the fuel cell, and the fuel starts to leak. And if that thing had gone off, it was a nuclear, Arkansas would have been gone. And you realize as you're doing this nuclear thing that this is really, really catchy. So I'm really not worried. I think the beings have the control. Or for example, during the 1973 Israeli war, there was a famous UFO sighting over a base in Australia, where they used this ultra low frequency, where they would send communications to Polaris submarines in the Indian and Eastern Pacific. And this thing was over there as this thing, and they were going to use nuclear weapons. The Israelis were going to use them in 1973 as well. So you see this UFO sighting that looks very random, and it's shutting down the communication with the nuclear submarines. And then you see this thing over in Israel, and you realize it's all connected. So I think they're on control of that. And I don't think that you can shoot them down. Where I disagree with Stephen Greer is this idea that I don't think we're shooting anything down. This thing is running the show. And you see what happened at Skinwalker Ranch, where these arms guys came in there, and they get stopped in the middle of the ranch, and they say, leave, you are not welcome. And these guys leave, and they go home, and these wine bottles are flying around, smashing off the walls and stuff like that. And that is this indication that I was given with the beings I interviewed in this group of beings in London that wanted to do this trance thing with me. And I talked to them, and they said, we just want to let you know, we've always been here. You're the visitor. And that's the whole deal, that we're making this mistake that I try to point out, is that we think, they're in our airspace. No, nobody owns the airspace. But if anybody owns the airspace, they own the airspace, just like they own Skinwalker Ranch. They said, leave, you are not welcome. Basically, this is our ranch, get off. And that's when Bigelow said, and that's why I always say, you listen to these people, you may not agree with them, but listen to what Bigelow said. Bigelow said, when I saw what they did to the government guys, I knew it was time to sell the ranch. And that's the whole thing. That's what Jim Semivan said. They are running the show. And he also said this thing about ultra-terrestrials, and they created us, and they talk in symbols, this idea that people keep repeating that this may be here and now. Because if there is no time and space with quantum physics, And it's all here and now. It's all one thing. We're making these assumptions. There's out there, there's time, there's space. We know that. And then we come back and we start talking about it again. It may be this complex world where it's all here, it's all now, it's a vibration. It's like a radio with different frequencies, that there is no out there. And the more I look at it, the more I realize that this ET thing is way more complex than we think it is. It's way more messaging than we think it is. And we've got everything wrong. In fact, they told me, they said, you're just an ignorant, arrogant little piece of poop. That's what they told me. And you think you know how reality works. You haven't got a clue. And the worst part about it is you don't realize you're an ignorant, arrogant little piece of poop, and you don't realize that you don't know what's going on. And I think that's what it is. It's a really, really complex, magnificent universe, and we're just starting to get on the edge. But it's you and I who are on that leading edge of quantum physics, who understand this stuff, who have to put out the message. If we don't put out the message, it's not going to resonate. It's not going to raise consciousness. That's our job. We can't rely on the government to do it or people to do it. That's up to you and I to do.
But will the government ever come around to the fact that it is this level of consciousness? And what would be your plan to get the contactees out in front? Forget the hardware. How do we bring these contactees in front of Congress and then start to tell the world this is not about hardware, it's about evolution?
Well, it's going to happen once we get past this, hopefully get past this UFOs exist thing. I mean,
right.
It's like 45 years or whatever, 75 years. And we're still on this thing about let's prove UFOs exist. And once we get past that, that's what Jim Semivan said. Then the third rail is going to come in. Cattle mutilations, abductions. That's where we got to make the move, because they're gonna build us into the fear scenario, or this thing about the jamming of the there's an article about to come out where they have the new interview with one of the pilots where they jammed his radar. He locked on. So good luck. I mean, you lock on to shoot this thing down, and then it jams the radar, and that's an act of war. So everybody, we have to.
It's an act of war. Maybe it's an act of peace, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, we have to spin it. They're going to spin it their way. Everybody in the government is going to spin it to their own effect. So it's like, what is the number one thing a one-star general thinks about all day? Getting a second star. Everybody's taking care of themselves. So we have to put the message out. That's our job. And that if we don't, we lose, because they're going to dominate the message. But as soon as we get past the UFOs exist, then everybody's going to say, well, what are they doing here? What about abductions? All this kind of stuff. And that hopefully is where we can get this idea of explaining the cattle mutilation thing, what may be going on with abductions, that it may not be, there's an event, but it may not be the event you think it is. But I'm not really worried about them shooting down the intelligence. No. I'm worried about some people getting killed. There's even this story about the 1976 thing where the F-4 tried to shoot it down, and they shut down the whole plane. And apparently, according to Bob Pratt, I was just reading today, Bob Pratt said the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had said we shouldn't be chasing these things. And I think the Russians said the same thing. Do not engage. We have to learn this idea. But people are in this mentality. It's me versus you. And that's where separation is so bad. We're in this world of separation. We can't agree on politics. We can't agree on ufology. We can't agree on anything. It's this idea. And it comes from this secular scientific religious belief that it's random. Everything is random. It's just particles floating around, and it's survival of the fittest. And if I don't kill you and eat you, you're going to kill and eat me. And this idea. And so we are the ones we've been waiting for. I believe we came in for a purpose. That it is our job to balance out these messages that they're putting out, and to raise the consciousness. And when the consciousness get raised, then we'll move to the next level. We haven't even got to the point, like even if basic on the street, they have no idea about this thing about time and space and quantum physics and that sort of stuff. Everybody's just basically trying to live their life, pay their bills, take their kids to soccer practice. Nobody really cares, but we are in the game where 500 years from now, people will be reading what we wrote, and hopefully we do the right thing. We have a chance to change it. I believe we came in for a reason, and we have to be doing what we think best will raise the consciousness towards the idea that it is all one thing. There is only one thing, and love is the basis of the universe, and that consciousness is primary.
Well, in the interview we did with Richard Doty in the first hour, he said the DIA holds all the cards, and there's also seems to be a fracture within the government organizations about people wanting to release or not release. Yeah, we have to get to first base saying, guess what? We have company, but we're not even there yet. So, I mean, you get Neil deGrasse Tyson coming on and say, oh, those are artifacts of radar, and that's a level of makes science look foolish to say that. So how do we get to first base?
Well, the intelligence is helping us by putting people in there who are experiencers, and that's where I say it's so traumatic, where we're going to cut out experiencers, because you're going to talk about nuclear weapons. You got to talk about Robert Salas, who's an experiencer his whole life. It's almost like he planned to come in. Like, he was there to play the other side when they took over the weapons. He was there. And Robert Hastings, who's the #1 guy who wrote the book to UFOs and Nukes, is also an experiencer. He had his first experience as a kid. He had the encounter in 1988 or whatever. And Robert Jacobs, and Jim Semivan's an experiencer. Gary Nolan's an experiencer. And you start to realize that these people on the inside are gonna help us, but it's almost like we have an infinite amount of time, because there's no end to anything. We want it because we're in the Western world. We want it everything, and we want it yesterday. And we got to realize it's about the journey. It's not about the destination. It's not so much, are we going to get disclosure in our lifetime? It's when you die, did you have a role in disclosure that you didn't play? I mean, it's you and I. We are in control of only our own lives, especially if you believe in reincarnation. You came in for your own role. You're not going to, if you try to bring up anybody else in your judgment situation on the other side, they're going to cut you off, because it was about you. Everybody's playing their own thing. So it comes down to what are we supposed to do? And I basically say we go through this thing, and we may have some help. I've said before, from psychedelics, that the UFO disclosure movement is moving fast, but the psychedelic movement is moving even faster. And you have 60 labs around the world now, and this involves mystical experiences. They're all going to make money from this, the healing of depression and smoking cessation and end of life anxiety and stuff like that. But it comes with this mystical stuff, and that stuff's going to get out, and it's going to float around, and people are going to realize it's not the same thing. Or the idea that we brought in the CPR, which brought in near-death experiences, which we didn't have, where people start talking about near-death experiences. These things will all just gradually move in a period of time, where people will realize it's not the world we think it is. But you and I still have to do our role.
Well, we are doing it every single day, every hour of every day. Me, Neil, you, everyone. Just one last question. What do you think the next move of the government will be to move the ball forward? Well,
again, it depends what you mean by the government. I mean, if
media, the military, those people.
Well, what they want is the money. That's what Jim Semivan said. We said this 3 years ago. It's on tape. Don't mess with the money. They're going for money. They want research. Hopefully they're going to use it for the proper purpose. But there you have the concern of what have you really learned from this disclosure movement that you didn't know before? Nothing. Now we know that Congress has been briefed, and it's all classified. There's an interview that Lou Elizondo does, or a lecture he does in Brazil in 2018, and he's talking about mathematics. We've discovered this mathematics that we think is linked, and it was studied at CERN, and it was verified someplace else. Have you heard the mathematics? No. I mean, you're not going to hear any of this kind of stuff, because the people who are in control want to use it for weapons. They're into this secular religious worldview.
Yeah.
Have
you heard about the 23-minute tape that Elizondo talked about, the high definition view of the craft? Have you seen that?
But again, that comes back to trying to prove that UFOs exist. I mean, they exist. Right. We need to get over that and move on to the thing is, why are they here? And that's what the people are trying to block is why would they be here? And that's where we had the people who have the experiences have to be let into the situation. Because then you start to see 40% of them say, at one point during my experience, I knew the answer to everything in the universe. 42% mathematical, scientific, or technical downloads. 30% say they knew everything about themselves. All these kind of things that we can see the advantage of that. If they have the answer to everything in the universe, it's all one thing. It's all here and now. Then you can go into the field and you get the material. All the answers are there. It's this contact modality idea. And that's where we have to put this out. But the media right now is controlled by this whole thing, because it sells. It absolutely sells. When there's a big fight in the UFO community, when they talk about evil aliens, it's click. It's like the new Trump story. It's like we're going to make money, and everything on the internet is run by ads. And so you want to go for clicks. And so you put in the thing, same as Tom DeLonge was going to do Chris Bledsoe's movie. And at the end, and then he said, we're going to give you all this money. And it was a huge amount of money, but we want to put reptilians in. And Chris said, no, there was no reptilians in the story. And that's the thing. We want to turn it into this adversarial me versus you, because that makes money. If you're talking about consciousness, then you have to get out of the way. Otherwise you're going to get trampled by the people leaving the room. And I told about this at Consciousness Life Expo, where I'll go give a lecture on consciousness to 35 people in the room. And then we go out across the hall and they have one of the space cadet guys there, and there's 600 people and it's completely full. And there's 100 people in the hall with these tickets, expensive tickets, mad as can be.
I
want my money back. And that's the
Yeah.
drama sells, the fear sells. And that's where we have to stand our ground and put out what we're doing and do our job of what we do. Because I believe firmly, I mean, even if we didn't come in for a reason, if you believe you come in for a reason, then I think you're going to start doing the right things and do what's proper and as much as you can. And then you'll feel good. Whatever happens, whether it works out, I even say, when people get upset, I say, even if we destroy the world, it really doesn't matter, because we're coming back somewhere else. You're going to learn your lesson. It doesn't matter. It just keeps repeating. You're going to keep running that plate to get it right.
Because of your work is so important, because that is the underlying message. That is the ultimate message of the evolution of incarnation. And that's why Rey Hernandez, Rudy Shield, Zenka's work, they're all kind of building towards that sense of this higher consciousness. So
and the oneness I think is the key message. It's the idea of the people don't like it. They have like Tom DeLonge called it the beehive. They have any souls. We got to get rid of them or whatever. But I say it's like the Super Bowl. I mean, if you have the Super Bowl team, the team that wins is the team that works the best together, where everybody does exactly what they're supposed to do. Can you imagine like some of the UFO researchers fighting? They're in the huddle and they're fighting about, don't tell me I'm going to block. I'm not going to do that. And it's like this massive fight. That's where we are. And as long as that happens, it's like cancer. It's like everybody fighting with each other. That you have to work like a Super Bowl team, the team that not with the best players. It's the ones that work the best together, where everybody blocks. Because in order, just for a simple running play, you have to block. This guy has to block in this direction. This guy has to block in this direction to open the hole up for the guy to get through. It's all very carefully, and everybody's equal. Outside, maybe guys making more, but they're all equal. They all have their jobs. And that's what we have to realize. We are like on the Super Bowl team. We all have our jobs, and we have to do what we think our job is to move the ball down the field. And if we start fighting with each other and don't play the oneness game, we're not going to win the game.
Someone called you the Super Bowl coach here on the chat. Thanks, Grant.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, we'll be in touch, and stick around because who's coming up next, Neil?
We have Harmony Frontier House coming up next. So
okay, you want to introduce her, because I don't know who that is.
Thanks you so much,
Grant. Always fantastic.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to make a comment on that, Alan, if you want to stick around for a sec. We've seen the division within the UFO community, and it seems that there's not just like 2 or 3, there's like hundreds of different beliefs, and people pick and choose what they believe, and that goes down like their rabbit hole. Right. And what I was told like 10 years ago from some speaker, like quite some time ago now, was that if there was going to be a movement that was the most infiltrated, it would definitely be the UFO movement. And the reason why is that the questions that we're posing here and the solutions to society that can possibly come out of this are so huge that so many individuals, organizations, groups, entities, governments have their hands invested in that information not coming out, right? Whether it comes to healing sicknesses and diseases, or when it comes to how did they even get here and why are we using petrol when we might have a technology that goes beyond that? Right. So, and then of course the question of why do we have amnesia and who are we and how we're connected to these beings, right? That even gets involved with religion. So I just want to second what Grant's saying. Like right now, it's so important to come together because we know that this topic is so important that it makes sense that the division is going to be for whoever they are, their benefit, right? So we really need to bring together.
Yeah. Grant, you had something to say to add to that?
No, this is right. I mean, especially when people make a mistake about the government, people have to realize that the government is all sorts of different entities, all trying to steal each other's budgets and all fighting. And that's what you do. I mean, if you're in some department, you're going to do what's best for your department. It's the idea that a 1-star general wants to be a 2-star. He wants more people under him and stuff like that, that there's everybody's on a different page. And so we got to figure out what page we're on, and that there's going to be opposition. But in the end, I've seen the final chapter, we win. I mean, basically, we win the game. So it's just a matter of how we play the game. And
we're fighting old paradigms. That's a war paradigm, and it was probably important in World War II when it was pretty dangerous. to have fascists run the world, So here we are in a new time, and these other people haven't caught up with the fact that suddenly we are one planet. We're all connected, There's a virus or whatever that was. Everyone's affected. We all have. So we are coming together in oneness. Yeah. And we just have to realize that we're all connected. I mean, it's right here.
The one thing you can't do is get into victimhood.
Right.
You have to realize that maybe we even manifested the opposition. Because it's this play. It's this cool thing. We want to play this play, and we need some opposition to inspire us, because unless we have opposition, we're going to fall asleep. And so it's this idea of self-responsibility of what role we're playing, and not trying to sort of blame outside forces that, well, if they just did this, then it would work. No, it doesn't really matter. It's
my favorite analogy is if you help a little chick inside an egg, crack that egg, it won't be strong enough to survive. It needs to crack that egg on its own. So we're cracking this egg on our own. Yeah, there's people watching our beings, but we got to do this. We have to upgrade our planet.
Well, Zenka pointed that out in her presentation, which I also point out in contact modalities, is people don't realize this. A lot of contact modalities come from trauma. So we say, we don't want any trauma. We don't. But you take a look at people with fevers, head injuries, near-death experiences, all this kind of stuff. And you see this trauma. It rips the filter, it puts you in. So there are no good and bad events. There are just events. And your cards are dealt to you, and it's how you play your cards. And that trauma thing is really, when she pointed that, I saw that chart she had. That's exactly what I concluded. Trauma is a major thing in terms of enlightenment.
Well, Whitley Strieber's Communion is one of the best illustrations of someone who went from trauma to now these visitors. And he's one of the deepest thinkers on the subject because he went through such a hard time. So I think the planet's going through that. And if we're one consciousness, this is the trauma of wars and Holocaust and atrocities that we've suffered for 5,000 years. Yeah. Let's say maybe we're coming out of that trauma. Hopefully.
100%. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I agree 100% with that. And I've been saying, actually, lately, I've been saying this more because I've owned it even more than ever before, that if it wasn't for my trauma from like age 3 to 7, mostly, I wouldn't have created Portal to Ascension. And it was actually, Portal to Ascension was me exploring how to heal myself from the traumas that I got when I was a child. And, so what I've realized is that people that have experienced traumas have the opportunity to be masters of whatever that experience and that lesson was. For example, when you go to rehab, right? Who are the counselors? They're normally ex-addicts or people who are alcoholics, the people that have had those experiences and traumas that they can experience, they can talk from that place of knowing. Right?
It's interesting you're saying that. We'll get to our next test because the trauma that stayed with me was from a past lifetime that I think I came through from World War II. It was not a picnic. Right? It was very intense and traumatic. And something of that has pushed me to want to make the world a better place, to stand up for humanity, to know that we're more than that past, that there's a greater future that awaits us. And we're moving into really exciting times. That's why I'm so happy you do these programs, Neil, because you're showing this next level of reality. We're creating something together, all 200 and something of us here and all the people listening online. We're pushing for this new world to unfold. And this is kind of in the higher intentions of everyone watching here. We're kind of bonding together as a solid consciousness to make something better, a greater reality, a better world. Yes. An uplifting of humanity. And it's very exciting. That's why I love listening to Grant. He does boom, 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 boom. And it's like, you could hardly follow it, but there's such enthusiasm and energy in there that it makes everyone excited about, well, what's next? What's coming down the line? How are we going to score this touchdown? So
exactly.
Amen.
Yeah. Thanks, Grant.
All right. So let's move on then. I'm going to introduce the next speaker. All right, everybody. So firstly, a couple of announcements scheduled for the rest of the day. Okay, we're about just over the halfway mark for today. So now we have coming up is Harmony Frunderhouse. I'm going to introduce her in just a moment. She's going to have 30 minutes to give us the download. Then we're followed with Brendan Culleton, who is from Paradigm Shift Central, a good friend that we've cultivated a great relationship with. Has been on multiple programs as of late. Then we followed that with Mark Sims from 4 to 4:45 Pacific. We are about 15 minutes behind schedule. And then after that, for the rest of the day, about an hour to an hour and a half, we're going to have an open discussion where we're going to bring on Omar from Watchers Talk TV that has been on multiple shows as well. Brandon again, Alan, myself, and then our good friend Joan of Angels, who's been listening to the show this whole day and definitely wants to come and chime in and, you know, offer her experiences. And also, if you're watching on YouTube right now, we are cultivating and growing our YouTube channel. So if you're on New Realities or if you're on Portal to Ascension YouTube, myself personally, I've been completely deleted from Facebook and Instagram. I had to restart it. So definitely subscribe to our YouTube channels, New Realities and Portal to Ascension. We're going live all the time. Between the two of our channels, there's just like nonstop content. And it's really designed, which is with the intention of this whole conference, which is just to provide a stream of awareness as a support as we're awakening.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Great job. I mean, you are dedicated. I mean, it's kind of rewarding to feel like maybe something's being heard and this is making an impression. And there's also nothing else I think we would be rather doing. It's like, this is our highest excitement, as Bashar would say. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes because I'm doing this so often, I got to remind myself to take a walk, you know, to get some D3.
And, you know, everyone listening, I don't think these are people listening. This is kind of, we're all collective energy pushing for some movement, an energetic movement within the greater population. So I think it's all great. And all the chat's been quite active on the YouTube channels and right here. So that also adds to the kind of multi-dimensional experience. So, okay,
exactly.
Neil.
All right, so let's do this. So everybody, I'm extremely excited to bring on Harmony. And Harmony, just I'm setting you up right now. You can come on your video. I'm going to do a little bio. And I just recently met Harmony. When did she reach out to me? I guess we talked on Facebook a couple of times, but she reached out to me a couple of weeks ago to be on her podcast, on her YouTube show called, and she's probably she'll tell you the actual name of it. I think it's Tea with Harmony. And it was such an amazing podcast and show, and just the way she had it set up, and then also the information that she was presenting was so in alignment with me. I felt a huge resonance that I definitely had to bring her on and just have her just download her energy and just share her love for and excitement of life and this information with all of you. So Harmony, she is merging ancient knowledge with current downloads. She is a bridge builder who embraces both science and spirit, the creator of Wildcraft Wellness. Harmony believes that we are the ones we've been waiting for, and the time is now. A mother of 3 and teaching in the community, Harmony is also a writer, visionary artist, and musician. She is certified caregiver for 15 plus years, a youth adult educator, a passionate gardener, herbalist of the wise woman's traditions, and permaculture and urban farmer. Sharing her knowledge of plants and nutrition and the connection to balanced health in the garden classroom environment. Focus on creating wellness and sustainability, her passion for nature and empowering children have merged while building community and individual connection through gardening and food. Connecting to the soil means connecting to each other, and in turn, we are able to interact with the world on an open, authentic level, creating a new paradigm. Harmony, how you doing?
Oh, awesome, Neil. Thank you so much for having me here, for inviting me on this panel for Portal to Ascension. Just so humbly honored to be speaking amongst such amazing souls, amazing minds, brilliant hearts, and just super honored to be here with you today. So thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. And, you know, we've just connected recently, and I wanted to have you on here immediately just because just the amount of information you shared, you know, I was definitely in alignment with all of it. So why don't you go ahead and start and just take us wherever you want. Definitely tell people about your book, your podcast, and maybe we can start with some history about how you kind of like woke up to this whole consciousness community.
Awesome. Yeah, so I had Neil as a guest on my show Tea Time, and that's Tea Time with Harmony on Wildcraft Wellness channel. Wildcraft Wellness is an amazing forum that me and my family started years ago, just bringing wellness products, services, and education to the community, to everyone around, and helping to empower and to create expanded consciousness throughout our environment, throughout community, and build stronger community through building a stronger connection to ourselves. And in that, I have many different platforms, many different videos on different ways that you can connect to nature, to connect to paradigm shifting, to all different parts of this ascension process. And Neil also spoke about my book, Birthing a New Paradigm. And that is, excuse me, that is an amazing book that I have written over the past 10 years. And it finally came into fruition just under 2 years ago. And it is my journey of ascension, a tool guide and a part autobiographical guidebook so that you can glean information off of the puzzle pieces that I have to share with the world. We all have a piece of that puzzle to share, and we can all glean and learn and teach each other. And that's one of my greatest missions, is to be a student and a teacher in this life, and to constantly to connect to that higher empowerment in my journey and to help empower others. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here today. A lot of amazing speakers, and I am just going with what came with me, a download earlier this morning and late last night through meditation. So I love that this quote has been used several times, kind of how I was planning on starting my presentation here, is we are truly the ones that we've been waiting for. So, you know, the synchronicity is continuance, and it's just beautiful. Really enjoyed all of the presenters and very resonant with everything that they spoke about today. So I'm really excited. One of our most significant missions here is to activate our full galactic potential and aligning with our own true resonance. And that is expanded consciousness. Through this, we can connect deeper to ourselves, to our own journey, and to transcending trauma in this lifetime and in past lifetimes as well. And also, if time is not linear, throughout the seam work, the fabric of time itself. And through aligning to our timelines of that true resonance and activating our galactic potential, we align to that organic ascension timeline. And, you know, to kind of set the context here, if we star-seeded individuals, us humans, us boots on the ground here in these physical bodies, are indeed interdimensional beings, ultra-terrestrials, extraterrestrials from the future, from another time, from an interdimensional place, then if we have come here to anchor that ascension timeline into our reality, to preserve our ability to love, to preserve our ability to procreate, to evolve consciousness itself, then we are, as a collective, a pivotal part of this great shift. We are a huge part of each individual step of that collective ascension. So through that, we can activate many parts of our full galactic potential and align with that timeline of true resonance through stepping into each moment. And we can do that through, when we can start by asking several questions. And these are many questions that I know that many of us have already asked ourselves. And many of us are, you know, pondering these ultimate great mysteries at this time. And we can start by, you know, asking ourselves, who are we? Who am I? What am I doing here? When will we see great shift? When will we see that mass disclosure? Where do we come from? What are our seed races? What is our galactic DNA? What does this mean to us? Why did we come here at this time? And how do we step into our highest potential? And how do we level up? How do we really connect with the next part, the next journey of this great, grand walk walking each other home, as, this amazing journey that we are on. How can we move into the next level? And that's what I'm going to kind of talk about today, is this journey that I've been on and some of the things that I've learned to help and guide me through this journey. And maybe these things will help others as well. So that's why I'm kind of here to share this download, to share what I have gleaned off of the journeys and the struggles and the transcendence that I've learned. So one of the first major parts of my awakening process was understanding that we are what we eat, and not just what we consume through our mouth, what we eat, but not only physically, but energetically. We are what we consume, essentially mind, body, spirit. Through all of our receptors and through those programs, we are what we eat. So we need to start to look at what we are consuming. Not only, like I said, the food that we are eating, that food, the water, the chi, the sustenance, is this giving us the chi, the energy that we are seeking when we are actually wanting to eat, or are we just mindlessly eating? We can also start to look at the entertainment, the music, the art, the movies that we are consuming. And, what better way to connect to the highest, greatest timeline than to connect to the Portal to Ascension page, this conference. I know that when I resonate with certain videos that pop up on my feed, or if certain videos pop up on my feed and my body just doesn't resonate with those videos, it causes a dissonance in my reality. And I know that when I'm feeling that, if I put on something like Portal to Ascension, if I put on, paradigm shifting information, things about paranormal, higher learning, wellness, anything like that really helps to realign and to bring my energy back to the center. And, what are we really trying to do is really step into now, because, when we project ourselves in the future, then we lose track of who we are now and what we're doing now. We put our energy back and worry in the past, then we're not able to be present. And so it's really important to be mindful of the information that we are letting into our filters, letting into our resonance, and that frequency and vibration that it's creating in our being and in our environment. And we also need to remember that we are what we eat. When we are consuming other people's paradigms, when we are connecting and believing everything that people say around us, and even if it doesn't resonate with our true highest potential, then that can actually be detrimental in that growth process of the expanding of awareness. So we need to be mindful on what we are allowing in. And it's great to be present and to listen to other people when they are, sharing their experiences and their paradigms. But, put a filter, be careful on how much you let in and how much you let to resonate with yourself and your own consciousness and how you are actually interacting with the world. And then another very important piece to this is really being mindful of our thoughts. Are they really our thoughts? Are they spiraling waves of consciousness? Are they really our memories? Or are they just the way that we thought they were? And this is a very important part to my ascension process and rewriting the traumas that I have gone through in my youth and in different past lives, is through understanding that I had certain belief systems that formed the way that I viewed my memories, that actually shifted the way that I interacted with the world around me, because I had certain judgments, I had certain limitations upon how I interacted with the world, how I believed of my worthiness, of how I believed in the abundance in the world and how I was interacting with that. And so by going into these memories of severe trauma that I had as a youth and in different parts of my life, I was able to forgive and, find compassion and certain virtues that came to me through this forgiveness, through compassion, through understanding, through the understanding that I volunteered for some of these things so I could further grow, or so I could stop further processes of corruption, that I was actually a pivotal part in this. And then it became an empowering moment, a powering relationship, as opposed to a victim type relationship that I was holding with certain memories in my life. So that is a really, really key piece to all of this, and really understanding that we are what we consume, and we are consuming certain pieces of information that form our reality and how we interact with that reality around us. And another part that we really need to be mindful of is, what are we creating and what are we producing? So not only what are we consuming, but what are we creating and producing? How are we being a contribution to our reality, to that reality of true resonance, to aligning with that timeline that we really want to resonate with, that we actually do resonate with in the moment because of magnetism? And how do we see that looking? And really looking at, what do you love to do? What do you love to create? What did you love to do as a child? How did you envision reality looking like? And then weigh that against your actions and what you're doing. Are you doing those things? And that will reflect to you, back to you, the things that you can work on, the things that you can strengthen. And that is truly a pivotal part in understanding how we interact with this. What are we creating? Are we consuming? And then the ratios, are we consuming more than we are creating? If so, try to seek balance. Are we creating much more than we are consuming? Finding that balance within is truly the key, and understanding this great journey. And then another great piece to this is that inner child, like I spoke about, connecting to the child that you were as a youth. What dreams did you have? What did this world look like? What did you love to do? Did you love to write? Did you love to teach? Are you doing those things? Think about it and reflect upon that. And if it no longer resonates, then leave that in your childhood. But really connect to the inner child that's still alive within you. Let that inner child play. How are you in alignment with those goals and dreams that you had as a child? And are you really stepping into being a nurturer for that inner child? And what happens when we do that? What happens when we let ourselves play? What happens when we connect to nature like a child does? What happens when we just observe and just be a sponge? That is truly an activation of our DNA. We step into the abilities that we were told that, a lot of us were told these abilities are shunned in the world, keep them quiet. But, as a child, you don't have those hindrances and those things that shut you down and tell you that you can't do things. And so tap into that reality in which you can do these extra perceptional things, where you can have telepathy and telekinesis and teleportation. I mean, it's a word, it's a concept. So it should be a possibility in our minds. And, when we tap into that inner child, that's when we're really able to, let those limitations, release them and let them fly away. And we can start to really integrate our true potentials within us. And in that, an activation of DNA happens. Our genetic encoding heals those traumas that we had throughout different lifetimes, throughout our childhood, throughout, you know, just this past year. Like Zenka said, you know, the traumas are a great awakening process. And I've said this many times that, you know, this last year has been a collective near-death experience. It's been this huge trauma that we've all felt together. And I love, you know, Alan spoke about, you know, that it leveled out the playing ground for everyone. We all realize how interconnected we are now. And it's so important to view the world from an interconnected space. And in that, we really truly do heal our genetic code. We truly do activate our DNA and our superpowers. And in that, miracles occur. It's just amazing how it unfolds. And because of this, we are able to step into a true knowing. And this is one of the keys in manifestation, and really stepping into that magnetism and understanding how we are really truly creating what we are, you know, resonating at, and how we think, and how we are allowing our actions to interplay with this reality. That knowing and trusting, and some will call it faith, hope, but really understanding and trusting the divine plan, trusting your plan, trusting how you interact with this reality is how we can really step into that fullest potential. And in that, we gain that alignment. We gain that alignment with our higher self. We gain that alignment with that envisioned reality. We gain alignment really to all the, you know, the collective around us, like a hive of bees or birds, how they can, you know, fly in unison. This is possible. And as we reflect and we see it in nature, we can see our own true highest potential timelines as well. And in that, we activate that magnetism. Magnetism is there, but what do we want to magnetize to us? So we can start to really be mindful about how we are magnetizing and what we are magnetizing to us. Because, you know, as above, as so below, what you put out into the world comes back at you. And it really, these laws are really, you know, the fabric of our reality. And if we start to respect them and understand them, that's how we can start to really utilize this amazing journey that we're on, and start to step into alchemy, and the true alchemy of the spirit, in transforming those densities, those, you know, dark matter, you know, organic matter of the plant, that's turning into a more refined substance, like in the creation of an essential oil. When you put that into a distillation device, you can create that refined essential oil matter, that chi, out of the dense matter. And for that plant matter, it may seem like the fires and all these elements coming together are stressful, are going to create an ending. But in that ending is a new beginning and a new transcendence and a new reality emerging of those divine elements, and creating something more interconnected of the ether. And that is what we are doing at this point. And through that, we can really start to access that 0 point energy, that place where anything is possible. And really, we all can access that at any time. It is truly in the now moment that we do that. It is truly in this place of empowerment, of not judging our own journey or other people's journey, and just understanding that it's unfolding for greater lessons, that it's unfolding for greater empowerment, for understanding our own power in this world, for understanding our interconnectedness and the unity. And it's all unfolding for us, not against us. You know, there's that saying, you know, the world, all this isn't happening to you, it's happening for you. And it's so true, because it really is happening for us. And we are a pivotal part in creating it. And that is one of the coolest parts of all this. And, you know, one of the things that I really want to express for a lot of us that are, you know, in service and giving and, you know, constantly giving of our mind, of our, you know, physical assistance, of our spirit, just constantly wanting to share. It's important to remember to reciprocate and to allow that gratitude to come back to you, allow that understanding that self-care is important. You know, they say on the plane, you know, you got to put your mask on first or you'll never be able to put it on your child. You know, all these analogies are really important when we look at them in a holographic template over our spiritual progress and our consciousness expansion. So, you know, in self-care, these are a lot of things that we often overlook. Sleep is one of the things that I really had a hard time keeping a harness on. I had an envision, you know, I want to go to sleep with my kids. I want to wake up with my kids. I want to be, you know, alert during the day and, you know, have lucid dreams in my sleep and all of these goals. However, when I was a young mother, you know, there was a part of my reality in which I wasn't getting enough sleep. I was very sleep deprived. I had 2 children back to back. They were 13 months apart. So it was like raising twins, only very extended time. And then as soon as they were, you know, getting full night sleeps and I was getting full nights of sleeps again, I had my 3rd child. And so I was not getting enough sleep. And I found that I was really having a hard time with my focus, with my physical abilities, my spiritual connection. All of it was very interconnected. And so, you know, getting enough sleep is really important. Not only does it help us to recharge, it helps us to connect with that astral part of our reality, because, you know, there's a lot going on in our subconscious and in these interdimensional relationships with reality that we are getting during the sleep realm. So that's one very important piece to this. And we also need to remember, you know, how we are, you know, feeding our soul, feeding our body, feeding our mind. That is another key piece. And we also can think about our meditation practice, our stress management practice. How are we grounding our energies, because we are electrical systems? And how are we finding our own personal connection to our higher self, to our inner self, to that greater part of ourself that is the divine and that is, you know, the universe around us? How are we connecting to that? Are we giving ourselves time? Are we just go, 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 go until from the beginning of the day till the end of the night? And are we feeding our soul with, you know, the things that really make us feel good? Are we getting out into nature? Are we, you know, connecting with music? Or are we listening to music or creating music? Are we creating art? Are we connecting to the forces around us, that energetic grid, and working along with, you know, things like crystals? Are we connecting to physical exercise and taking care of that part of our body? Are we taking care of our mind? You know, are we just vegetating and not even focusing on that? It's all about balance and connecting all of those parts. You know, what legacy are we leaving? Because this DNA that we're creating right now is the legacy for the next generations. And as our ancestors created our DNA, we have that opportunity to continue that cycle on, to help to, you know, create the next consciousness evolution. And, you know, we are essentially the building blocks of this DNA, is the way that we interact with reality. How are we interacting with judgment and with our reality of each other? How are we interconnecting with reality in that place where we can be a better guide and tap into our own gifts through this great process of this reality of the ascension process. And in that, it's just an amazing journey that we're in. We are in a daily process of aligning with our true resonance and this true activation of our DNA, and we are unlocking these potentials of our higher manifestations. We have these superhuman abilities to unlock, and these amazing abilities of telekinesis, of remote viewing, contact modalities that were spoke about earlier. We have these superpowers, these miracles that are being activated, and tuning into this interdimensional perception is like dialing into the radio. And so we need to think about how are we going to dial in when we follow our truth, when we follow our alignment and resonance. We truly activate our galactic birthright, stepping into our own unique role in this ascension journey. We are the ones that we've been waiting for, and it's so exciting. And that is basically my presentation. I wanted to share a technique for connecting to that 0 point energy in meditation. If there's more time.
Yes, go ahead, please do.
Okay, great. So one of the things that I hear a lot in grounding and connecting in meditation is to connect to your center, and then sending your energy down into the earth, and then releasing anything that is no longer serving you. Let the earth take that energy and draw up the energies of the earth, back up into your center, sending those energies down through all the layers of the earth, all the energetic layers of your body, of the earth, down into the core. And then letting all of that energy of beauty and nourishment and sustenance of that earth, of the elements, being drawn back up into your core and then into your heart space. And then doing the same thing like a tree, like sending roots down into the earth. We're going to send our branches up into the sky. And as we do that, we're connecting that energy, going up through the chakras, going up through our energy field, through the different layers of however you view it, through your energetic layers, through the atmospheric layers, into the grand central sun, into those galactic energies of outer space, of however you view it, up and above you. So as above, so below. Then also drawing down those energies as you release anything that no longer serves, drawing down any blessings, downloads, all of the nourishment and chi from the above energy. And then as we do that, we're creating that solid column of light. And this is a common practice. But the next step that a lot of people are now stepping into is creating the 4 sacred directions around us. So sending our energy ahead and behind us, and then to one direction and to the other. And as we do that, also releasing and drawing in, and releasing behind us and drawing in, releasing to one side and drawing in, and releasing to the other side and drawing in. And however you connect to that, it could be the elements, the 4 corners, anything, however you connect to those pivotal energies that are around us. When you create that sacred access at the very center, this creates the grand star, the magical star within us. And we all have this rainbow within us, the chakras, and we all have this star. And this sacred star helps us to pull back all of those pieces that we have projected into tomorrow, into yesterday, into all these parts of our life. And we're able to pull those all back to that center. And in doing that, it activates that 0 point energy that's spoken about. It activates that sacred space where anything is possible. And we're able to really step into our alignment. We're really able to step into those highest potential timelines. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Harmony. Amazing information. And really like taking it to the other level, because besides just the information of what's going on there, what's happened, how long the secrecy has been happening, what this means for us now, ultimately it goes back to what I guess I would say the Israeli space chief quoted from the Israeli space chief just a few months ago. And he basically said, a galactic federation has been waiting for humans to reach a stage where we will understand what space and spaceships are. And what that means to me is we need to reach the level of consciousness in order to be basically responsible enough to have open contact with not only ourselves, right? Our higher dimensional selves, our extraterrestrial selves, our simultaneous lives, but also to have open contact and peaceful contact with other beings. And the only way we're going to get to that isn't just by simply understanding the information and looking through the documents. It's going to be by doing the tools and modalities that you're outlining here. So, and the more of us collectively start doing that, the more of an ability we have to be at that level, right? And it's interesting because I think we spoke about it on your show, that the only way that we could create this world, this future, this ascended, beautiful paradise that we envision with open contact is by doing tools and techniques that make us more present in this moment, you know?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, so much truth. I love it. Thank you, for that addition.
Thank you, Harmony. So what can you let everybody know about your YouTube show one more time? Because I really love what you've done there and how you've done it. So yeah, go ahead.
So my YouTube is Tea Time, and it's on Wildcraft Wellness channel. So you can subscribe there for free. Lots of awesome videos, all walks of life. It's a great resource for anybody just to have entertainment or learning, all sorts of great stuff. And then Tea Time is a show on Wildcraft Wellness. Hey, Brendan. And it is a show that I do to create awareness and conscious expansion and to create empowerment of the community as well. So definitely I recommend checking out Neil's episode. It was really good. It was the newest one that I just launched. And yeah, it's a great forum for anybody to expand consciousness. Lots of great topics, anything from like the fairy and the fae to extraterrestrial life to interdimensional beings. Lots of great people that you have on Portal of Ascension. Lots of wonderful presenters. So
yes.
Yeah, thank you for letting me share that.
And before I let you go, let me just make a comment as well about it, is that she asks you, what's your favorite tea? And then she drinks that tea to be in the energy of the person that she's actually interviewing as she's interviewing you. It's like so unique and cool. Like I really appreciated it. And Brandon, I didn't know until recently, a couple of days ago, I guess, that Harmony and Brandon know each other. So I decided to bring Brandon on real quick. And Brandon, if you want to comment on, Harmony and what she just said before we let her go, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you, Neil, and I was pleasantly surprised by the synchronicity of that as well. I was just like, oh, that's so cool, seeing Harmony on in the same UFO disclosure conference. And Harmony, we've known each other. We've been again kind of like within the same mission, going back to like 2011, 2012, and even around the same time that Neil and I connected as well. But yeah, I love just the way how you bring a lot of like the practicality to it. I think with a lot of these topics and discussions that have been shared here today, I'm sure for a lot of people, it's a lot of information. But how do we bring it back to the everyday life? How do we bring it back to the embodiment? And this big idea that like we are these cosmic antennas. So like, how do we become better cosmic antennas? How do we clear ourselves inside, outside through our habits and routines? And yeah, I think you do a great job of explaining that. And I'm super excited for like, we got like 300 people tuned in right now, Neil, give or take, like for all the people to find out about what you do as well. So yeah, it was nice just being able to sit back and listen. And now we get to kind of like continue on and everything just kind of like builds up from there. So Harmony, it was great seeing you here.
Yeah, thank you. It's been an amazing journey to be part of the Paradigm Shift Network and everything that you do, just really great to have fellow pioneers all coming together. This is a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Harmony.
Thank you.
Take care. Talk soon.
Mwah. Bye, you guys.
All right, everybody. So now moving on, we're going to move into our next guest here, and you can see him already. His name is Brendan Culleton, and he is joined with Lacey, and he's going to be giving us a download and what he wants to share today. But a little bit about Brendan, and maybe you can elaborate a little more if there's anything that I'm missing here. But Brendan's been doing this work for quite some time. I don't even know. And every time I introduce him, I probably kind of say I don't even know when he came out with this documentary. So I might as well just ask him when he came out with that documentary, the one at Lucidity Fest, right? What year was that, Brendan?
The first one was 2013.
Okay.
So yeah.
So right around then is when I saw your footage and just the energy that you had, and just like how passionate you were in putting this information out there, and your ability to communicate to the masses. I immediately gravitated towards you and was just kind of observing and seeing what you're doing for some time. And then ultimately a few years ago now, I'm not sure, maybe 3-4 years ago, we started connecting on even a more continuous basis. And now I'm also part of his network that he's created, that hopefully he'll get to speak about here in Paradigm Shift Central, in which he's helping conscious creators basically do what they love and do what they're passionate about, and providing the tools, the practical tools, as well as the spiritual awareness and business awareness to be able to become the conscious creators they are. But besides that, he's creating podcasts all the time, live streams all the time, groups and workshops, flowetry workshops in which people get to express themselves, such a wide range of workshops and experiences to help empower the individual. Now, I've had Brendan on in the last year and a half or so on quite a few different live conferences online, because he's such a great MC and host, and he has so much to offer that I've been bringing him on. But I know that Brendan and Lacey are both really much into the whole concept of UFOs, extraterrestrials, but even beyond that, the interdimensionals, what this really means for us. So as we're, closing out the day, the next 3 speakers, we're going to get really now into what I believe is going to be experiencing the spiritual awareness around this whole topic. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm just going to pass it over to you guys, Brendan and Lacey, and I'll be here in the background. But please, welcome. I love you guys. Thank you for being here, and it's all yours.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Neil. And yeah, again, Neil, feel free to just kind of like jump in anytime. I know you're kind of like doing multiple things at once, but me and Neil, we actually did an episode of the UFO, the agenda. What was it? The UFO. What was the name of the show again?
The UFO Disclosure Show. And the next episode's tomorrow, but 2 weeks ago we went live and it's on our YouTube right now.
Yeah. So even the stuff we'll talk about today, it might be kind of like hitting on stuff that we talked about there. But if you guys want to hear just like 2 hours of me and Neil going back and forth on that, I would definitely encourage going back and checking out episode 4 of the UFO Agenda Show, Disclosure Agenda Show. So yeah, we got about half an hour, less than a half an hour to really just be able to practice sharing from our heart. And I'm super excited to be able to be here with Lacey as well, my partner. And so one of the things that we are able to kind of like talk about here in the broadcast is experience, being experiencers. And so again, I think what is happening now, and this has already been kind of like shown by a lot of the other speakers so far within the conference, is this whole idea that there are more and more people who are becoming experiencers. And I think, again, to become an experiencer, it really begins by you kind of like making that first choice to be open to the possibility of it. With the UFO phenomenon, it really is kind of, first, depending on the circumstance, it's kind of more this idea of not necessarily seeing is believing, but believing is seeing. So as you're open to it, it's kind of like this idea that there's a part of you that already exists in that future reality that's almost kind of like rippling back into the present. And then when you do have these experiencer moments, I think a lot of those experiencer moments are something that have been like very specifically encoded into our soul contracts, something that have been, planted within our story to be able to help initiate a further part of our awakening. And so Lacey and I, we've had multiple sighting experiences, and there's like one like really vivid sighting experience that we had a little bit earlier, literally almost like to like this time last year, give or take. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure Lacey and I, we can just kind of like chit chat here, and Neil, honestly, feel free to just kind of jump in, because you would maybe even just like have some particular things that you would want us to be able to focus on.
I'll be here the whole time, so I'm listening attentively, so I'll jump in for sure.
Yeah. So any particular like themes that you want us to be able to hit upon just within the time frame, feel free to do that. And again,
definitely, everybody. I would like you guys to explain that sighting that you're about to get into.
Sure.
We can go from there.
Yeah. We can definitely talk more about that. And, even just kind of like talking about our own like fascination and passion, like with the UFO phenomena. Lacey, I can pass it over to you if you just want to talk about like, like why is it something that is interesting to you, and why is it that we chose to be here today, where more and more people are starting to share this interest as well. So Lacey, if you even just want to kind of like briefly introduce yourself and like, why are you so interested in UFOs and your experiences and et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
So.
I'm Lacey, and I go by the Paper Druid on Instagram. For me, UFOs and I guess like multi-dimensional, higher dimensional beings have always been a big interest of mine, even since I was a young girl. I've always been really sensitive and open to that as an avid dreamer and astral projection, like something that I like to do. I've dived into those realms on the dream level a lot. So, and also I've had some experiences when I was a young girl. So those were kind of like, I was always just so intrigued by it. I felt this pull to it, and I wasn't sure what it was or what it meant, especially with how media portrays like extraterrestrial or any of that. So for me, it was always like this, how to explain it, like this deep connection, but also being confused by it because of like the way that people portray it. So not until probably when I started, like when I met you like 10 years ago, I was diving into it more, but didn't even realize that you could do like initiate contact on such a level. So which we'll get into our experience last year, which was a really, really close encounter experience. The ones I had before were almost like I was just at a place at the right time, at the right moment. At least that's what it felt like. Like my first one was when I was 5 or 6 years old, and there was a whole fleet of flying ships
coming out of some sort of portal in the sky or something.
And there was
no big deal. So.
And there was a group of young kids, like we were walking the dog, and it was probably like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And at first we thought it was like satellites or shooting stars, but the way that they moved around was, and then I was like, oh yeah, I knew exactly what it was, even at 5 years old, which is really interesting. And then another time was with my mother, who's also had a lot of experiences with UFOs, and it kind of runs in my family, oddly enough.
Interestingly enough.
Yeah.
And I think even, just as we're talking about it here, just to be able to give ourselves some direction, as we just got limited time to be able to share here, if we were just kind of like ask ourselves, like, what do people need to know? Like, what do people need to know about the UFO phenomenon? And knowing that every single presenter here would be able to bring some unique way of answering that question. If we were to answer that question, just kind of like tapping into our heart right now, which is exactly what I'm asking myself. I'm like, well, what do people need to know? Okay, we got like 15 minutes on the clock. What do we need to tell them? And again, I think one of the things that I really like to be able to focus on is the idea of understanding that in many cases, like what we identify as the UFO phenomena and the alien phenomena isn't quite as alien as we've been led to believe. Like I think in a lot of cases, like the so-called propaganda of institutions and governments has really put in a lot of work to create a lot of distance between ourselves and these experiences, whether that's like metaphorically or physically. Whereas I think once you start to really develop your own relationship with it, you start to realize that like beyond just the idea of the craft and the phenomena, there are actual beings, there are actual conscious entities. And so for me, it really opens up this curiosity of like, well, who are these beings? Who are they? Who are they in relation to us? And so I think when you really kind of open your heart to this understanding that, there are in many cases a spectrum of these beings, let's just say that, but the ones that you can kind of like choose to focus on developing a relationship with, they care about us deeply. Like the one thing that Lacey and I have come to experience over our interactions, again, both in physical and in dream time, which is a big thing that we can kind of emphasize, is that, a lot of people, they're like, oh, they're waiting for an experience externally, but the experiences can also happen on the internal dimensions, through the dream time, through the meditation, through the connection of the heart space, which is again, much of what like Harmony was talking about, like being able to kind of like work on the physical vessel to be able to help you get more into the heart space so that you can be more of like an antenna for this multi-dimensional conscious form of transmission. And so for my own intuition, I've kind of really felt myself called to this innate belief or knowing or assumption or best guess, whatever I want to call it, that these beings, whatever they are, they have some sort of karmic tie to us. They're not just here just because, like, they are literally here because this is a part of their soul path. There's something that they are gaining and learning through their interaction with us. And it may be a case where there's more that we have to give to them than we have fully acknowledged within ourselves. You know, we kind of develop this curiosity, and we're just like, oh, this is very mysterious. But at the same time, you know, I think this is just kind of like an early stepping stone into a much more in-depth relationship that can span for the many generations and you know, decades, if not centuries still to come. And if this is the case, you know, like, what can that relationship look like? And so, you know, I think this is a relationship that has a lot to do with the ongoing evolution of consciousness and understanding that when you start getting into theories and stuff, and I'll pass over to Lacey in a second, then we'll get into telling our story, just keeping on time with everything that we've got to share today, where, you know, with a lot of the stuff that's kind of we're kind of opening up here, for me, like, I think it really is this idea of understanding that, like, whatever these beings are, you know, like, they are our relatives. And this is where you hear a lot of the talk about this, even in, you know, the indigenous and the Aboriginal, they refer to them as like star family. And so when we kind of like open our heart to that possibility, that intention of opening the heart can thus in turn kind of like bring in more experiences. It kind of is a way to tell the universe, like, okay, like, I'm putting my hand out to kind of like initiate contact, to initiate a handshake. So the first step of contact really begins within your own heart space, and that's going to be a very personal experience for you. But I mean, off the top of my head, you know, when it comes to a lot of these beings, I'm like, man, like, the sci-fi part of my brain is just like, whoa, like, it actually doesn't sound that far-fetched to imagine that these beings are literally, you know, theoretically like us from the future, or like, you know, again, kind of from these like other dimensional spaces that are still very much connected to us. And so what is happening here on Earth has some sort of impact that is going to like ripple out into both directions. And again, they are coming here because I think there's a very intimate relationship as to why they are here, and we don't have to fully know the answer to that. I think a big part of the journey is to be able to feel the calling within our heart, to be able to take the steps forward on the mystery of what this relationship is without fully even knowing what it is. But then we're going to go forward into it, you know, flash forward like 30-40 years from now, and we're going to be like, whoa, like, remember back in 2021 when we were still like so naive about this, and we were just getting started. But how can you develop that relationship? That's the question that we want to be able to like put forth to the audience. And the fact is that there are ways to do this, much of what has already kind of been talked about in the conference. And this is where you start getting into the idea of like CE5, human initiated peaceful contact, and really being able to understand that this is something that we can open ourselves up to on a more holistic, integrated level when we start incorporating, again, kind of like the conscious perspective and the spiritual perspective, without even having to use the term spiritual. Again, it's, you know, it's the human experience, whatever that is. And yeah, just understanding that like there is this deep sense of connection between us and them. And if you can just know that that is there, then that can become kind of like this golden thread that will kind of like move you towards these possibilities, and knowing that these possibilities are possible. And I'll just say this because, again, you know, like, one of the things that I think is incredibly beautiful about the experience that Lacey and I have, as well as many of the experiences that people have here had, is that here we are a year later, and now we are talking about it. We are talking about it as ambassadors. We are talking about it to be able to say, look, this happened to us. This is possible. It can happen to you too, if you choose, if you're open to it. And even though, again, you know, in the past, there were these experiences where it was kind of like we were just in the right place at the right time, even though there probably was like some sort of synchronicity and karmic thing going on there. But the other experiences that we have, like, that was like initiated by us. That was us, like, kind of, we like, you know, that wasn't just in the right place at the right time. It was the synchronicity kind of all brought it into this one nexus moment, so to speak. And, you know, as a result of that, though, it really opened us up to this idea of like, this is possible. And if this happened once, it can happen again. And how do we continue to initiate contact, and not just initiate contact, but to initiate relation? And what does that relation look like as we continue to evolve it? And that's where, you know, through our experience, and Lacey can talk about this, and we'll talk about our experience in a second, where, again, you know, the relationship has been something that has continued on a very intuitive soul level, and also in the dream space, where even right now, as we're talking, you know, I can almost kind of like feel them with us, kind of saying like, you know, like, we helped have this experience with you so that here right now we can continue to serve as ambassadors, world bridgers, to be able to create the you know, to create the path between the seemingly impossible and the possible, and then to understand that that is the reality that we are walking right now, where suddenly the impossible is something that we are in the midst of, and it's quite possible. So yeah, Lacey, if there's anything you want to talk about just in terms of like, you know, your relationship with these beings and how that's evolved, and then we'll get into our story, and then we'll probably check in with Neil and see where we are time wise.
Yeah, let me just say, yes, do that. And then actually after that, if you want to do a little meditation, because there's around 600 people on all platforms right now, it's perfect opportunity to, you know, lay down.
I was thinking about that. I appreciate you mentioning that, because I was like, yeah, like if we have time, we can definitely do that since you've invited us to. Yeah. But yeah, Neil, thank you. Lacey, again, I guess just kind of whatever's on your heart, the concept of relation, and then we'll talk about our experience.
Yeah. Me and Brendan, for the past about, you know, over a year and a half, have really been diving deeper into creating connection and relationship with these OUs, other us's. So we've just, you know, been, you know, when I go to bed at night, I set that intention to, if I'm open to receiving any, you know, wisdom, energy, whatever it may be. Yeah, it's really enriched our lives, I think. It's brought us closer together. It's just been such a mind-blowing, radical, like wild experience. And like before we had our like close encounter last year, you know, for me, I've always had, like I was saying, I've always had a connection with other higher realms, other dimensions, star beings, whatever you want to call it, you know, just Galactic Federation. I've been there a few times off world. Apparently that's a place. And I've been there and met many different species in dream time. So, and lucid dreaming and astral projecting and stuff like that. So that's always been something. So when we went out with the intention to actually make contact in waking reality, I was curious to see what would actually happen. Presently surprised, that's for sure.
Pleasantly surprised indeed.
Presently surprised. I mean, obviously it's like intuitively, like you're like, okay, like you're opening up your heart. You're like, I'm open to receiving whatever, you know, with no expectation. We really went into our experience with that. Not filming. We were just really just in our heart spaces and very much in love with each other, which I feel like kind of like the being in love and living in love really just kind of expanded our frequency or our like antenna, like you were saying, for us to have such an intimate interaction with another being. So
it's again, you know, like we can only speak from our experience, and even though the experiences that we've had have been quite benevolent, again, I just want to be able to let everyone know we're not trying to play the naive card here. And I think with this entire topic, obviously there's going to be the full spectrum of, you know, everything from black to white with the gray in between. And so again, you know, I think it's up to us to be able to open ourselves up to the experiences that are going to be incredibly enriching and empowering and something that we can bring with us back into the world. And that's the thing, like that experience that we've had, it wasn't just something where it's like, that was a fun weekend. It's like something that we've continued to carry with us. And we have continued to spark discussions about it, even, you know, just going to like house parties and sitting around a bonfire and it'll just casually come up, and then people will just be like, whoa, they're super curious and they want to learn more. So now we become again, you know, stewards for what is possible. And this is something that in a lot of ways really opening up to this idea of you know, time not being this linear thing as we are commonly led to believe, but really understanding that, you know, and this goes for us as well as anybody who resonates with this message, that I think many of us, you know, we kind of have this longing to want to be a part of something bigger, or even to be, you know, a part of like Galactic Federation. And we've kind of heard this coming from, again, the Israeli defense minister about the Galactic Federation. And I love the idea of just kind of opening up to it. It's like, what if there are many of us here right now on this earth plane, on this planet, who literally chose to incarnate almost as kind of like sleeper agents for garlic, what did I say? Garlic? For the Galactic Council, for the Galactic, again, like for the Galactic Federation, the Garlic Federation. I think that's what I almost said. I think I'm hungry. I think that's what I'm basically saying. For the Galactic Federation, you know, like what if some of us literally came here like as souls, and before we came here, it's like, on behalf of the Galactic Federation, do you choose to go down into this earth plane and to remain in a state of amnesia until the year 2021 to be able to help like wake up to your mission, to be world bridgers and ambassadors for the truth of the shifting consciousness and this multidimensional wisdom and and help wake up other humans along the way? And it's just like, fuck yeah, like that sounds like an epic movie. That sounds like something I'm a part of. And so I feel like many of us who resonate with this kind of like message are literally waking up to that, where it's like, whoa, and what if, you know, what if being an ambassador for this wisdom is literally something that's a choice? You know, if you came here as a soul, it is a choice. And with that choice, you know, there's opportunity, there is also responsibility. And when you kind of like open your heart up to that, again, you know, I think that's something that opens you up to more of who you are. So through our own experience, it's kind of like expanded our understanding of who we are, you know, as individuals, in the same way that it's like, if this is something that's inside of us, it's inside of you, and let us be mirrors for you to be able to see something that's inside of you, where this whole topic of UFO disclosure happening more on a mainstream consciousness. Now, you know, there are going to be a lot of people with a lot of questions. And so let you and I be the people who can help facilitate those questions, and in some cases be able to provide direction and information and answers, opposed to just disinformation and fear and everything like that. So we'll talk about the experience, but Lacey, go ahead if there's anything else you wanted to say in the moment.
No, I think you really
articulated
that beautifully.
Yeah. Cool. All right, Neil, how are we doing time wise? Because we'll give like a short version.
Yeah,
of the story.
Let's do. Hey, Alan, I know you're there. We're just going a little over. Yeah, if you wanted to, we have like 6 minutes. 6 minutes. So do you think you can share your talk and maybe just do like a 1 to 2 minute drop in? Yeah.
So we're going to go about 6 minutes later, Neil?
Yeah, in about 6 minutes, we'll bring Mark on.
Tell Mark. Okay.
How long would the meditation be, give or take?
If you can do like a 2 minute drop in just to synergize that energy.
Yeah. Whatever it takes. Time is an illusion anyway. So it isn't. Okay. So anyways. So CE5, a lot of people are getting more familiar with this term. Again, mostly coined by Stephen Greer. It refers to Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. You can use that term if you want, but let's just kind of like focus on the idea of it being human-initiated peaceful contact. I think if you just refer to it as human-initiated peaceful contact, that's fine. You don't even have to call it CE5. So Lacey and I, we actually like saw the documentary, started learning about it and everything. And then long story short, we went up to a cottage, and I'll just kind of set things up, and then I'll let Lacey just kind of talk about how it felt for her. And so we were going up to a cottage in Halliburton, Ontario. So kind of like up in the forested area. And we had the intention to do CE5, and we brought like a laser pointer and everything like that. And then on the first night that we were there, we were meditating out on the dock. I went out there for about like 30 minutes. And so the whole process is, again, being in mind-heart coherence, and basically just kind of like sending out a signal, just kind of like saying like, hey, we're here. And then just being open to whatever's possible. Lacey came out a little bit after. And the fact that the two of us were there together was very, I think, part of how it all happened. You know, like there were synchronicities kind of leading us to this moment. So it was kind of like time was folding in on itself in this moment. As we were sitting there, we were meditating, and again, not expecting anything. And then suddenly we would see like a little blip in the sky and be like, whoa, like what was that? And then we would see like another blip, and then another blip, and then another blip, to the point where we were just like, whoa. And then there's kind of like this wave of energy. Something was happening. And this kind of happened over the course of maybe like 30 seconds to a minute. And then these blips started happening within a cluster, within a rapid region of the sky, like kind of like,
a light would kind of like
And again,
and come back in.
Yeah, and a lot of people talk about these these kind of blips showing up as a form of communication. So anyways, the core part of this is that in the quadrant of these blips, there came like a big, like a core craft. And this craft, we could actually see it kind of like come down from high altitude. It like came down from high altitude, and it was over top of the lake. And it was like within, I would say probably about like no more than 150 meters from where we were. Very close, so close.
Yeah, I could see inside it, but it was,
yeah, Lacey could literally like see inside like the light, could see like the shape of the craft, and she explains it as being very similar to like a Merkaba, which is how we experienced it. And then again, this craft kind of like literally like we saw it for a good, like it was at least a minute. And in that moment, we were just like so heart expansive, obviously just like it felt like a lucid dream, very psychedelic. And in that moment, again, you know, it was just incredibly just like so profound, so reality shifting, and just kind of like feeling this extreme, just kind of like wave of love moving through our body, kind of like Kundalini energy. And then after that, it kind of passed over to the tree line. Then we went into the cabin, and then we were just continuing to talk about it, and we were still feeling it, and we still felt there was a presence. And then Lacey dreamt about it that night. But again, that's just kind of the short version. But Lacey, explain to me like what it felt like, or explain to them like what it felt like, or just any of the other parts.
That's like the very compressed.
Very compressed.
It loses its magic a little bit.
The full version.
Compress it. But,
check my YouTube channel, because there's like a 1 hour version of us talking about it.
Yeah. So during that experience, when it did appear in the sky, obviously both of us, we were sitting, and we stood, we're like, whoa. And it came down towards us. I know in that moment, Brendan was feeling a bit nervous. He communicated to the craft that, we're new to this, please, be gentle with us in a way. Like, we're communicating by speaking out loud, but also like telepathically, I guess. And during that time, while all was happening, it felt like it happened very slow, but it was within like 2-3 minutes. It wasn't very long. I connected with this being, and I guess I downloaded. I don't know how to explain it. I've never experienced anything like it. It was speaking to me. It was telling me how much it loved us. I've never felt a love like that before. Yeah. It was unconditional. It was profound. It like moved me to the core. And I've had a lot of spiritual experiences in my life that have changed me and made me who I am today. But this experience was like, I can't even fully articulate just the power that it gives me body chills still. It was just so beyond what I ever knew was possible. And it spoke to me without words. It was just like this energy. And like you said, it was like activating waves of energy were moving up through my body and kind of like radiating around us. After it had left, we definitely both felt like it was still in the area. There was like this deep connection we had made with this. It was only a singleton, one ship, or I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't metal. It was made of energy. It was like an energy vortex.
Quasi-dimensional.
It had like a spinning core.
It's literally a light ship. Like it literally was.
The core kind of like shot out. Like I could see.
Yeah, there's like a core with like
and it shot out. I couldn't see inhabitants, but like it was sentient and was conscious. It definitely was looking at us. It was speaking to us, and we were communicating back with it. Yeah. After that experience, we went back in to kind of integrate what we just had gone through. It was like, we were like, whoa, like almost in disbelief. I remember there's some voice recordings that he took where I'm like, did you see? Like, I was so like, cause he almost was like, did that just happen?
Well,
I'm
absolutely, it happened. So,
and it was like, it did. Like, we just did that. We were out there, we connected with something, and it's like,
this is possible now. Like,
this is possible. We can do this.
Yeah. And we've had a few sightings after that, not to that same degree. And again, I know we're probably at our time limit right now. So, for any of you who want to like hear more in depth.
Cause I had a dream that night.
Yeah. There's
that continued the connection with the ship.
If you guys want, because tomorrow we're doing the weekly Portal to Ascension show, so it's a disclosure agenda show. If you're free, you can come on tomorrow. We're going to do a debrief, and you can continue your story there.
It's quite possible. Yeah, Neil, we can keep in touch
Definitely.
about that. And yeah, for anybody, like if you, another way, if anybody just wants to subscribe to my YouTube channel and just like go through there, you'll see the full video of Lacey and I. We've talked about it a couple times, but
yeah, we love talking about it.
But yeah,
it was
like
a cool one for sure.
Very transformational again. And now like, just kind of like summarize, we feel that again, like that experience, as much as it was for us, it was also like for us to be able to share.
Yeah.
And it was always something where it's just like, oh, like we were always like the ones talking about aliens and UFOs. And now like this experience, it becomes like this gift that again, we can give it to other people to say like, this is possible. This is within this reality. You can experience it too. So the doors have opened and yeah, you know, like the doors of perception have fully opened and it's incredible to think what's still ahead of us as well. So Neil, I guess we'll wrap it up there and you let me know what you want to do next.
Well, if you feel you can do just like a 2-minute drop in real quick, let's do it.
We'll do that. We'll do that right now. And then we'll keep on time and we'll pass it over to you again. So just inviting everybody to get nice and comfortable. I've done various meditations over the years, and we'll just do one to just really bring ourselves into our heart space and just kind of open our connection to benevolent spirits and guides. And the other thing I'll just mention, where we do have everybody here, Lacey mentioned it in the discussion, the term OU, instead of just referring to the craft as like UFOs and UAPs, OU is a term that kind of came to us, and we use that term basically to refer to them as other us's. So if you ever hear me use the term OU, that's basically referring to like the consciousness, the being. So we'll be connecting with kind of the OUs within our heart space and that relative connection, that family, that love connection. So yeah, let's just do that real quick. So just inviting everyone to get nice and comfortable. Just allow yourself to just relax your body. We'll just be here literally just for a couple minutes. When you're ready, just gently connect with your breath. Soft, gentle inhales through the nose. And soft, gentle exhales through the nose of the mouth. And with each exhale, just allowing your body to relax as you just bring your awareness into your heart space. And just allowing yourself to focus on the sensation of gratitude. Gratitude to be here now in this incredibly powerful time. To be a part of this magnificent story, a story that we all have a part to play in. And so as you breathe here within your heart, may you be reminded that your heart is the portal, the gateway, the nexus, beyond the millions of light years between us and any other being. Allow yourself to know that right here within your heart, you can hold space for that presence. You can hold space for that relation, and you can receive that connection. And so in this moment, just allow yourself to be able to feel the love that these beings have for you. A love very much from like a father or mother to a child, or an older brother and sister to a sibling. To be able to just allow your breath to open up any energy activation sensations through the spine, through the body. And in this moment, as you just open your heart to all of these benevolent beings that are here to be able to help assist us on this journey, who are here to learn alongside us. Allow yourself to just imagine and feel through your heart space, what do they say to you right now? Maybe it's just a few sentences or even a few words. What do they say to you right now? Wherever your imagination goes, just open your heart. And I'm just going to allow you to be here in a few moments of silence. What do these beings, these relatives say to you right now to nurture your spirit? And as you breathe here, just before we conclude, what do you wish to say to them? Take a moment here. What do you say to them in this moment from your heart? Beautiful. And as you breathe here, gently adjust your posture if you wish. Straighten up your spine, open up your chest, relax your face, maybe add a gentle, soft smile. And just invite in this knowing that you're exactly where you need to be to get to where you are going, and that these beings are here to support us on our path as we continue to show up for ourselves in the collective. You are a part of this magnificent story, and you are not as separate from them as you've been led to believe. They are here with you in all moments, and with a single breath, you can invite in that connection through the heart space. You are seen, you are supported, you are loved. Take a couple breaths here, and we'll gently return our awareness to our physical body. A little bit of an exhale sigh if you need it. When you're ready, with a gentle calmness to your breath, when you open your eyes, just allow yourself to open your eyes as if you're opening up to a new layer of magic in the world around you, knowing that these possible experiences are waiting for you. They are here for you. When you're ready, gently bring your awareness back to your physical body as you wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, and gently open your eyes, and return your awareness to the space around you. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Brendan. Beautiful.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
Really nice. What do you do these sort of meditations regularly, or how can people get in touch with you?
So my YouTube channel, which I've been posting into the live chat right now, is Skull Babylon. So youtube.com/Skull Babylon. There's plenty of meditations I've done of various sorts. And my Instagram is Mystic Spider-Man. So you guys are welcome to connect with me there. And depending on my schedule, I do meditations quite regularly, but there's also ones you can check out from the past that I've done as well. And some of them themed around contact as well. So yeah.
Powerful ones. Yeah.
Great. And which part of the country are you in?
So we're in Ontario, Canada.
So, oh, you're Canadian.
Yeah.
Are you Canadian? Yeah. And who's your partner there? What was
so Lacey, and you can find Lacey on Instagram at the Paper Druid, and we'll post links into
the Paper Druid.
Correct. Yeah.
I like that.
And Lacey has some really beautiful artwork that's all like dream inspired and contact experiences. So if you guys want to see that, the Paper Druid on Instagram.
Maybe for the panel discussion, you could show some of that, you know.
Might be able to.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I guess so.
I could show the one more.
Great.
Inspired by our experience.
Oh, true enough. So cool. Thank you, Alan, as well. So.
Hey, thanks. Thank you.
Love you both. See you guys in a little bit for the panel.
What time are we on at for that? How much time do we got?
I'll text it to you because I have to take a look right now.
Sounds good. Thank you again, everyone. And for everyone who was able to tune into this, feel free to send me a direct message on Instagram if you guys like resonated. And yeah, always happy to connect with more awesome people. So cool.
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, brother.
Really, it's been quite a full program, hasn't it, Neil?
Yes, and it's been extremely diverse, so much information and experience, you know, so I'm loving it. I'm having a lot of fun.
We could have done 2 days of this, but
we could. We're going to do, I think I'll do this again in a few months, but this one's going to be specifically called Beyond UFO Disclosure Conference. That's going to be the title of it. And, you know, just like Grant said, let's get past the fact that this is a reality and let's concentrate on the next step. The next one, I feel we'll have a quick update on what's going on, but 100% like focusing our intent on what we want to create.
A lifetime of it, someone said. Thank you, Sandra.
So we have Mark in the room. You want to go ahead and bring him on?
Yeah, Mark Sims. This is I seems like I keep introducing Mark Sims. I just introduced him the other night. There he is. It's like we never left.
I keep running into you everywhere.
I know, isn't it strange? And this is like the 5th time in a week I've introduced you to the but you know, soon you're going to need no introduction. But Mark Sims is doing an incredible job pushing the disclosure movement forward and bringing it into a people's empowerment organization. It's sort of like a liberation. We are bring it down to who we are as experiencers. And like I've said before, Mark had a phenomenal transformational experience where he met a being that when you meet these beings and they, well, in Mark's case, merge with your body, you're never the same again. So I don't know if I recommend that for people, but it just happened. And since then, I think it was 2012, you said, wasn't it 2012, Mark, that happened?
Yeah, in November 2012, exactly the morning of November 16th.
You know, it's also interesting, Rey Hernandez UFO revelation happened in 2012 as well. I guess 2012 was a year.
It was a huge year. Grant Cameron had his big awakening and experience in 2012. Many people know.
Right. So the world went into another level, and Mark got so inspired. He's been actually the last couple of years. We did something in Sedona. We had a sort of holiday called the May the 4th Be With You, a Making Contact Day. That might be an annual thing. There's lots of big.
Oh, it is going to be an annual.
It is going to be an annual.
We've already made a decision that we're going to do something in May.
Yes.
We're still, the place that we were going to plan on doing that has transitioned into ownership with a new owner because the old owner died. This is Angel Valley, of course, out just outside of Sedona. And we will be doing an event there in May.
Yeah, and it'll be a huge CE5, CE6. Mark is, I mean, I was with Mark. We were at the, we were in two places. We were in Ojai and in the Disclosure Fest. And he says, I'm going to call on these ships. We do the meditation. I say, okay, where are they? And they show this one yellow light just kind of in at the Disclosure Fest in Chatsworth, just kind of comes through the sky very slowly, no flashing light, no plane, very low to the ground. It's like,
yeah,
well,
right on cue. We meditated just as the gentleman, Brendan and Lacey that were just on, you know, we did a CE5 meditation and we actually did a few over a number of hours. And then at the end, we did a final meditation asking them to show themselves at 11:11 p.m. And right on cue at 11:11, this light you're speaking of, and it was videoed by many people on their cell phones. They were able to get it on their cell phones at nighttime. That's how bright it was.
Right.
So it's pretty cool.
We have the power. The power of this disclosure movement is with the people, is with us. It's the expansion of consciousness and our heart and the consideration of possibilities. So this is what Mark's been working so hard at. And he has some amazing, phenomenal, cohesive activities planned for the planet coming up. I hope you talk about this, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why I'm here.
Mark Sims, like I said, we're a UFO evangelist, and we're all here together to carry this ball down the field and bring it home, like Grant said, to the oneness that we really are. And it really is not just a saying, it really is a shift of awareness. So thanks, Mark, for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure. And I want to thank Neil as well. Neil Gar, thank you. It's such an honor to be on your program with these other amazing presenters. I really enjoyed listening to Brendan and Lacey about their experience. It just brings so much joy to my heart to have young people who've had their recent contact experience and so dramatic and beautiful, and they get it, you know, they get it in spades very clearly, and now they're out, you know, evangelizing. This really is good news, and that's the definition of an evangelist, is the bringer of good news. And so I see myself as an evangelist. I see Brendan and Lacey as evangelists. Alan, of course, you've been evangelizing from way before I knew anything about this phenomenon, on your radio programs and now in your book, Making Contact. And you're just such an amazing evangelist.
Well, I just want to clarify the word evangelist, because it has kind of a bad connotation, like preaching. This is more like not even a belief. This is the reality that is unfolding that we've had experiences of. So you can talk all you want, but it's the idea is having the experience. And that's why we're doing this disclosure, because it prepares people for an experience, to open their minds. And then when you see something, you don't doubt your own mind. So it's like, believe in yourself, believe in what your mind is experiencing, what you're experiencing, and that the world is somehow coming together. It has been prophesized in the sense that the world would come to this new time in history, and we are at the threshold of a new time. So
yeah, this has been prophesized. Indigenous wisdom around the world have had prophecies of one variety or another that speak of this time we're in now. And so there's something that's very important and informative about how we move forward through this phase of our conscious collective evolution. So let me just share with people who may not know my story. Like Brendan and Lacey, I learned about Dr. Stephen Greer's CE5 protocol after doing some internet research. I came across his disclosure project in 2012. This was, 11 years after the actual presentation back in 2001 he did in Washington, D.C. at the Washington Press Club. And I was very impressed. That's the word I was looking for. I was very impressed with the witnesses, these 20 people that got in front of news cameras and shared their stories. And I knew that if what they were saying was true, this was the biggest story in human history. And I still believe that. This is the biggest story in human history. And I wanted to know the truth about it. If there are indeed extraterrestrials visiting this planet and they are reclusive, and there may be a way to reach out to them and initiate contact peacefully, as he was claiming, I wanted in on that. I wanted to know what the hell was going on, because that's a big deal. So I attended one of his 6-day retreats. It took place in Borrego Springs, California, and that led to a face-to-face contact experience in my hotel room on the 5th evening of this 6-day event. And I met an extraterrestrial named Tejbar, who ended up being clearly a non-physical being. He appeared to be made of energy and or light. He was standing at the end of my bed when he appeared. And then I gave him a greeting, and he then approached me. And I was allowing him to approach me. In the context of this event, I knew there was nothing to be afraid of. And there was a sense of benevolence in this being that I was watching. It was awe-inspiring. And I was just so honored and, gobsmacked that an extraterrestrial would, take me up on my invitation through this meditative practice and show up in my hotel room. And so I didn't want to squander this opportunity. And so I controlled my fear. I allowed him to approach me and then touch me. And then before I knew it, he was entering my body with his energy body. And I could feel him. And after he transitioned and, merged with my physical body, and I calmed down from this experience because it was quite freaky, I began a dialogue. I began an interview to ask all sorts of questions. And over a 13-day period of communion, this is what he called it, I was able to ask him questions about himself and who and where he was from, and what was going on with extraterrestrial contact on Earth. And what I learned forced me to recalibrate my worldview. I was an atheist at the time. After this experience of really within 24 hours, I was no longer an atheist because, for instance, I was given a number of experiences in that first few hours of communion, and when he entered my body, that indicated to me that we are more than our physical body. As an atheist, I believe that consciousness was a consequence of all the machinery that's going on inside of our body. the neurons firing, the synapses, and all the nerve cells that are, networked together within our body and our skin, all our organs. This is consciousness, this body. But when I went out of my body, and when I entered somebody else's body in a previous lifetime, which I didn't know at the time that happened, I discovered this later, or it was told to me by Tejbar that I had been that experience was a previous lifetime of mine. That's convincing. It's very convincing. So I very quickly shifted my worldview, and being an open-minded truth seeker, I shifted pretty quickly, but it was so incredible and difficult to integrate quickly that, of course, I had trouble sleeping during those 13 days. I was very, at times, kind of like the deer in the headlights, and I was reclusive. When I returned back to Michigan after being at this event in this retreat in Borrego Springs, I returned home to my family, and I went and tried to, seclude myself in my office, in my home. And that was unusual that I would be so reclusive in my own home. And so my wife was beginning to become concerned. And then when I finally confided in her 24 hours after returning home that I'd had a face-to-face contact with an extraterrestrial, she was absolutely convinced that I had been drugged and was hallucinating. And she was concerned that I had been a victim of Greer, that he had, I had been a mark and a victim of his, cultish ways, in effect. So anyway, the drama continued. I actually was involuntarily committed. My wife insisted that I get a psychiatric evaluation and a full physical examination. And I, of course, agreed because I wanted to placate her and let her know I was fine. I went to the hospital a few days later, and I told my psychiatrists that were interviewing me and evaluating me, I told them the truth that, hey, I've got this celestial being inside my body. Would you like to talk to this being? Would you like to ask him a question? Well, I was very naive because I had signed documents when I was admitted into the hospital for evaluation that I gave up my rights, basically. And the psychiatrist deemed me a danger to my own safety. And they did not let me return home. And I ended up spending 20 days in the psychiatric ward at the University of Michigan Hospital. And let me tell you, that was no fun. Losing my freedoms, the things that we take for granted as citizens of the United States. And I just was flabbergasted that I could be involuntarily committed. And I had not threatened anyone. I was not suicidal. I was just, still in this state of awe and excitement from what I was learning from this being about the nature of reality and the nature of consciousness and how consciousness evolves. And we're a part of that process, both individually and what's about to happen to us. It's all very, very, exciting. And so I was committed and spent 20 days in the University of Michigan Hospital, and then was released finally after I threatened legal action against them. And my family, I was fighting everybody. I was fighting my family. I was fighting the doctors that had committed me. And I was, so anyway, it's all in a book I'm writing. It's very interesting, to say the least. But this is a story, what you would call a cautionary tale of what can go wrong when you make contact if you're not adequately prepared. And that concerns me greatly. And one of the purposes of what I'm doing now is to help other contactees that have these mind-bending, life-altering experiences to be able to be mentored by others that have been through this themselves and can help advise or support new contactees that have all the natural questions you're going to have, like, they've got a million questions, and I didn't have anybody to go to back in 2012. I was completely alone, and other than Teshbar, but I wanted to share what I was experiencing with my family and my friends, knowing that they would think I was crazy if I were to just tell too much detail. So I was kind of between a rock and a hard place. I was in this catch-22. And so I put a lot of thinking into helping put together an institute that one of its strategic initiatives would be to create a academy of experiencers that could provide a support network for new experiencers. And, we could work together to share stories and experiences, and then collaborate on ways to take this public, introduce this idea to other people, and go global, because I believe, in fact, I believe strongly that this is where it's going. It's a global contact event, what I'm calling the global reveal event, where one day in the not too distant future, thousands, if not millions of people are going to be meditating together around the globe, synchronized, and the ships are going to light up in the sky, flashing, blinking in the sky, and everybody's going to be looking up, amazed. And we will have done this, and that will trigger a shift in consciousness, and a whole new discussion for our planet will take place, a very important discussion, because we will know as a human family, without a doubt, that we are not alone, and we're being welcomed, because we will have initiated this. We will have extended our hand out to our star family to invite them to show themselves in a way that's safe. And I can't think of a safer way for first contact, for a global first contact event, than them simply to show themselves in the sky as points of light in a pattern or blinking all over the place at the moment that we're all in a global synchronized meditation. And we'll have made it very clear to the world that we are planning for this, that this is our intention. So when it happens, it's not a tremendous surprise. Of course, there's going to be some surprise people anyway. But if we do our job effectively, and we continue to ride on the coattails of this UAP report and all the doors that's opened up to the media and to, just the pop culture and all the movies that are soon to be coming out, documentaries about the aerial phenomenon, the school in Zimbabwe back in 1994 that school children were visited by two ETs, and they were given messages. And now these children are adults, and they have spoken to cameras, and a documentary has been made that's coming out soon. That documentary and other documentaries now that are coming out with amazing, detailed, high-def footage of craft. This is happening in the next year. And so this is going to take this to a whole new octave and give us an opportunity, those who are peace activists. And when I say a peace activist, that's exactly what I see us being. People like Brandon and Lacey and all the other CE5 experiencers, we know that these are benevolent beings, that if there are negative beings, they are in the minority, and they don't stand a chance to the power and the love and the support we will receive from our own star family. And so we just simply need to reach out to them. And it very well may be that we are going to continue to see, this climate change having dramatic consequences, detrimental consequences on our environment, on the ecology of our oceans and our land. And so there's very easily could become a crisis where we will need their help. And wouldn't it be really incredible if we did reach out to them in a time of crisis and they were to lend their hand to help us? Wouldn't that undermine any potential for a false flag scenario? that we would all be able to know without a doubt that they are benevolent. And those of us that have been following the history of the UFO ET phenomenon for decades, these ETs have been leaving messages for humanity through these delegates, through these individuals that they've selected. These are people like George Adamski, George Van Tassel, and Whitley Strieber, Travis Walton. All of these people who have had direct contact, intimate direct contact, know that they are not malevolent. They are indeed our friends and love us very dearly, and our relationship is intimate with them. They've had a hand in our creation, I believe. And that's what I was told, and I believe that. It makes sense to me after all the research I've done over the last 9 years. So this truly is good news. There's nothing to fear here. It's all about opening ourselves up, opening up our hearts and our minds, and greeting them, and trusting that they are here to help us and to usher in a new age. So, with that, I'd like to make an announcement that some people may not be aware of. I am producing an event. I've been calling it lately the Harmonic Convergence 2021 event. This is something I did last year for free over a 10-day period in July. And I decided to do it again this year. And it's since over the last few months, as I've been planning for it, it's evolved. And now I'm making it, I'm calling it the Making Contact Conference. So I'm going to bring this up. I'm sharing my screen. Hopefully people can see it. So this is, we have a new website that just went live a couple of evenings ago, www.makingcontact.com. We currently have just a landing page where people can pre-register for tickets to this event. It's we have an early bird special going on right now for $99 for anybody who pre-registers now. And in a few weeks, that price is going to go up substantially. I want to make it relatively inexpensive. It's a 5-day event from August 18th to August 22nd. And it's going to take place on what we're calling the Making Contact campus. If anybody has heard of the observation deck that was started by Captain Ron, I had worked with him, partnered with him to do this event on his platform. And we are going to work together to temporarily call it, and maybe permanently call it, the Making Contact Campus. And this is going to be a campus without walls, a virtual meeting space where we can have events ongoing. This will be the first major event in which we will come together for a convocation to discuss what it would mean to establish a citizens diplomacy initiative. So the New Paradigm Institute was organized and founded by Danny Sheehan and myself back in 2015. Danny Sheehan, as most of you probably know, was the lawyer for Dr. John Mack while he was at Harvard University. He was the head of clinical psychiatry at Harvard, and he had written a book called Abductions, one of the very first books on the phenomenon. And this was all, the book was written by Dr. Mack initially to study this phenomenon of abduction that seemed to him to be a mass psychosis. And he was curious to study it and understand what was going on there. He initially thought it might have been a thing triggered by popular culture and the movies and books that were coming out, like Communion by Whitley Strieber. And he was convinced that this was a mass psychosis. This wasn't a real phenomenon at all, that people were imagining it through wishful thinking or just, having very creative imaginations. And so so he wrote a book after interviewing many of these abductees, a few hundred of them. And he felt that after interviewing them, this was a real phenomenon. I'm going to just come back real quick. Whoops. Let me just do this real quick, everyone. I'm going to come back so you can see me, and then I'll go back to the presentation I've prepared. When Daniel Sheehan was contacted by, well, I'm sorry, when Dr. Mack was published this book, his colleagues at Harvard and the university president was very upset that they thought he was cuckoo. And they tried to get him fired. And they put together a kangaroo court to try to get him fired, even though he was a tenured professor. And so when Dr. Mack realized that he was really in trouble, his job was at risk, he contacted Daniel Sheehan, who he knew from Harvard Law School. They had known each other. And Danny then defended John and saved his job. And they became good friends after this. And one of the ideas that came out of that friendship was establishing something called the New Paradigm Institute. And leading up to 2006, when Dr. Mack was tragically killed, they had planned on leasing space in a building on Harvard campus to launch the New Paradigm Institute. And Dr. Mack was going to be the executive director for that. But that never happened because he was killed in an accident, nothing nefarious there. It was a legitimate accident. And so Danny put the whole thing on mothballs. And when I met him in 2015 and he got to know me, he mentioned that he and Dr. Mack had this idea for a New Paradigm Institute, and would I be interested in helping fund it and being involved? And I said, yes, by all means. This really seems like an important idea whose time has come. So we founded the New Paradigm Institute, and for 2 years we had an executive director that we hired living in Berkeley, across the street from the University of California, Berkeley campus. And we, let's see here, I just want to make sure. Across the street from the University of Berkeley campus was, I'm sorry, I've got somebody who's dinging me here and it's distracting, so I'm gonna just turn that off. We got an office in Berkeley. We hired this executive director, and for 2 years we tried to engage with some of the academic theologians that were stationed there at a interfaith campus next to University of California, Berkeley, to engage in a discussion about the implications of extraterrestrial intelligent contact. You know, that if we were to discover there were intelligent extraterrestrials visiting Earth, what would that mean for the human family from a theological and philosophical standpoint? And we felt it was imperative that there be a dialogue to help prepare the religious leaders and politicians for this inevitability. And that this was a good way to begin that discussion with these academic progressives that were often in advisory roles to the Catholic Church, to the Methodist Church, to all these Christian denominations, as well as to the Hindu religion, the Muslim religion. And we were attempting to reach out to them to have these private meetings in a safe place where we could have a frank discussion without them feeling ridicule or stigmatized by being even engaged in this kind of dialogue. And that didn't go well. We could say that it wasn't that it didn't go well, it just wasn't very effective. We didn't get any kind of response because these people were busy with their day jobs and other things. And frankly, they just didn't, they weren't interested. That wasn't relevant for whatever reason. And we were disappointed, and I decided to no longer fund it. We put the idea on mothballs, and I realized as we were running the New Paradigm Institute those years of 2015 and 16 and into 17, that if we wanted to do this right, we needed to do it as an international institute. And that would require facilities and staff in other locations in the world. And that's very expensive. It's difficult to manage. And of course, my background being in computer graphics, I thought, you know, we could use a virtual environment. We could build a virtual campus, and people from around the world could meet and collaborate and to have these discussions in a safe place. They could even be anonymous relative to other people in the campus. And we could make headway and, you know, create white papers. We would operate as a think tank, basically, publishing white papers that we could then send off to the UN, to religious leaders, to, you know, whoever we felt needed them, to help them prepare for this inevitability. And so that was what I was thinking. And but back in 2016 and 17, the technology wasn't quite there yet. Most of the technology that was available was private, you know, IP that was in the gaming companies. You know, these gaming companies had the technology, but they were, you know, not business oriented, you know, or willing to share that technology as open source to build a platform like I had envisioned. Well, that's changed. Now, after the pandemic and, you know, all the new opportunities to collaborate with these tools like Zoom and other tools, but also 3D virtual reality platforms like the one from a company called Verbella, that's changing very rapidly. And so we are doing a conference, the first conference of its kind in a virtual world. And so what I'm going to do is just really quickly show you, give you a quick demonstration of what that looks like. So here is, I'm going to go to full screen. So here I am, this is my avatar, and this is the welcome area. Everybody who logs in to the campus lands here, and here's a kiosk with signage, and we will be putting up our schedule and, you know, and other information that people can read when they pop in. And then there's an information desk that will be manned by real people sitting in those chairs with their own avatars. And then you can navigate the campus, and you can run it over here into the auditorium. This will be the main venue for presentations and panel discussions. And in this auditorium, you can take a seat, like I can just pick that seat right there. And then I can, using a menu right here, I can, for instance, watch the screen and the presenters on the stage give their talk, and along with other people. And it's like I'm there because I can raise my hand to ask questions. I can be called on by the presenter during Q&A. And then when it's over, I can get up and walk and talk. And I've got this in the lower right hand or left hand corner right here, you see the mic. I can turn the mic on, and that little balloon over my head indicates that people can hear me in the immediate vicinity. And so I can talk to people, and we can go to another location away from other people to have private discussions. So here we are back out here in a moment. Here we are, and we can you know, sit at one of these picnic tables. And when you sit at one of these tables, that's a private discussion now, that anybody at this who's sitting at the table, oh, here's Captain Ron. Hey, Captain Ron, sir. How are you?
Terrific.
Hey, we're on Portal to Ascension with Neil Gar and Alan Steinfeld, and I'm doing a live demo, and we've got about 600 people watching us on Facebook, on YouTube, and I'm giving a live demonstration. So Ron and I are sitting at a table in a private area, and anybody who's not sitting at the table with us cannot hear us. And you can see when the balloon is appearing by my mic or over Captain Ron's head here, it's blue, indicating we are in a private room or a private area and nobody else can hear us. Right, Ron?
Right. Exactly right. Somebody could be walking by on the pathway right next to us. You wouldn't hear them either, so we can have a private conversation, not be distracted.
So you have these natural private areas that are all over the campus that you can easily sit down and have private discussions and mingle, or have just chew the fat with somebody. So
right.
So let's go over to the let's see here. So we have the what?
Gonna walk or teleport?
Let's teleport. I'm showing them the menu of the go-to menu, and we have the campus. Let's go to the art gallery. The area 52. I'm sorry. The art gallery, which is right below the area 52 expo hall. So let's go to the art gallery, Ron. So here we are. So here he teleported right in with me. And in this art gallery are pieces of artwork done by these amazing artists. I'm going to go over here. And when you enter this blue box, the art will open up and you can zoom in. And this piece of art was drawn by a guy named Olof Rockner out of Sweden. He actually interviewed some of the pilots that were that had witnessed these UAPs off of Virginia Beach and around 2019, and he explained that these orbs that were flying right outside the cockpit had these boxes that were like 3D and they were moving. And so he drew this rendering of what the pilot told him. And I explained to the artist that is called a tesseract. What is inside that orb right there is something called a tesseract. And if you look up tesseract, it's a higher dimensional cube. It's called a hypercube. And it's a higher dimensional object, a higher dimensional cube. And what a wonderful way to convey to the pilot that they are interacting with a higher dimensional being than a tesseract. It's like a symbol that is unmistakable. So I just found it very fascinating that this piece of art was conveying something very important that even the artist didn't really understand fully. Here's another piece of art here. This is there's a triangular craft that popped out of the ocean. And so this is just a rendering. This is another story that the pilot shared with the artist. And then I'll do one more, and we'll go then to another area. So this is the famous Tic Tac and an F-18. So that's, and then up here, this is the artist, and this is a clickable link to the artist website so that we can promote the artist. So this art gallery will be featuring very cool art from around the world, and we're promoting the artist, and we're hoping to support them and make this educational and interesting for all participants. So the other thing, let's see, I'm going to go, Ron, can you hear me?
Sure.
Let's go to the expo hall.
Gotcha.
So there's a little bit of lag when you teleport sometimes, other times there isn't. There's Ron over there. Hey, Ron.
You're running, that's great.
So here's the expo hall, and here's Mary Rodwell and her booth. And there's a video that's not working here, but in this booth, You can see some of her books. So we're going to have vendors here selling things during this 5-day hall event. And this is very exciting that we have an actual expo hall with some of our presenters selling their books and other things, and other vendors that you would see at a traditional UFO conference. So that's what's going on in this space. And then let's go to the theater. Ron, I want to show people the theater. So this is a theater that seats 100, and we're going to be having a film festival, a double feature after the event every day. After hours, we're going to be showing a series of movies, some of which have never been shown before in a theater or online. So this is very exciting, and we'll have the theater here. We'll be publishing a schedule around the campus of the movies that are showing, because this is going to be going 7x24 for 5 days. People can jump in here and watch movies when they're showing. We're just going to have them on a playlist loop, and you can watch these movies that we're going to be featuring as part of the film festival. And then some of the movies, we are going to be having the actual directors, producers, and actors doing the actual premiere in the auditorium. And after the movie is shown, we'll have Q&A with those actors and directors and other crew of the movie. So that's going to be part of this event. Let's go to the beach.
Right to the fun stuff.
All right, so here's the beach. We've got a boat out here, which I'll show you. You can jump in and drive around. And then there's this stage. And when you enter the stage area, you can, play videos on the screen, music videos. What's that? And these avatars can actually dance.
Shape-shift in order to define the soul that confines us all. This sacred garden designed by the metadon, your modern mystic hip-hop, positive show-stopping caustic.
I can't hear you very well, Ron. Oh, sorry.
Ghost, progressive East Coast.
Oh. Here, let's go out of here.
Welcome to the show.
All right. What were you saying, Ron?
When you cross over that line, your mic gets muted.
Right. I just realized that. So let's show people the boats.
Sure.
We're going to jump in this boat here.
Great.
Jump in, Ron. Okay, here we go.
I'm in. Go ahead.
So this is just like a video game. Elements of it are, but it's really geared towards business and collaboration and virtual events. And there's just tremendous advantages to doing this in a virtual space. Our theme for this event is really to have a discussion about what it would take to establish a citizens diplomacy initiative. Why would we do this? How would we go about doing it? And at the end of our 5-day event, we hope to have a document that would have some of the key strategic initiatives associated with establishing diplomatic relations with extraterrestrials. How would we go about doing that? So that's what makes this conference unique from any other conference. All these other UFO conferences have been about, sharing the knowledge, the experience and the reality of extraterrestrials. But now we know they're real. Now what? Now that we've established that and the government itself has acknowledged that these vehicles aren't theirs, what's the next step? And I believe the next step is having a citizens diplomacy program, one in which we can actively engage in reaching out to them and beginning a dialogue for diplomatic relations. All right, Ron. Is there anything else, Ron, we should talk about before I get back to the conference, back to Neil Gar and Alan Steinfeld?
From the auditorium, of course.
We went to the auditorium.
Okay, then I think you're good.
Yeah, I think we're good too. Oh, here's Chris. Hi, Chris. You're muted, Chris. I think you're muted. So these are other people that are here with their avatars. Hi, Chris.
Yeah, I was watching you guys on, and I thought I'd just log on and say hello to you.
All right. So here we are. Okay, everyone. Well, I'm going to go back to, I'm going to leave my avatar standing here. I'm going to get back to my my presentation. Take care. I'll leave my mic on so you guys can hear me if you want. All right, so I'm back. So this is the platform that we're going to be having the Making Contact Conference. And we have an amazing lineup: Whitley Strieber, Richard Dolan, Rey Hernandez, Mary Rodwell, Barbara Lamb, many others, and some people that aren't typically associated with these UFO conferences that are very interested now that the government has acknowledged that these vehicles aren't theirs. They want now to participate in a discussion about what's next. So that's pretty much it. Alan, do you have any questions, or Neil?
Well, it's so strange being in those other worlds, it's like you're actually in a parallel dimension, it's a whole sense of reality is shifted. Maybe it's preparation for these ET contacts, I mean, it could be. It's I don't know.
Let me mention a few things that I haven't mentioned yet.
Yes.
That this island, this virtual campus, we envision being a place where other organizations can have a headquarters, a virtual headquarters. I'm going to, somebody's driving the boat. I'm going to and get out of here real quick. And so, having a place where other organizations that are in alignment with this idea of establishing a diplomatic program with an academy where we can train students on diplomatic law and protocols for contact and coordinate in this global synchronized meditation for having a big reveal event, a global big reveal event, and talk about how and why that might be important, and to be taken seriously. This is very serious, and we want to make sure we do it responsibly and we do it properly. And the other big deal about doing a citizens-based diplomatic initiative is that I worry, one of my big worries, that now that the government has done its job, which is very significant, in acknowledging that these UAP vehicles are real and that they're not ours, and they don't appear to be Russia's or China's. They're not quite ready yet to officially say they're off-world, beings controlling these vehicles, but it's the natural thing, next step. And today the report comes out, right? The UAP report, the official report, and it'll be interesting to see if they officially say that we believe these are extraterrestrial in origin. And if they say that, then the whole thing goes, into a new level of discussion.
Well, we're very close to having them say that. Elizondo says they're not Americans, they're not Russians. He's basically said they're non-human intelligence. I think he's actually come out and said that.
He's also said they may be multidimensional instead of extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial classically means, advanced physical beings from other star systems that with their technology are able to get here to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I used to think if they're, before my contact experience, but then I merged with one of these beings and learned all about higher dimensional beings that are non-physical. And so there's the cosmology of extraterrestrial intelligence is very complex because it's a mix of physical beings and non-physical beings. And that's counterintuitive.
Right. Well, I was going to say that though, the universe itself is very multifaceted. This Earth plane, this three-dimensional plane is the simplest of them all. When you get to those, you don't think
that's
so?
Debatable.
Well, I think there's a lot more going on than just 3D reality.
For sure, that's for sure. But one of the things that I learned through my teaching of Tejbar is that the physical realm was the third realm of creation. There were two realms created before the physical realm. The first was what he referred to as the celestial or etheric realm. And then the astral realm was created next. And then the physical came out of the astral. And there's this progression, this evolution of reality, of consciousness that gave rise to this the most dense of these three realms.
Right. And most people walk around thinking this is all there is. And
well, of course, but my point was that it's not simple. That what we think is just a four-dimensional universe of three space dimensions and one time dimension is a subset of a higher dimensional space. And our most advanced science, is beginning to penetrate the veil with mathematics and tools, like the CERN collider to understand the nature of reality. So we're discovering that there are other dimensions, but we don't quite understand what these dimensions are. And so the fact is that we incorporate all of these dimensions where they don't have the same experience we do. To have a physical experience, you have to have a physical body. To have, for instance, the five senses of sight, smell, hearing, taste, and feeling, you need a physical body with the organs that provide those senses. These non-physical beings do not have that experience, so they lack the human experience. And that's one of the things here that they're after, that I would like to posit. I have this artifact. I kept it handy. This is one of my favorite artifacts. This is from a place called Abuelos de Jalisco. And I've got a private collection of these. This is a beautiful carved piece of stone that depicts a classic extraterrestrial holding what appears to be a human head, sitting on, the ground. And if you look at the bottom, there's, this ET holding an orb. You see this beautiful image on the back with symbols and other imagery carved into it. And then the coup de grace is in the top of the head, there is another piece. This is a composite, or actually two pieces. And inside this hollow area, this triangular hollow area, is this small triangle. And look what's on the small triangle. That's a classic ET face. So this piece of art, this thing, which is really a remarkable masterpiece, it's really a masterpiece, that what's implied in this piece, in this piece is that here you have the creator creating a human and embedding in the human its own consciousness to have a physical experience. This is an astral being. This is my interpretation, that this is a higher dimensional being that's non-physical, that can manifest a physical appearance and a physical container to hold its consciousness, but it's not integrated. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. I have, and this is confirmed in many of the writings of UFOologists and witnesses, that there have been ETs that appear to a witness or contactee that appear to be robotic or otherwise very cold in nature, without sex organs. You know, they never have or rarely have. The Greys, for instance, are don't have sex organs. We even call them EBEs. What's EBE stand for?
The extra biological entity. Is that EB?
It's not extra. It's something biological entity. I forget what it is, but
could be extraterrestrial biological entity.
That might be it, but something tells me that. Can somebody chat? Throw it into the chat, maybe.
An EBEN. They're also called EBENs by Linda Moulton Howe.
EBEs. The extraterrestrial biological entity. So in some cases, and there's one famous case where a guy was visited by one of these beings that appeared to be physical, and he surprised him because he had a gun hidden under his pillow, and he shot it before the thing could disappear. And the thing went poof, and this dust settled on the ground at the foot of the bed. Unfortunately, it was never collected. This was just described by the witness, the guy who shot it. And what I believe happened is that this was a container of consciousness. It was not a body with nerve cells and a skeleton and anything. It was just like a robot, exoskeleton. And when it was shot, that exoskeleton was disrupted and it just shattered, to use, for lack of a better word, into dust. And that what was contained inside was the consciousness. And it might be that it was just created strictly for the benefit of the witness, that to make them believe that they were interacting with a physical being when they weren't really. So I believe that what's in it for these extraterrestrials, these higher dimensional, is to have a physical experience, to have, to have the pleasure of eating food. This is very pleasurable, right? We love eating food. We love having sex. We love riding roller coasters. We love parachuting. These aren't experiences that these higher dimensionals can do or have without a physical body. And that's what we have. And I can tell you from personal experience, when Tejbar merged with me, he told me all this. And he explained to me, Mark, you do not know how good you have it. Having a healthy physical body here on this beautiful planet of Earth, you take it for granted. And I believe that we, and potentially a hypothesis here based on what I was told by Tejbar, is that we were created by them so that they could have a physical experience, a much richer, denser experience. And that's in part what the story is on Earth, what's going on here.
Well, all this is going to come out in the conference, and it'll be a real education for people to start to wake up to the bigger reality, because it's not just about ETs or whatever these things, it's about us. We are these multidimensional beings.
That's right. We are.
So
and
this is
there's a purpose to this. It's a combination of having the physical experience. It's also, I believe, again, this is based on what I was told that we're here to have multiple lifetimes of experience to be honed into highly spiritual beings, that through the modus operandi of reincarnation and karma, this learning life lessons through the concept of karma, that you reap what you sow. So if you want to be happy, if you want to have a magical life, be loving, be kind. And if you are mean, if you're evil, or behave in ways that are antithetical to things we call, positive actions or being good, then, you pay a price. There's a karmic debt to pay. If you cheat somebody, if you kill someone, if you hurt somebody, if you're, then you are going to have that happen to you.
Exactly. It's all vibration. It's all what you're sending out is coming back. And when you raise your vibration, you get a different experience. I think these beings, whoever they are helping us to raise our vibration to the next level so we can have more joyful lives, less suffering.
Your word of raising the vibration, being more of a, coming from a secular background and being an atheist, I like to try to put it in scientific terms and jargon. And I think it's learning how to be a good person, how to be a good soul. And this dovetails into religious teachings, about being good, Jesus's teachings about do unto others as you would have them do to you. And the 10 Commandments are all about just being a good citizen and doing the right thing. And, with free will that we have on our planet, we can choose not to do the right thing or to do terrible things, in fact.
But I think we have to take these out of the religious ideas. These are just human.
No, I disagree.
Well, I think they're human values. I don't think they have to be associated with a particular belief system.
I agree with that as well. I just point out that, some of the holy scriptures from whatever religion. I mean, from the Hindu scriptures, the Buddhist teachings, Christian teachings, they all say the same thing in essence. Right. And that is to, treat others as you would want to be treated.
That's human.
Be compassionate, have a heart, be loving.
Hey, Mark,
how are we behaving on this planet today?
No, I totally agree. Let's bring some other people. Let's bring everyone into the conversation. Okay. Can you hang out for a while?
Sure.
This is the kind of conversation I think we can open up to our panel, because I think this is the merging of the spiritual realities, the ET understanding who we are as human beings. And I think everyone here has studied theology, and Omar, what is your opinion of, the human versus the religious and spiritual as we kind of meet these otherworldly beings? What do you make of that?
I think religion has had his spot in our history. The human values that the religions are preaching are pretty much universal. Do unto others as you want done to yourself. And I think religion in itself is a key thing for us to get over with this extraterrestrial contact, because a lot of the world's population is, very religious, some Islamic, some Hindu, some Buddhist, Christians, Judaism, what have you, across the world. And their doctrine up until now has told them that they're the only ones. So I think we really need to break through that. And once we've broken through that one particular barrier, then I think sky's the limit. Then we can go pretty much anywhere. But that's one thing that we really do have to address and get beyond that and realize that these extraterrestrials are really an expression of the infinite consciousness. So in turn, they're just an expression of us as we are an expression of them, and that they're the same creation as we are, because we are from the same source. So I think that's the biggest hurdle that we need to get over before we can, progressively go forward.
I think.
Let me just comment on that, Alan, to just tie both concepts together, because it's this and that. It's really like a lot of the scriptures, right? The religious scriptures has truth hidden in plain sight, right? It's right there in plain sight. We've kind of diluted it. We've misinterpreted it. There's been whole entire sections and paragraphs added to text, right? So there's a lot of truths there, and now it's, for some reason, maybe because of the age we're in, that it was almost hijacked in order to push the narrative of, you know, the elite, the priest, whoever it is that is really in charge. But they took the truth, there's the actual beautiful truth, and then they utilized it for themselves, including symbolism. A lot of times you use certain numbers, and then people automatically think that you might be Masonic or a part of this. But really, these numbers are beautiful, divine symbols, but they've been utilized and hijacked, if you will. So it's what Omar is saying, which is we need to get over the separation that my way is the only way. And then it's also what Mark's saying, that all of these scriptures have these truths hidden in plain sight that we need to dissect a little more and explore.
Well, I think, yeah, Joan, yes, hi.
Hi, I'm so glad. Okay, this conference has been fantastic. Mark, it's good to see you. I mean, this has been amazing, this conversation. Okay, listen, when we think about religion, think about who set it up. It was set up with the Anunnaki gods. We were set up as their slaves. There was a whole group of humans that were set up to be, you know, the controllers, the priests, the high priests, and the divine right of the kings too. So that's the blue blood. But, you know, encoded besides all these good things, Neil, is all the programming, the hypnotic programming that is so bad for people, that has sought this control. And so what I find so fascinating is that we really all do have that ability to connect to our higher self, to connect to this consciousness. And I love that we're bringing that together, but we really have to continue to work on breaking this hypnotic programming that the majority of people seem to have about these truths, especially about religion, okay, which is the biggest control mechanism there is out there.
But I do like what Mark said. There are some core values, of course, but I feel they're human. And but I think it's an important discussion to have. Brendan, let's get Brendan and then Mark. Okay, Brendan.
Alan, can you just kind of like summarize can you ask me a question and then I'll just kind of respond?
Well, I was talking with Mark, and I think it's great we're having this discussion about where does spirituality versus religion versus basic human core values fit in? I mean, do we need religion? I mean, how would you summarize it, Mark?
Well, I want to give Brendan an opportunity to chime in on this question.
So, Brendan, it's like, do we, my question is, do we need religion to tell us what is core to the human being? And I think we don't, and other people think religion has a foundation that helps people maintain an integrity. And I think that's core and essential to who we are as human beings if we're taught integrity.
Yeah, and again, you know, just kind of like bringing this back to the curiosity related to the alien UFO phenomenon, it'd be really interesting to ask them this question, because I think you would find that, you know, perhaps as they've continued to evolve as a species, they've probably just like found their way back closer to the wisdom of the heart space. And I think if we're trying to look for the truth, like that's where we find it, right? And so like, again, I think I kind of, as Omar was saying, I think religion has kind of served a purpose within the evolution of the human species. I think there is truth to it. I don't think it's entirely worthless. I think it's a foundation that's given us something to grow on. But what do we move into that's beyond religion? And I think this is where we start getting into, again, you know, just kind of like what it means to be able to see things from the Buddha nature. And when you see things from this idea of interconnectedness, I think religion is kind of a secondary thing relative to the fact that being a good person means being able to respect the I am that is in someone else. So, I mean, I think it's an opportunity for us to really just start looking at new ways in which we can develop our relationship between ourself and others and ourself and the universe. And whether we're using the phrase or the word religion, I think that's really a personal choice that people can make individually. But I think as a society, you know, I think it will be something that every single person will be able to kind of like decide that's what fits best for them. And we use these words and these labels to try and put a blanket term on the human experience, but obviously I think it's a little bit grander than that. And again, I think the UFO phenomenon will kind of teach us more about just what it means to be able to act and speak from the language of love. And I'm sure if you were to kind of like look at all these different species out there on different planets, it's like, oh, you know, like they've got their own traditions, their own cultures, their own quote unquote religions. But the ones that are kind of like in a benevolent alignment with themselves and a reflection of the universe at that higher conscious level, I think you would be able to find a core truth. And this is where, you know, very much kind of like looking at it from the Gnostic perspective, it's like all of these religions are like spokes on a wheel looking towards the same truth. And I'm sure even the different alien extraterrestrial species would just be another spoke on that wheel, whether or not they're using the term religion or not. So I guess that's what I have to say. I mean, it's a curious question, no doubt. So.
Quick comment on that, Alan. Just
please. Yeah.
So I like this quote from the Rig Veda that I say quite often, that has been actually probably all over the place, and other people have quoted this as well. But there are many destinations to, there are many pathways to the same destination, right? And the reason why that quote is in the Rig Veda was it was the premise of why you cannot convert into Hinduism and Vedic awareness. It was basically saying that there are many pathways to the same destination. Therefore, you cannot convert into Hinduism. We don't have any structure for it, but you can call yourself, you know, a Vedic follower or a Hindu, but there is no structure for you to convert, because every single path that you're on gives you the experiences you need to reach the level that you want to get to. So that's kind of just like, just the context of what I kind of believe is that we don't need to shift into different religions. We can get our lessons from what we have. And even if it's an organized religion, you can take parts from it and utilize those components that can lead to your empowerment.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, how does the ET presence shift our whole foundation of how we'll look at each other, morality, religions?
Well, I think, you know, in a citizens-based diplomacy initiative, once we make contact with them, one of the questions I'd like to know, and I'm sure everyone on this panel would love to hear, is their take on God and creation. What could we learn from them? Yeah. And I think that would be a very interesting and informative discussion that would bring us even closer together than we already are. And that excites me deeply. And in fact, you know, I've taken the title spiritual scientist because this is so important and exciting to me personally, that this is really where I want to pursue this. This is my life pursuit, really, because I've had the incredible privilege of having a experience that allowed me to, dare I say, touch the creator. Yeah, I would go that far. And I come away with that so humbled and so transformed and so full of love and optimism that I want to evangelize. You know, I'm sorry that you think it's a negative term. And
I don't think it's negative. I think it's great. I think
but it has a little bit of baggage because, you know, but I do want to bring it back home that the word evangelist literally means bringer of good news. And I want to be that. I want to bring truth.
You are that.
And so I'm really trying to do that as best as I know how. And I'm very excited about having that discussion with our family, both the human family along with our star family, and hearing the stories that they can share with us, and maybe some of the experiences that they can share with us through technologies that they may have that they can, you know, that can separate the energetic body from the physical body. Can you imagine if you could cause an out-of-body experience instantly? How transformative that is, because you would experience it. You would know for sure that we are more than our physical body. And how would that affect our fear of death? You know, this fear of death is what makes us humans unique from other animals and guides us and often causes us to live in fear. And act in ways that are antithetical to these concepts of being compassionate and loving in all situations, and just, you know, being unconditional loving. And so that I'm interested in that discussion with them and with my fellow man and woman. And that's exciting. I think we're in for a real treat, a real raising of consciousness,
Yes, absolutely. That's why it's so exciting, because maybe there is a science to incarnation. Not maybe, there is, and maybe
there's
higher
no
beings.
Science to this.
Yes,
It
yes.
is explainable. And we're at the cusp of it. That's what's so cool too, is that the human family has reached a level of technological and intellectual advancement that we can now understand that these are not gods. They are just advanced higher dimensional beings that have powers that we don't have. We may be able to develop them. They're dormant, and with practice, we can develop things like telepathy and out-of-body projection, astral projection, other forms of consciousness, dimensions of conscious experience that that's innate with them. But, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's like Joan of the Angels are here to talk to us about those dimensions. Joan.
Absolutely. She's an expert. She can, help people develop those dormant capabilities in us. And there are other great people that can help us develop those. But often we don't even know that that's possible. So we don't even reach out to people like Joan of Angels, because we think it's, nonsense. It's all woo-woo. And, but I love her and people like her that we can go to and learn from and experience these new dimensions of awareness that indicate, how powerful and exciting we're becoming. We are evolving.
Joan.
We are on a new technology, guys. The whole buzzword, everyone is talking about vibration, stepping into higher consciousness, raising your frequency. It's becoming like just the new wave. And so therefore, that I really love that. And I do believe you're right, that this is a personal connection with the extraterrestrials. It is so exciting to me to hear that we're taking it actually out of the hands of the military, in the sense, and the government, because everyone on this platform has had their own experience. It's the personal experience. And also it's the timing. Look at it. We're all awakening. We're like seeds awakening at the same time. I feel like they're, from a consciousness point of view, if you're looking down from above and you're looking down at the earth, it's like each of us has an antenna, like how they have the electric grids over your house, that power grid, or the telephone wires. Each of those light beings like us are stretching those antennas up. The ETs are definitely seeing them, but also we're connecting them, a wave of consciousness going, like I'm connected to you, connected to Alan, to Brendan, but everyone who has this light is part of this expanded network now. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Right. Omar, you get that, because Omar, you deal in many levels of integrated consciousness, right?
Yeah, I think the first and foremost thing that we need to do is understand what we are as a person and as a civilization and as a society. Now, consciousness is one thing, but consciousness is part of a much bigger game at play here. Like Mark was saying earlier, that these five sense bodies, this avatar that we have, is a gift. And before I woke up, I always thought that this body that I have, that I'm on vacation here on Earth, because in my natural state, I am of consciousness, I'm energy, I have I'm an etherical being. So when I take this avatar here on Earth, I'm essentially just taking a vacation for myself. So when I come here, I can eat and I can drink and I can go on roller coaster rides and have sex and do all those kinds of things that are fun, which I can't do in my natural state. So I just take a brief moment, come here for like 80 years, 100 years, and have fun. And then after that, I'm gone. And if I choose to come back again and have this experience and come to this, Disneyland of the worlds, then I can choose to come back and then do the same thing. But I think what needs to happen is that when children are born, what we need to do is really nourish the idea to them that they're a form of infinite consciousness, and we can't allow them to forget that, because when we squeeze them through the sausage factory, we cause them to forget everything, and when we program them, they forget, just like we have. And then now, thankfully for us, we're just waking up, but for our children, our grandchildren, we can really change that, and and allow them to remain in that state of mind that they were in when they were born, because they remembered where they came from, they understood where they are, and they understood what their plan and goal was when they came here. And I think if we can nourish that, then I think we would be living in a really, really vibrant, beautiful, wonderful world. And like Joan was saying earlier about, the consciousness that's raising on this planet, the thing that I was thinking of was that guy from X-Men that would put on his helmet, and he would go into that room, and then he would try to connect with all the mutants across the world. Now, if there was an ET that was sitting out there that put on the helmet, that would see, all these people that are waking up, this consciousness just lighting up on this planet. And I think they would be pleased.
I agree, brother. I feel like I don't think it's arrogant at all to say that we're a huge light show for the universe right now. Yeah. and part of that is not just because we have some of the most activity, but many of these beings, races, especially within our galaxy, have contributed DNA to this experiment of Earth, and they want to kind of see how it's going to manifest. And technically, in the realm of linearity and of the dimensions, in our future, as we ascend into these higher dimensions, we become the beings that seeded us in the first place. So it's not only are they the ones who created us and seeded this reality, but they're also our not only ancestors, but they're also our future, what we have to look forward to and to become. And as we awaken to consciousness, right now we're in the preliminary phases, to this awakening. Once it's sweeping the planet, once it's swept the planet, and it's sweeping the planet right now, we'll start to implement what we know into the institutions that, as you said, that we utilize from birth, educational system, schooling, healthcare, all of these things are going to have to be transformed in order to be for the betterment of humanity. And right now we're going through the growing pains because we're realizing that something needs to shift, but we're still kind of stuck on some of these old paradigm systems, right? So I'm hopeful because we have the information now. We really do have the information that we're sharing here on how we can start taking these steps. People like Mark Sims and others are actually coming up with protocols in order to implement it and becoming more structured. So I'm very hopeful for what we can create in the future. And I think that it's just a matter of time before this whole entire planet has a system that is designed to nurture your soul from birth. What would that look like, right? We have the education and the ability to do that, but it's not happening. So the more and more of us wake up, the more we're going to get to that.
And also, one of the signs of this consciousness that we're waking up to is that we're taking this disclosure out of the government's hands. So we're really stepping beyond that double think process that we're all involved in, that in one hand, we're saying the government lies, but on the other hand, we're looking for permission from the government for the truth. So I think it's really good that we've put it into the hands of the people that are going to do this disclosure, and it's going to be beneficial for the people, because we already know that the government's not going to really tell us a whole lot. So it's really up to the people to really bring this type of information forth. And I think this is one of the signs, one of the little blips on the radar that shows that we're evolving, and that we don't need somebody else's permission to, get access to sacred information and, helpful information as well.
Right. And it's been great on one level because we've got the confirmation, and there's millions of people who needed that confirmation. Right.
Yeah.
So now we have it. Move forward. Joan, go ahead. And then Brandon, let's get your feedback too.
With an extraterrestrial star being is good for your physical, emotional, and mental health. That's going to be my new tagline. Contact with ETs is good for life itself. It changes our consciousness. It gives us all some of those abilities too, the more we're in contact with them. And honestly, far better than any other approach is raising your own consciousness with theirs. And they want us to do it. That's the fun part.
I love that, Joan. I love that tagline. I'm going to keep it and attribute it to you. That is a keeper.
Raising our consciousness with the ET contact. It's so true.
Yeah.
Brandon. And everyone needs an ET friend right there. he goes in and out. All right.
Brandon, do you want to chime in here and kind of wrap it up? And what is the, we always shift into the bigger picture. What does this really mean for us? And, how can we move forward to empower ourselves to create this future?
Totally. Thanks, Neil, and Joan and Mark and Omar, Alan, and everybody who's been a part of this. Again, I think these discussions in themselves are part of the most exciting thing, because you can tell like how we're getting so excited about this, right? It's just like I've been waiting 20 years to have these conversations in a live broadcast with people all across the world, and all the work that's being done. And Mark, thank you so much. I was able to enjoy listening to your presentation, and again, bringing together many of the people here, bringing together like so many different experts and experiencers, and again, just really moving us into this place of getting a bigger picture of what's possible. And I think it's really fascinating because, when we start looking at the UFO phenomenon and everything, it's just like, okay, like, why is this happening? And I think one of the reasons why it is happening, and Mark was talking about this as well, but just to reiterate, is to be able to help assist and accelerate the shift in consciousness. Like imagine if the UFO phenomenon wasn't a thing. Let's just say in some story it wasn't a thing, right? Like it'd probably be a lot harder to kind of go around to people and just be like, hey, like, do you know about lucid dreaming? Like, do you know about past lives? Do you know about astral projection? Do you know about like law of attraction? And there's all sorts of things that you can talk to people about. But I think like the UFO phenomena is this thing that kind of, it's tangible enough that it gives people something to touch and to feel and to grasp. And it's a bridge to the mainstream, people, oh, I know what aliens are. I know what UFOs are. I've been watching movies about it my entire life. And so to be able to use the topic as, again, kind of a jump point to be able to help get more people understanding what it kind of points towards. And again, I think what the UFO phenomena really, really points towards is this idea of being able to serve as a mirror for us to be able to see more of ourselves. Like when we're looking up into the sky and we see a UFO, or when we see a being materializing in front of us, what are we seeing? Like we're seeing us, like we're literally seeing, again, like another version of consciousness outside of ourselves reflecting back to us. And it serves as this incredible catalyst that sparks something inside of us. It just kind of like shows us like, whoa, there's more to this story. Like I've just, it's literally kind of like, it's like Neo going down the rabbit hole, and things really just start opening up, and people start asking questions, and they start getting curious, and it starts expanding their consciousness, expanding their mind to a bigger understanding of reality and ultimately their place within it. And so again, that's where I feel so many of us, it's like, oh, this is so important to us, not just because we're trying to convince people, but because we're trying to show people who they are, what's inside of them. And through the UFO phenomena, again, it's just like, it's like we're showing you, but it's like, look at yourself. You're a part of this. You're not separate from this. This is who you are as consciousness. And how far they want to be able to explore that topic is, it's abundant, it's so rich, and you can approach it from many different perspectives. And I think the UFO phenomena, as you will find, kind of has its fingers in every single aspect of metaphysical, spiritual topics that we could possibly discuss, related to like ancient history, past lives, dream dimensions, metaphysics, psychic abilities, the hidden technologies, politics. It's in everything. It literally kind of like moves into everything, and there's a reason it does, and so again, I think if you start looking at this from the higher level of consciousness, it's like, okay, all right, team, here's the plan. We're gonna take a bunch of us, we're gonna put them on this planet. Maybe there'll be some crazy genetic stuff that'll be going on, and then there's gonna be a whole nother group of us that are gonna kind of like be outside the bubble, and we're going to kind of observe things, and then we're going to kind of like dip in and out a few times, and we're going to kind of like make ourselves known without kind of revealing the entire game. And we're going to let people kind of like play within this experience without kind of like telling them what it is and giving them the opportunity for them to be able to see it for themselves. But we still have a role to play where they're still us. It's still us. Like just as much as we are consciousness in these human forms, they are consciousness in, again, their human forms. And I use the term human in a much broader sense than how we usually associate it, where the term for me, and some of you have heard me say this, the term human I like to be able to look at it from the perspective of being like hues of mana. So human is like HUE, the hues, the many different shades and colors of mana, magic, consciousness, matter. So it's like we are human. We are a spectrum of how consciousness brings itself into this reality. As much as whatever they are, they're human too. And whatever they are, ultimately they're us too. So again, just kind of moving into the conclusion of this conference, I think it's, as I've kind of talked about before when we did the portal to ascension, where it's like from here, this isn't just about us sitting back and just saying, oh, what happens next? This is an opportunity and invitation for everybody here who's tuned in to be able to more so kind of live the question of like, what role am I going to play within this story? How am I going to involve myself? How am I going to open myself up to more of this possibility, continue these conversations, focus more on my like own attunement and my own embodiment of a deeper understanding of this through direct experience, which is something that we can have. And again, just to be able to kind of like hold space and plant seeds. And I guarantee every single person here, if you're curious about this stuff, there is something within you, whether it has happened or is yet to happen, that is going to kind of like give you the gift of an experience that's just going to open your mind and open your heart and be like, this is why I incarnated here, to be a part of this.
That's why it's so exciting right now, Brendan, because we're about to meet this bigger part of ourselves. We're about to awaken the greater mind. We're about to develop technologies, history, biology, as well as the cosmology that will propel us into a renaissance like we've never seen before. So this is why when people say, oh, they're afraid of UFOs, ETs, or whatever their projection of fear is, that is the past. What the unknown holds for us is adventure and possibility and excitement about something unknown and something we have yet to conceive of at this level of consciousness. So my hope and my feeling is that we're about to awaken to a whole other level of the human mind, of more potential, and how we can live together, maybe free energy technology, but also the values Mark was talking about, the deep spiritual values of kindness and respect and love and the oneness of consciousness that Grant talks about. We are right at maybe it's utopian thinking, but I think we're right at the edge of awakening to the planet we were always meant to live on. And yeah, we had a hard time getting to this place, but this just gets us to a kind of level playing field where we can then start to build the aspects of human civilization and how it was always supposed to have been. And so I'm excited about that. And I'm sure Neil is.
Yeah. I want to add something after.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sure, Neil. I'll just one quick comment and then go ahead. That kind of goes back to the story of the Lyrans and how they wanted to create a fifth dimensional paradise on this planet, and how the goal for this planet was to create a paradise planet for some time. But then we had, it was all meant to happen anyway, like it did. But then we fell from grace, so to speak, and we're getting to the level and achieving what the intention was for our planet in the first place, which was to create this world of harmony and oneness and unity, but then also be physical beings existing on this planet, tapped into multi dimensions beyond the physical reality, but still existing within physicality. And each one of our chakras, I firmly believe, connects us to a dimensional portal. And let's say that we have 7 of them in our body, right? That's 7 dimensions of awareness, but we're also antennas that can tap into the 8th, the astral chakra, and beyond. So I feel that, I'm just speculating here, but I feel definitely at least 7 dimensions of awareness within this physical experience, but we can tap into more. And each dimension that we tap into is just a whole bunch of more information, data, awareness, perspective. One of my friends that channels The Being from Sirius used to say that we're not separate from you. We're not different from you. We just have a different perspective. Think of a valley, right? You are the beings inside the valley, and all you can see is the river and the mountains on the side of you. But then if you're into another dimension, shifted out of that reality, you're just a being standing on top of the valley, looking at everything beyond the valley and also what is going on within it. So it's all perspective, and vibration is tied into that completely.
That I have to say, that's why I have so much compassion for Mark and what he's been through when he saw the big picture from that, bigger perspective, and his family puts him in an institution. That is so painful. That is so, I really felt it more this time, Mark, than ever when you told that story. I felt like how awful, like, it's like, come on, I'm seeing the big picture. Don't you see it? And they just lock him away. I mean,
it was quite a shock. I have to tell you, and I wouldn't want that, wish that against my worst enemy. And I don't have any enemies, by the way. One of the lessons coming out of this experience is mastering unconditional love is loving everyone. I found it challenging to love certain people who, have been, in the news the last 5 years or so.
Right.
But I've worked on that. I really made it an effort to try to understand the consciousness of some of these people who I think, represent the worst in human behavior. And what you realize at the end of the day is these are people who were not loved. They were very lonely, and their value system that was taught to them often by their parents and their peers is totally out of whack, from the things that we associate with true compassion and love and mercy and so on.
Right.
So I feel sorry for those people. I feel sorry for Trump. I've got to believe he's a very lonely person. I look at somebody like him who is so consumed with his ego and wealth and business success he's lost sight, he's lost his way. And it's even more disappointing and sad to me that so many people look up to him as a role model or somebody who they think would be worthy of leadership. And so we have a lot still to learn as a human family. And it is my dear hope and sincere hope that people ultimately will come to understand the importance of love and compassion and mercy. And through those principles in action, we can transform this world into the potential for a harmonious, fruitful, exciting, joyous planet. And only then can we become members of a galactic community, because they've done it. They've done it.
Yeah.
I love that. To break free to this consciousness, it means, first of all, for the masses of breaking free with their hypnosis, where extraterrestrial could walk right in front of their house and they might not see it. And I do want it's so funny when I teach about feeling the presence of angels. There's two things that comes up. Everyone has memories of when they lost their head, they were burned at the stake, or what all those tortures that happened in the other lifetimes we had as conscious beings. And I had to laugh because the new one, they're not going to burn us at the stake. They're just going to put people in mental institutions that have a different point of view. But getting back to this, I think it gets to our individual willingness to open our consciousness. Okay, William Henry, in one of his events that I listened to, said that the Essenes, that their mission was to become like the angels and to actually raise their own personal frequency to become that light, to become those beings, those 14, 18th dimensional beings. And that's how we can impact the world, by raising our frequency and really raising it into those dimensions. And we have to say yes to that. It's not an easy process. I've been practicing trance. You're supposed to empty your mind so you can allow another being to come in. Well, I still think it's a miracle when people say, I got the information. It is, you have to open your mind to that and be willing to allow this. And great discussion, guys. This is wonderful. Brandon and Omar, Alan, and Neil, all of you are brilliant.
Anything you want to leave us with, Joan? Any last?
Yes, this consciousness has been proved to be real. Okay, too many people around the planet have it. The ETs are here to wake us up into it. It's amazing. The ETs and also plant medicine. Okay, plant medicine is also one I've connected with ETs often. So they're going hand in hand in the rays of consciousness. And guys, I do a show on my YouTube on plant medicine and consciousness, and you know, stepping into the miraculous is what we're about doing. So I love all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to
Right.
We
Joan,
Joan.
always nice to have you and the angels with us. And Omar, anything you want to leave us with?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in order for us and everyone else in the world that's looking to raise their awareness and their consciousness is they have to get back to the earth. What we've done is we've removed ourselves totally from the earth. We've actually removed ourselves from nature in itself, because we don't refer to ourselves as nature. We just say, I love nature, and we exclude humans out of that. So I think what we need to do is, what we need to understand is that we are part of nature, and that we are nature. And once we get that understanding and we believe that, then from that point on, I think our consciousness will just increase and our awareness will just increase. And with that, with the increase of consciousness and increase of awareness is the increase of love, because it's only a lower mind that really hates and dislikes. And, you know, and when you ground yourself and you consider yourself as part of the whole instead of separate, then, you know, love just really increases with that. And more love that you have, that just has a ripple effect within your family, within your community, your work, your cities, and kind of what have you. So I think what we first and foremost need to do is understand that we are nature, we're part of nature, and we should respect nature. And that means that we should respect ourselves, because a lot of people, they don't respect themselves. You know, a lot of people hate themselves, mostly due to trauma. But I think we, you know, really need to look deep within ourselves when we're talking about this kind of stuff, because it's really ourselves that we're talking about, not the external.
Beautiful, because our essence is love. And if people, and I guess having compassion for people who are so hurt that they can't express it like maybe we'd all want them to.
That's right. Love is the only frequency, and everything else is just an illusion.
Yeah. Brendan, what about you? Anything you want to leave us?
Thank you, Alan. And yeah, I actually want to finish off something that I synchronistically came across today, and it really kind of just works in with the closing themes of us just being able to move into what's coming next. And again, really inviting people to understand that, you know, what's going to happen next. I mean, a part of it is kind of like this whole idea of being able to sit back and watch the show unfold. But again, it's to also understand that you are part of that show. You are part of the story. And this is going to take everyone's active participation, even if it's just in the participation of them being able to bring more alignment into their heart space. Because again, what you do to yourself holographically affects the entire world. And absolutely, that does make a difference through the relationships that you share. And again, the energy that you bring into the spaces you occupy. There's something I came across today, and it's related to the seventh prophet. And this is the prophecy of the seven fires by the Anishinaabe. And I want to just be able to read this. So this is kind of like this idea that there's like a prophet that arrives at a village, and each prophet kind of relates to a certain period within time. Right now, this is very much like where we are. So I'm just going to read this real quick. So this is like a short little story. So the seventh prophet was younger than the other one who had come there and the seventh prophet was younger than the others who had come, and there was a glowing light from his eyes. He said that there would come a time when the waters would be so poisoned and that the animals and plants that lived there would fall sick and begin to die. Much of the forests and prairies would be gone, so the air would begin to lose the power of life. Keep in mind, this was written centuries ago. The way of the mind brought to the red, black, and yellow nation by the white nation would bring danger to the whole earth. In this time, there would be a new people who would emerge from the clouds of illusion. They will retrace their steps and find the treasures that had been left by the trail. The stories that have been lost will be returned to them. They will remember the original instructions and find strength in the way of the circle. Their search will take them to the elders, and the new people will ask for guidance. But many of the elders will have walked the path of the souls to the star web. Many elders will have forgotten their wisdom, and they will not be able to help. Some of the elders will point in the wrong direction and others will remain silent because of their fear. Some of the elders will be silent because no one has asked them for their wisdom. If the new people will find trust in the way of all things in the circle, they will no longer need the selfish voice of the ego, and they can begin to trust their inner voice. Wisdom will once again be found in dreams of the night and of the day. The sacred fire will once again be lit. The light-skinned people will be given a choice between two paths. If they choose the right path, the seventh fire will be lit, and the eighth fire, the final fire of brotherhood and sisterhood. If they choose the wrong path, remaining on the path of the mind, then destruction they brought with them will come back to destroy them. The people of the earth will experience much suffering and death. And then basically it just goes on again. So right now we are at this precipice, but we are moving into what was alluded to, this idea that like beyond this coming phase of what we're moving into, this precipice, there is this very real possibility that we are moving into a very powerful stage within the yuga cycles of Earth that's going to kind of like usher us into a new age of like prolonged peace. And so again, I think the phenomenon of the UFOs and the aliens brings with it a very powerful, not just concept, but a direct experience of brotherhood and sisterhood, of unity that expands beyond races and literally into the stars. And so again, I think it's up to us to be able to kind of like hold the hope of the lighting of the eighth fire within us, and know that is why we're doing this. That is why everybody is here. We're not doing this just because it's fun and cool, even though it is incredibly exciting. We are doing this because we care about the betterment of the collective consciousness, and that this is our sole mission. And we came here to be able to help others see the story and for them to find their place within it, and then together to be able to move towards a path of, again, enlightenment, peace, prosperity, and unity. And also understanding that, you know, in the world we're moving into, I think it will probably be a bit of both. Will the entire world awaken to this beautiful concept of unity? I don't think it's realistic to assume that everyone will, but start finding those who really resonate with this vision and with this connection. Find that tribe. Find the tribe through broadcasts and communities and all the beautiful speakers that we've had today. You know, connect with the people who you resonate with and continue to work on building those communities physically, digitally. Go out there, do peaceful human initiated contact, practice your meditation, practice eating healthy, energetically, like bringing yourself more into alignment with the things you're bringing into your body. Continue these discussions and branch out to be able to kind of keep planting those seeds and find the people who are in kind of the mainstream dream and start giving them a path so that they can kind of know that these places and these discussions and these circles are taking part and that they are invited into them. So hold that sense of brotherhood and sisterhood and invite others into the circle and continue this. And just as we said, you know, like if we can bring ourselves into our heart, the solutions will naturally arise. So without having to think we have to get like all the entire picture, like just focus on bringing yourself into the heart, trust your intuition, trust the idea that like these star beings, these consciousness, like it's working through us, and then just allow ourselves to just take it one step at a time, one day at a time, and flash forward like a few years from now, and the story will just be like, even we'll look back on this and be like, oh wow, like what a journey it's been.
Yeah, no, thanks, Brendan. Thank you. Mark, tell us how we're going to find you and what's coming up and all, and your what you want to leave people with for this discussion.
Well, there is a website, makingcontact.com. If people would go there, we have a countdown to our website going live. If you register there, you will get on our mailing list for an early bird special for the 5-day event in August that we're doing. That's August 18th to the 22nd. And this is going to be unlike anything ever done before. A conference in a virtual space, people from around the world, luminaries, scientists, politicians, people from the media, and then, of course, people from the UFO and ET community, having a conversation about how to establish a citizens diplomacy initiative. Why are we going to do that? How would we go about doing that? And assuming we made contact, what would we ask? What would we begin a dialogue about with these extraterrestrial intelligences? So this is an unprecedented event where you can participate and watch this discussion unfold with panel discussions, presentations, and some white papers, that we're going to be presenting, and a strategy for launching this strategic initiative, how to make contact on a global level. What do we think the extraterrestrials would expect from us in order for them to be willing to make contact with us? And how does that begin, and how does that evolve? How does that communication and that diplomatic relationship evolve over time? So we need to do this, take control as a citizenry, and help our elected officials using the systems of democracy established in democratic countries like the United States. Take back control of our systems and institutions so that we can put in power, we can elect people who will see the urgency and the importance of taking this seriously, and force get the information out of the military institutions, the national security state, and present and do a real disclosure in a way that is responsible and carefully thought out. And that is the way this should be done, in part, but it has to start with the citizenry. We need to hold our elected officials accountable, let them know that this is what we want and that we expect of them, and support those that are doing this, and get rid of the ones. So this becomes an activist movement, and we can coordinate and become a force together.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Mark. Check out this conference that's coming up. It's really important we all gather together for this moment, because I feel, if I was to sum up today, we are at a convergence point in the history of civilization, in our respect to the greater galaxy, in meeting our own mind. We're about to meet a bigger part of ourselves, like Brendan said, and when we join together and awaken, we'll realize the vastness of who and what human beings are. And this is the threshold. This is the convergence to these new realities that we are right there. We're almost there as the government comes forward, as people who haven't shared their story before. It's time everyone comes out and starts to share their experience. Their experience is key to the unfolding of who we are as a greater humanity. And one quote I love from Luis Elizondo, who is this whistleblower for the government, he says, "What we once thought were monsters may just turn out to be our neighbors." And that's a quote from Elizondo as an insider. So we have to reevaluate everything we think we are, because there's something fantastic coming to us that's going to vibrate us into the next level of awakening. And it's not that the sky will be bluer, but the aspects of the mind will start to unfold, and the great gifts that we always suspected we had will start to come online. Non-local reality, telepathy, the awakening of a mind that can talk interdimensionally. And so the gifts of humanity are at our doorstep, and all we have to do is cross that threshold, and we're right there. And I can't think of a more exciting time in human history. So thank you, Neil, for this opportunity, for putting together an amazing day. This is 9 hours, right, of speakers, and it covers the whole gamut, from the government insiders to those exploring the edge of spiritual realities. And I think this should be a required course for those awakening to a next level, as a kind of introductory doorway to people just finding out about what's going on. So this has been a great opportunity for everyone watching, for everyone online, for me, for, you know, all of us. So Neil, thanks for having the wisdom and the vision to put this together.
Thank you, brother. And just like, you know, I always plan to promote these way ahead of time, but because I'm so busy, it takes a while sometimes to launch it. And we only launched this 4 days ago, and we had 1,000 people sign up within 24 hours, right? So that goes to show, it's a testament to the energy of the moment, and that people are ready for it. And even though maybe only half of them came in and out, the rest of them will watch the replay. But this is like, this is on the top of our minds. And even, let's just talk about this Congress, for example, and the Senate, right? It's been said by some people within Senate that this topic is like the hottest topic on the Senate floor right now, right? So it's not only in their minds and their discussion, but it's also being widely spread. A lot of us are having these conversations. I can finally say to my dad, did you hear about those crafts that they don't know what they are? Right? I can finally say those. And I actually have a file on my phone of government documents and print screens of all the three-letter agencies that have like smoking gun documents, right? Like 1952, somebody found a UFO in upstate New York, and this is a symbol on it. I have that there just so that if I ever have an opportunity to run into someone and have this conversation, like before I get even further into it, there's validation, right? So it's just right now we know it's true. Just like Grant said, that this is a reality. What's the next step? And I think that we're having this discussion right now on what the next step is. And we'll just keep doing the work. The inner work is really what it's all about. And also just like what Brandon had touched on, the whole concept of the cycles of time, right? And that we've been through these ages and we're on the upturn now into this age. Firstly, when we look at that, we see that there's something to look forward to and some positivity in our future. But then also when we look at it, we can see that these cycles are all part of a system that we all signed up to experience. So let's not judge the past of what has happened. Instead, embrace the past, still take informed action to make shifts where there's no harmony there. But we don't have to judge what has happened. We can embrace it as the experience that we needed to get the contrast that we needed to know and what is the light and what is love, right? How amazing is this game that we all decided to play? We decided to forget all of our simultaneous lives and our extraterrestrial lives, come down here and then have these players that are playing the role of this darkness so that we can remember the light. It's like a self-imposed test almost, right? And with that awareness, it doesn't make you like, it doesn't make us not engage and want to do anything because everything happens for a reason. It empowers us even more to realize how this is created and gives us a template to navigate reality and existence so that we can move into this reality that we're now creating. You know, if this information, especially the Yuga cycle information, was just common knowledge, we could literally have a template to be like, okay, this is where we're at. This is what we can expect for in the future and the energy of this moment. We can do this and we should implement this as we move forward into it. And that's part of why, you know, we're doing these events and I'm going to continue doing it, is just to keep informing the masses and hopefully just getting more and more people involved. You know, as Zenka showed, the UFO and UAP disclosure term wasn't as high as it is now, that just people are searching for it on an unprecedented level. And that's because it is the time for this information to have a foothold on this planet so that we can embrace it in what we're going to create in the years to come.
Thanks, Neil. This is great. I just want to say, if people are interested in more information about me, get my new book, Making Contact, because I try to kind of give an overview of what people know on many different levels. And I think Mark liked that title so much, he called his whole movement Making Contact. This is the theme we're working on, right, Mark? The Making Contact theme?
Yeah, well, you know, it's so funny because I had already been making contact as a thing when you and I met. Right. And then, you know, then I just loved the book cover and loved supporting you. I just adopted your book cover as kind of a logo for an animated logo for all my videos I started posting. And this was before your book came out, remember?
Yeah, it was. It was a convergence here on making we've converged.
Yeah,
I like that title too, because it's not just making contact with ETs and beings, right. It's also making contact with the self.
Yes.
Right. And the earth and each other.
And each other.
It's a two-way street. This is what I say in the book. They're not making contact with us. We're making contact with them and the rest of eternity.
Well, we're making contact with each other. Those of us that are curious and are experiencers, and we're learning from one another, and we're creating a network, a movement, and that movement is gaining steam and growing, and we have power to help our fellow human citizens, join us in this amazing experience and growth. And I want to, I had queued this up earlier during my talk. I want to share. It's a really quick video.
Yes, please do.
When you launched the book in Sedona, we did a 3-day event there. Every night we did a CE5. And we broadcasted every night. We had a live Zoom broadcast, and I had videographers working with night vision equipment connected to cameras, to cell phones, actually. And we were broadcasting on Zoom Live. And on the second night, May 3rd, every night we had amazing stuff, but May 3rd was really special. And I want to share with people what we saw that night. Here's, and this is live footage that we captured on Zoom. I didn't even record it to my cell phone. This is all granular, but it's still so great.
You caught this with the night vision goggles through the camera, right? Yes.
Right. And then I recorded it on Zoom. So you have to appreciate this, that this was not recorded on an iPhone, although we were broadcasting it over Zoom through an iPhone that had the camera connected to a Gen 3 night vision scope. Okay. So I'm going to share this.
Right. This is worth the whole ending finale here, Mark.
And here's Omar's website I was just checking out. So I'm going to do a little plug for him. And then here's the May 3rd highlights reel.
Great. I've wanted to see this, actually.
Yeah. And, I don't know if I ever posted this.
I don't think you did. I don't remember. I know you had some great, oh, there it is. Okay. Tell us what we're looking at now.
Well, that's the footage on the right. And that's one of the people with the laser pointer. And that's a flash, that's right above Sedona, when we were out there together.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there you could see things moving in the sky.
See the flashing?
Yeah.
See that flashing? So that's that's the kind of thing that Brendan was talking about, that he and Lacey were witnessing when they did their CE5. And this was happening. This happened right after JJ and Desiree Hertog did the prayer, right?
Yes,
right?
yes. And these things sometimes are just stationary. They don't move, or sometimes they move in tandem with another object.
Yeah,
and these night vision goggles amplify what was that?
Well, that was something that went right through the viewfinder.
Wow.
It looked like a falling star, but maybe not.
Yeah. Oh yeah, now they're showing.
Yeah! Woohoo!
There were like 40 different objects in the sky we saw that night.
It was really very active that night.
Yeah, it was.
So this goes on for another minute. And then I've got the next night, I finally figured out that I should be recording on the iPhone and not on Zoom to get the better resolution. And we got much better quality video. So I'll play that next.
Great. Yeah, the thing about night vision, you see so many more objects in the sky.
So one of the things I did was invest into a new night vision camera, top of the line, and we're going to start doing Zoom broadcast with that, and that's going to be really good. It's a game changer. That's the other exciting thing. Just the technology is advancing so much, and we can go out and do CE5s and film and stream live what we're seeing in high def. That's going to be a big deal. So,
was there another one you're going to show us, or
yeah,
is that...
I'm going to do that right now. I just need to go back here real quick.
It's very exciting to be out there, and suddenly you see these things that you've never seen before moving across the sky, and they're not satellites, and sometimes they stop and change or fade out. It's
okay, here's the May 4th. So all this footage you'll notice is much higher quality. And again, you know, I started recording on the iPhone instead of recording on Zoom. There's the animated logo.
Yeah, thank you. I love it.
Oh, there's two over here.
Okay, laser.
Where's that? There's one here.
Okay.
And then one here. One here.
Okay, not a
One
formation
there.
of, oh, wait, hang on. There's two together.
There.
There's three. There's
Oh,
one,
yeah.
two. Where's the third one? There's one, two.
Oh,
Oh, three. We have a triangle formation.
Yeah.
We have a triangle formation. You guys get the camera on this.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, on the one
One,
here.
two,
Here's the
three.
lead one.
That's what I was picking up on. There's our triangle formation.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
1,
there's one above too.
3.
That's Melinda Leslie, who gives these night vision tours every night in Sedona.
But we definitely have a triangle formation. These three are moving together.
Definitely all
It's
together.
been 2 months
Hello?
since I've seen a triangle formation on my tour. So I want you guys to know how rare this is. 1, 2, 3. Yep, 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Guys with the cameras, are you catching it?
There's a brighter right there.
Yeah, that's not with them. That's not with them.
Not in the
These three are together.
formation,
1, 2, 3 are traveling together.
Yeah.
Great triangle formation.
And satellites don't travel like that.
3.
Well, not in formation, triplet formation like that, for sure.
Right.
And then there's another one down here.
Yeah,
going
but he's not
down.
with them.
Yeah, no,
this
he's
is the
not with
formation.
them.
1, 2. Where's the third one going? Maybe
He's right
down.
above you.
Right there?
Nope, he's
Oh,
right
he's
there.
Okay.
It is really exciting when you suddenly see these things move in the sky.
Yeah, they're
Three.
real
They're still
dim, but
together.
they're still together.
Beautiful triangle formation. You guys catching on camera, I hope?
Yeah.
They're pretty dim.
Yeah, they're pretty dim. They're showing that.
Yeah, Melinda Leslie was so fun to work with and so
Yeah, they might,
gracious.
are they gone? They might have dimmed down. Anyone
Yeah, I
still
can.
seeing them?
And every night she takes people out, every single night in Sedona.
So that's that video from the 4th. That was the highlight of the night, was that
Wow.
triangular formation. It was really a special time. And so in May, we're doing this again. We're having a retreat at the Angel Valley Retreat Center right outside of Sedona. And so that will be another event that, you know, we'll be doing, the Making Contact conference.
And they have a landing pad there too. They actually have a place that they built as like a kind of place they would call in ships. And it's a huge labyrinth right there in the middle of the land. So
And it's away from town. You're really secluded, and it's an ideal safe spot for close contact.
Yeah, it's beautiful there. I went there to see Bashar, and I guess the landing dock that they made was based on protocols that Bashar had downloaded.
that's right. They told me that. Yeah, they were very influenced by Bashar building that place. You're right. So we'll start to advertise that sometime about people how to sign up for that May the 4th be with you event.
We'll be talking about that during the conference. I want to make a special offer to people who buy tickets for the Making Contact conference here in August. You're going to get a special discount early bird offer, because we're going to limit it to probably 200 people. That's it. And because you don't want too many people at this, you want to vet people, make sure that you don't get any fringe folks. You want to get these people who already, you know, open and eager and get the seriousness of this.
And who are at the vibration, that we need, if you're a skeptic and you just want to check it out, that's not the place for you. If you are connected and are already making contact, want to call them in, be part of this collective mind, then that would be the place.
It's like a training ground for emissaries.
A training ground.
I can do a shout out on that too. I have a 55 speaker disclosure event coming up from August 5th to the 10th. So during that, I'll make a shout out. And,
tell us a little bit about what's that event about, Omar?
That's total disclosure for the people, by the people, 55 speakers. We have 50 lectures coming in and 5 people performing conscious music. And it's happening from pretty much 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night from August 5th to the 10th. And details are slowly coming up on my website. Still needs a little bit of cleaning there. But, over the course of the next couple of days, I'm going to take care of that, some housekeeping, and start putting up bios of the speakers. And that's pretty much it. It's a free event, and it's really as a follow-up to the senator's disclosure, and just to show the people that we don't need the government telling us what is real and what is not, and that all the people, like for instance Mark and Joan and yourself and Neil and everyone who spoke here today, are independent researchers, and they're for the people, and they want to help people get ahead, and to show that people can put on a better disclosure than the government can at any day, hands down.
Okay,
and
what's
it's going to be streamed to the Portal to
Here's
Ascension
his
YouTube.
website.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, this is where it's happening. It's under the upcoming events. If you scroll down and go in there, and that's where it's going to be right there. The total disclosure event. That's the one that we just did yesterday, the full spectrum, and this is the one that's coming up August 5th to the 10th.
Great. It looks great. Thanks
Fantastic.
so much.
It sure does, Omar. I'm excited.
Yeah, right on, Mark.
And just to let everyone know, if you go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channels, either New Realities or Portal to Ascension, we're going to be going live on the Portal to Ascension YouTube, and then also we'll probably embed it on our website too.
Hey, and go live on New Realities too, if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to stream it to pretty much everywhere, but the idea is to stream it to Portal to Ascension's website, and then from there branch it out so that everyone has access to the truth, because everyone deserves to know the truth.
Hey, maybe I'll put it on Clubhouse too, so we'll do that as well.
Let me just mention, total disclosure is beyond the UFOs, because it's disclosure of our spirituality, disclosure of our ancient history, disclosure of dimensions, disclosure of a science that we forgot and is coming back now. That's why it's total disclosure.
Plant medicine, animal communication, pretty much everything that's going to help us to elevate our awareness and consciousness in our day-to-day life. That's really the idea behind it. So it's absolute total disclosure, looking at it from 55 different angles.
Yeah.
So it's going to be exciting. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, everybody, I have to go. It's 7 o'clock, and I have another commitment. It's been such a joy.
Thank you.
Phil.
Thank you, Mark.
Of course. The panelists, you guys are awesome. I really enjoyed hearing your stories and the things you're sharing. God bless all of you. I love you all. Take care.
Thank you, Mark. We'll be in touch.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah, I should go soon too, Neil. What's next?
So let's close it up.
Okay.
We've all had a final, words, but if anybody wants to say anything else before I close it up, do some announcements. And what we're going to do is I'm going to close it out with the presentation I did yesterday at the event Omar was a part of, that I did right after him. Was a presentation of extraterrestrials and quantum physics, and looking at quantum physics and seeing if we can dissect these theories to how we're actually being communicated with and visited by extraterrestrials. So it's like an hour presentation. That's going to happen when we close out here. But just for a few minutes here, I'm going to leave it up to you guys, Omar, Joan, Brendan, Alan. Do you want to say anything else before we close out and funnel into that?
I think we said a lot already, but
I gotta say one thing that really stood out for me today was Grant Cameron when he was talking about his nuclear research and nuclear power plants and cattle mutilation and cancer, all kind of connected there. And I've been doing research on nuclears myself for the last few years, and really uncovered a lot of disturbing information. So for me, that was really the biggest eye opener for me for today. So after we're done here, when I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to really begin to look at charts of where the nuclear power plants are and how cancer rates work around there, and also with the animal mutilation. And I think I think that's going to be a very interesting, and maybe I can forward some of that information to Grant as well, which he probably already has.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, Omar. Joan, do you want to do like a 1 minute, 2 minute, just meditative centering experience just to close
Hey,
this out?
Neil, I'm going to sign off for a while, but I might come back. Okay.
All right. Love you, Alan. Thank you so much, brother. Wait a second, Alan. Let's all collectively, the few hundred people that are still connecting right now, send out gratitude and love to Alan for his passion and just awesomeness, really.
Not just to me, but to everyone. But
we're all receiving it too, but in this moment you're leaving, so we're just sending you love. Receive it, brother. Thank you so much for everything you do. Really
thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone online and all our friends.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Ellen. Talk later, bro.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Joan.
All right, loved ones, take a deep breath in and let it all out. Grounding ourselves, sending our roots down to the center of the earth, and really sending that antenna up to the heavens. And right now, feeling that that antenna is connected to our star family, to all of those beings who called us all here to be here today. They asked us to come. They are all with us too. So we have those billions of souls that are on here with us now. And we are so grateful for the messages, the wisdom, the elevation of frequency, of vibration, and so grateful that we have these missions that we have said yes to accept, and so it is.
So it is. Thank you so much, Joan. Love you. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Omar. You guys can stick around if you want. I'm just going to do some final announcements. Appreciate you all.
I'll be back. I have to drive my daughter home. So it's probably take about 15 minutes, and I'll be back in about that time.
I love seeing you all, Brandon and Omar and Neil. And hey, I'll see you on the other side tonight. Let's go.
Thank you, Joan. Love you. Thank you, Brandon. See you tomorrow. Love you, buddy. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'll be in the YouTube chat. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you, Neil.
Cool. Thanks, brother. All right, everybody. So what we're going to do now to close this out, first of all, let me make a few announcements. If you're on YouTube and you love this content and you want to support us, please just go ahead and click the subscribe button. And, unless you click the notification bell, you don't really get notices. You can just subscribe to the channel, really help us grow this, because we're putting out a lot of content right now. And I'm actually in the process of releasing hundreds of hours, around 200 to 300 hours of UFO, interdimensional, extra-dimensional, ultra-terrestrial content and information that I've cultivated over the last 10 years. And we've already released around 100 hours just in the last month and a half. And we have quite a lot more to go. And especially if you're on New Realities channel as well, subscribe there, because we have that available for you there as well. All the content is going to also be re-released over there. And I'm going to go ahead and post in the chat room right now our YouTube page for the people that are in the Zoom, if you want to subscribe, and also the Instagram. We had to create a new Instagram if you want to subscribe there. And then lastly, 2 links if you want to support us. If you feel that you loved what you saw today and you want to support us so we can create more content that is no charge content and do this more often, then you can go ahead and click the PayPal link and support us through that. And we're going to be doing more and more. So if you have any feedback on topics you want us to explore, right? Any feedback on topics you want us to explore, let me know, because we are touching on hundreds, if not thousands of topics in the last 12 years of existence. And by getting feedback from the community, we're able to grow this platform and go even more in depth into certain topics. For example, ancient history is a huge component of Portal to Ascension. And we're going to be doing one in September, an all-day 10-hour conference just on the Maya civilization. We got another one on the Indus Valley civilization coming up, another one on Atlantis, Lemuria, 10 hours of it. So not only is it good content for people just waking up, but it's next level information for all of those that are in there that are going to be the trainers and the teachers of this new paradigm, of this new world. if you go to portaltoascension.org, that's portaltoascension.org, sign up there for free. You get around 3,000 hours of free presentations and content. So sign up and you can get a username and password immediately, access it, sort by speaker, by category, topic, and all that. Continue watching from where you left off, add it to your watch list. And we're actually in the process of launching our new website right now. I know a lot of people who signed up actually were on our email list, so you already have access. So please do use it as a resource that is available for you. But if you're not on it, portaltoascension.org, go ahead and sign up there. Let's get an influx of signups so that you can go ahead and be a part of this university that has thousands of hours of content and be a part of this community that we're creating. Also, right now, over the last month and a half or so, I've created the Portal to Ascension weekly show, which is every Tuesday, and we've been live on multiple platforms. We have a Portal to Ascension podcast, which is just Portal to Ascension radio. It's on all the major platforms. Take a look at it. And then we also have our weekly show that we've been doing. As of right now, it's been the Disclosure Agenda show because of the topic of the moment, which is disclosure. But that's going to transition into the Ancient Civilizations show, which is then going to transition into the Age of Empire show, where we're going to be talking about an ancient empire every single week on Tuesday on YouTube. So it's going to be so entertaining and so amazing that you should really subscribe to the YouTube channel so you can get updates on it. Tomorrow, we are going to be going live with our Disclosure Agenda show. Even though we did disclosure all day today, we're going to have it again tomorrow, and that's going to be on YouTube. And tomorrow it's going to be Omar and myself. It's going to be a debriefing of today, talking about the topics that were discussed, going deeper into it a little bit. And then hopefully Brandon from Paradigm Shift Central will join us as well with his partner Lacey, so they can give us more of a full experience of, you know, what happened to them in their contact experience. So you can go ahead and check that out on youtube.com/portal to ascension. All right. So now to close out for today, everybody, I'm going to do a couple of poems here. And after these poems, I'm going to screen share a presentation that I just did yesterday, which is on quantum physics, extraterrestrial, and space travel. And it's an hour presentation just going into what we know about quantum physics and the subatomic world, and how this can connect to the contact and experiencer, and how these beings are coming here in the first place, you know. And Rudy Shield earlier today actually touched on this a little bit. So it's going to be going into depth about the concepts behind what is actually happening interdimensionally. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to do 2 poems, and this is 2 poems back to back. This is, one is called The Prophecy, and the other one is called Empower Thyself. And I'm just going to do one and then go right into the other one. The night has come upon us. One level to trust the undercover rhyme of the one who preaches the find, archaeological design, ancient pyramids corrupted from inside, worlds ended, but I will exist in all forms of life. Life doesn't exist, existing is fried, unconditional mind, uncover the inner world to discover and find, travel through dimensions and bridges of space-time, radio waves and frequencies penetrate the fabric of my being. I hear you in planetary systems, as far reaches of the universe. I set into motion the curse while I traverse third-dimensional reality, unrehearsed in this free will mentality, diversity of races, incarnated to experience physicality. Disperse the energy, coerce the magnetic poles into shifting our reality into days of old, the oldest of souls, here now to release control. Prophecies foretold will allow the scriptures to unfold. The vibration of gold will heal the corrosion and mold within humanity's soul. The vibration and gold of gold will heal the corrosion and mold within humanity's soul. You see, everybody, the moment it draws near. For years, we've been purging all fears, letting go of the old energies, making room for the new frequencies. I know we all feel these on some level. Higher multidimensional entities, embracing our galactic families, emissaries of unconditional love. The one vibration that fits all creation like a glove. I know sometimes this incarnation may seem tough, with masons illuminating manipulations, facing, tasting, wasting our life away. We must remember the lessons that we're here to play. We chose to be here today. Nothing external to you, to yourself, to God's self you pray. There is only one speck of light, experiencing itself in multiple forms within our sight, taking us to new heights. So go against the norm, no longer conform. When one transitions, there's no reason to mourn, no scorn. Take out the thorn. The crystalline children are now being born. There is no devil waiting for you with horns. There is only love. there is only love. The vibration showering us down straight from densities above. We must stand up and say enough is enough and take our power back. With peace and understanding, there's no reason to attack and energize fear, as they are reflections of us. Time to trust our brothers and sisters. This is all a self-imposed test. So you got the job. Put your concerns to rest. Through the darkness, the light will firmly nest into the dimension that is next. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now to resurrect the cosmic consciousness. Love you all so much. Thank you all for being here. The replay will be available to you immediately on YouTube. Go ahead and check it out over there. Stay tuned for tomorrow debriefing and then multiple other events. We got around 110 events a year. So go to Portal to Ascension to sign up there. I'm going to leave you guys now with this presentation. Love you all. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Speak to you soon. Send us feedback if you have any feedback about this event, and if you have any suggestions on what you would like us to go into even further, because we're going to do it. And we really do look at suggestions and utilize that to cultivate even more of a wide range of topics that we explore in Portal to Ascension. All right, everybody, here's the presentation. Love you all. Bye-bye. Okay, so I texted Rob just a few minutes ago, like an hour ago, and asked him what should I present on, and he said speak of something that's relevant to the now, right? Because I have multiple presentations. So I took a presentation that I haven't presented in a while, and in the last 2 hours I've been restructuring it a little bit, and it's sound and vibration quantum physics, quantum metaphysics. So it's breaking down the vibration and frequency and how that connects to metaphysical world and spirituality. But I've actually added a few slides, and I'm going to make commentary the whole time in regards to space travel and how beings could possibly be visiting Earth using other technology rather than going at the speed of light, because we know it might take thousands of years for them to get here, right?
That's
so it's going to be 50% freestyle, 50% freestyle, and then 50% guided on the presentations here. So we'll kind of see where we go.
I'm so pumped for this, bro. So pumped. But I'm gonna give the screen up to you, brother. And thank you so much for coming out, man. I apologize for that .org. I don't know why it went to .com.
Oh, that's cool. It's .com/.org, so don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Well, go to .org, everybody. Portaltoascension.org. Sign up. Get on board. Neil he does the best conferences out there. Mm-hmm. I don't know where you've been if you haven't heard of it, but it is absolutely like tremendous work. He's always on almost every weekend with a different conference, right, Neil? It's just incredible. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to give the floor to you, brother. Do your thing, and I'm excited. Let's get it in.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks so much, brother. I'm really excited to be here and part of this community and speaking right now. And Omar, dude, that was amazing. I haven't fully sat through a couple of your presentations before, and I listened to some of it, but I sat through most of this one, and that was so epic. So we'll talk more about your presentation later, but it was great. Okay, everybody. So today's presentation is, I'm going to go ahead and share screen. But before I get into the presentation, I want to make a quick announcement. And if Rob, once I share screen, if you can, actually, I need to make sure my audio is shared as well. Hold on. Once I share screen, if you can make sure it shows up.
Absolutely.
Okay, share audio. Boom, boom, boom. Let me know if you see my screen. See my screen?
Yeah. Do you want to do half-half, or do you want to full?
The video is already there. You can subscribe. You'll get the notification once we go live. We're live in 21 hours, so check that out right there. All right, let's do this, guys. So today's presentation is sound frequency and the extraterrestrial connection. And to be more specific, it's more about quantum physics and talking about what is going on right now, in the mainstream in regards to the UFO disclosure, and how we can tie that into the whole realization that we're subatomic beings and that we live in a quantum world, and what our understanding of quantum physics and technology is making us realize is happening when we see these UFO sightings, and also when we speculate about what we can possibly achieve in the future, right? So this is a completely redone past presentation that was specifically on quantum physics, but now we're taking more of an ET space travel approach to it. So what we're going to cover today is the following. Consciousness, spirituality, extraterrestrials, and more can all be explained scientifically through quantum physics. Religion and science are now merging. Eastern and Western philosophy and medication need to work together to cure all illness. The other two, I kind of shifted. I'm going to pass this slide. I'm going to skip over this slide because I actually shifted this presentation to include more than that's there. So we'll just get into that in a bit. But the reason why I even started doing presentations on sound and vibration is the following. This quote really says it all. And I've done many presentations on sound and frequency, and I almost always start it with the following two quotes. This one goes like this. The forms of snowflakes and faces of flowers may take on this shape because they respond to some sound in nature. Likewise, it is possible that crystals, plants, and human beings may be in some way music that has taken on visible form. I like this quote because it truly says everything about the fact that we're all vibration and frequency. And just by the realization that we're all vibration and frequency really shifts our perspective on how we can navigate in this reality. And here's another quote by Nikola Tesla. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. I've always loved to talk about sound and vibration because it literally is all that is, where everything that is physical and non-physical is frequency. So you can almost have a conversation about any topic and include the whole concept of sound and vibration within it. So before we get started into the meat of this presentation, here are some universal ground facts. And these are what we have not only understood spiritually, but we've also understood scientifically now and believe that we have enough evidence to prove that this is actually real. So the first one is we are vibratory energy beings. Yes, we're all subatomic beings and we vibrate. Our brains produce electricity. Yes, that's true. You have a type of acid in your brain. It forms an electrical current. That electrical current travels down your spine to all your organs, and it creates, it basically pumps and fuels your body. Vibration and frequency is measured in hertz. That's how we're measuring it in this day and age. 1 hertz will be 1 cycle per second. 100 hertz, 100 times per second. The universe is singing. This is something you might be like, well, how is this proven? Well, we'll get to that slide, those slides later when we show how we have now translated frequencies of celestial bodies into audible tones and what they sound like. Humans have lived on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years, more than widely accepted. In my mind, that's already been proven. I'm not going to get into the proof on that one. Also, all ancient religions and origin stories talk about sound. The universe is definitely full of frequency. We can only hear and see a limited frequency range, meaning that just like we can only hear certain tones, we can also only see certain frequencies. There's a range of frequencies above and below what we can perceive that we're not able to actually see. There's countless inaudible frequencies around us always. This right here is a graph of our brainwave frequency patterns. These are the different types of frequency waves that our brains can have and what they're called. The first one is gamma wave, which is known as the genius brainwave. The second one is the beta wave, which is kind of what we're in right now because we're having a linear analytical, even though we're talking about very right brain concepts as well, we're having an analytical presentation style left brain thinking format, which allows us to be in a beta state when your eyes are open. Alpha wave is usually when you have your eyes closed and you're still alert, you're an alpha wave. Theta wave is the meditative state, the intuition, flashes inspiration. This is a state that people wish to get to in meditative states in order to do the inner healing or even travel astrally or do some type of spiritual work. And then delta wave is also an even deeper version of that. And you can also travel astrally within the delta wave, but it's usually known as the deep dreamless sleep state. When I first started getting into like all the metaphysical concepts of spirituality, I would hear the term chakra a lot, right? It's thrown around quite a lot in the spiritual community. I used to think that it was a metaphysical term for an energy center. And I didn't really know if there was any reality to it. I just knew that we just said that there was these portals in the body, vortices. And then after I started doing research, I found a graph such as this. And to me, it actually proved that the chakra system is actually a reality, and it's a scientific reality. So what occurs is your brain produces an electrical current,
and it goes down your nervous system through your brainstem into your spine and out of your spine to all the corresponding organs. Well, there are actually little areas and holes within the spine, in your spine, that have an outpour of nerves that go to the corresponding organs. And this area is called the neural foramen, right? And this is actually the physical areas for the chakras. So the chakras actually exist. It's the neural foramen, and it's an outpour of nerves. And guess what? Where those nerves go to? So it's taking an electrical current from your brain down your spine into all these organs. And guess where they go to? They go to the corresponding organs that we know each of those chakra points relate to, completely in alignment with ancient texts. The nerve roots travel to reach the rest of your body, and it takes an electrical current, and without the electrical current going through your body, you would not have a signal in your body to keep yourself alive, because you're not dead until you are what? Until you're brain dead, as they say, right? So when you're brain dead, the electrical signal is no longer pumping out of your brain, therefore your organs are no longer able to work. All right, so now that we put that out the way, right there was a very basic summary of some universal facts and some physiology of the human body, scientific physiology of the human body, so we can understand that this is a reality before we jump in deep down the rabbit hole into the quantum world. So here we go, quantum world, extraterrestrials, and space travel. Firstly, what is quantum physics? Well, quantum mechanics, also known as quantum physics or quantum theory, is a fundamental branch of physics that deals with attempting to define and understand the subatomic world. The origin, major contributions being Max Planck's 1900s proposal that energy is made up of smaller units called quanta. And what is metaphysics? Metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, substance, cause, identity, time, vibration, and space. The origin of this is meta, meaning the word beyond, which refers to the title given to a compilation of Aristotle's work on the subject. Because they follow Aristotle's physics, the work together took the name metaphysics. So both of these disciplines are based on the premises of vibration and frequency. Meditation and metaphysics physical practices are designed to harmonize your vibration. Those that have obtained enlightenment, right, or spiritual awakening have in essence shifted their vibratory frequency. That's the metaphysics connection. So meta is the basis of all ensuing philosophy. Quantum, however, is a way of attempting to scientifically understand how the universe works. So metaphysics is almost the philosophy behind the subatomic world, and quantum physics is the mathematics behind the subatomic world. But they're both the same thing, just looking at it from different angles and with different terms. To me, metaphysics is metaphorical quantum physics, because it's the same thing as quantum physics, except we're using a metaphorical term to explain what we can now explain scientifically. And here's a graph that I created quite a few years ago to give you kind of an example of that. We have the quantum term, which is singularity. We have the metaphysics term, which is oneness. We have the quantum term, quantum field, metaphysics, consciousness. Quantum term, electromagnetic field. Metaphysical term, aura, right? It's the same exact thing. Quantum physics, wave, metaphysics, vibration, quantum physics, dimension, metaphysics, realm, right? And we even have the paradox there. So these are, if not almost exactly the same, have many, many crossovers in regards to the fact that they're both attempting to explore the same kind of concepts. Even time and space, right? Quantum physics, bending space-time. Non-locality now. So now a component of quantum physics. The ability of objects to instantaneously know about each other's state, even when separated by large distances, potentially even billions of light years, almost as if the universe at large instantaneously arranges its particles in anticipation of future events. This contradicts Einstein's theory that nothing can go faster than the speed of light, since this form of communication is instant, proves what ancient scriptures, spiritual scriptures, have been saying. So let's pause here for a second and see what this is talking about. So non-locality, the ability of objects to instantaneously know about each other's state, right? So you could be a billion light years away from me, right? But within one moment, you're able to understand the exact same data as where I'm at, what does this do right here? Just the understanding of that reality existing. What are the questions that arise from it, right? So a question would be, well, if we don't need to use light in order, well, first of all, how does it happen, right? How is everything known everywhere? If something can be so far away but can understand and know exactly what's going on in this moment somewhere else, does that mean this is all an illusion and it's computer programming, like an organic computer program maybe, where there's data everywhere, and from every single point within this construct of this program, we're able to extract data of all that is, some people call it the Akashic records, and we're able to understand it. But also, how does this connect to the non-locality of being able to transport your consciousness from one area to another area? So now we're getting into concepts such as space travel, or instantaneously manifesting somewhere, or even teleportation. How do we send our consciousness from one place to another place without having the limitation of distance? Okay. So as I said, this contradicts Einstein's theory, because he did believe that nothing could go faster than the speed of light. But now we're realizing that things can go faster than the speed of light, and quantum computing is a great example of this actually, because regular supercomputers, something that it takes a regular supercomputer around 1,000 years to basically compute, a quantum computer can do it in a matter of moments, right? So what is happening is that instead of having to go through the linear process of computing things over and over and over until we figure something out, we've now tapped into the ability of understanding information in moments that should take forever, including traveling at long distances. Here is the image to compare the metaphysic term of aura and the electromagnetic field. So we're all made out of subatomic particles. So is our planet Earth. So is our body. So is the table in front of me, the computer. Everything has made of subatomic particles. These subatomic particles vibrate. These vibrations and subatomic particles create a field of energy around us, just like an atom does, just like a subatomic particle does, just like your human body does. It creates its own electromagnetic field, just like every single planet and celestial body in the universe. As you can see here is an image of Earth's electromagnetic field. So we all have these electromagnetic fields, and the aura, even though been used as a spiritual term, is just basically explaining the fact that we have our own electromagnetic field, and through vibration technology modalities, we're able to shift and expand that. And I'll stop that video there, but basically showing that Earth has an electromagnetic field, and it's also in alignment with harmonics, and it beats in rhythm like a drum. And just like Rob had mentioned earlier, how not only is everything connecting to this ancient wisdom of how it becomes part of the Earth, but it also resonates harmonics and frequency. Just goes to show how we're also part of the Earth, and we're also vibration and frequency. And then the Earth is also adhering to some sort of rhythm within the universe. I read an article on physics.org not too long ago, and it was also saying that it looked like Earth was adhering to some sort of pattern that attracts cataclysmic disasters. Okay, realize what they just said there. Adhering to some sort of pattern that attracts cataclysmic disasters. So you know, every 13,000 years, some say that there's the cataclysm on Earth. The Hopi said that we've destroyed the Earth in 4 different ways: earth, wind, fire, and water. Now it's the ether phase, and it's recycling over and over. And So they're realizing that something is going on in regards to the pattern of the way the Earth is traveling throughout the galaxy that is actually creating and manifesting literally these type of disasters that are having a recycling reset phase on the Earth. So scientific research has found that the aura is an electromagnetic field of energy that extends around our body around 4 to 5 feet. The aura represents your physical, mental, emotional, as well as spiritual energies. Also connects all subtle bodies and acts like a shield protecting the human vessel and absorbing specific energies. So could the Earth's electromagnetic field represent its physical, mental, and emotional aura? If Earth is a sentient being, does it also have an aura? Science and religion have been, we're in the age now where science and religion has been separated for quite some time. But I don't like to say religion, let's say spirituality, right? Science and spirituality. In the ancient times, thousands of years ago, it was one and the same. Even in the Greek times of Pythagoras, they really concentrated on that similarity. But then it continued being the same for thousands of years of devolution into a darker age in humanity. And as it was the same then, it was actually kind of looked as, and then it was actually separated, and everything became dictated by the church and basically religious organizations, and all the evidence that was coming out that was showing that the universe could be much different than what we've been told by our religious institutes was kind of either hidden away, or the people that brought this information out were persecuted or even killed. But now in this age where we're discovering so much scientifically, there seems to be a merging of ancient spiritual wisdom with physics and the whole realm of sound and vibration. Science and religion are separate and have been at odds with each other for quite some time. Science in today's world is based on Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics doesn't actually synchronize with quantum physics, because in Newtonian physics, well, in subatomic world, in quantum physics, in the subatomic world, particles are acting extremely erratically and aren't able to be predicted like they are within the Newtonian world. So subatomic particles act in ways that are confusing us, that we can't actually fathom why it's actually happening. Whereas in the Newtonian world, everything follows Newtonian's physics and all the laws that he outlined, right? So, but the thing is, that doesn't make sense, because the subatomic world is the actual building blocks for the Newtonian world. If it wasn't for the subatomic world, the Newtonian world would not exist. So how is it that the subatomic physics doesn't match up with the Newtonian physics if it's the building blocks for that, right? So that's where the paradox is, and that's what has confused many people along this journey of awakening to the subatomic world. So to me, this actually symbolizes that this is kind of an illusion, right? Like we pierced through the veil here. The only thing that exists are frequencies, and our perception is the dream, or a very advanced virtual reality, which then goes into, if that is the case, what forms of space travel are we able to cultivate, and also the beings that are visiting us are able to do, right? Whether they're here on the planet, whether they're traveling interdimensionally or extraterrestrial from another planet, what are the types of technologies that are being utilized to get here? Because obviously, as spoke about right before I got into this presentation, that if we have the limitation of the speed of light, it would take civilization so many years in order to get here, and it might not be worth the while to do that. But if they were able to travel through wormholes, or bend space-time somehow, or have some other type of advanced understanding of the subatomic world, even bilocate or non-locality, and then move from one place to another place instantaneously, right? Like in, for example, the spore drive in the Star Trek Discovery, which is the new Star Trek that just came out. Well, it came out a couple of years ago, but it's really awesome. They have this spore drive that connects to the mycelium network, which is the mushroom fungi network of the whole entire universe, that uses the fungi in order to transfer the whole entire spacecraft to another part in the universe just instantaneously, rather than having to go through subspace. And it's very interesting because we have recently discovered that there's a huge mycelium network of spores all over the universe, and it seems to travel from planet to planet. And it's even speculated that that basically spores from mycelium could actually be what travels all over the universe and brings life to other planets. So researchers at the Weizmann Institute of Science have conducted an experiment demonstrating how a beam of electrons is affected by the act of being observed. The experiment revealed that the greater the amount of watching, the greater the observer's influence on what actually takes place. A position of a particle at the quantum state cannot be determined unless a measurement, which is an observation of its position, is made. So the very act of watching something within these subatomic experiments affects the reality, that it acts differently upon being observed. The very act of watching the observer affects the observed reality. What does that mean, right? So if we are not looking at it, it will behave one way. If we're looking at it, it will behave another way, right? What does that mean for humanity? Well, again, it looks like we've just pierced through some sort of illusion, some sort of veil, that even though on the Newtonian world, on the atomic world, that we can see everything as physical and consistent, the building blocks of what it's made out of are only acting upon observation, right? And this ties into, like, not to go deep into explanation here, but this is kind of like a Truman Show realization over here, that by setting our intent and observation, reality manifests. And without intent and observation, it's just frequency. When being observed, the electrons would bounce off the barrier. When not observed, the electrons would act as waves and make it through the barrier, acting as a wave and a particle at the exact same time. When not observed, the electron would exist in two locations simultaneously, right? So a lot of different things going on there. And all this is us realizing the theories of a technology that we don't quite understand yet, but we're seeing occur when we have this whole UFO sighting situation going on around the world, right? So let's talk about the whole ATIP program for a second. 2004 to whenever they closed it down, I think it was 2017 or something like that. They had all these cases within the UAP report, around 144 cases. And if you don't know what I'm talking about the UFO report that just came out this past month, that was asked to be released in the COVID relief bill that I think took place in November of last year, that they asked for the UFOs, the ATIP program, to basically release all the information that they had in regards to this. There were two documents released. One was given to the Congress for the public, and that was for us, right? It was just less than 10 pieces of paper. And then there was a more in-depth one that was given to Congress that was classified. And in there, it was saying that these, and not only in there, but also other people that have come out and spoke about this that work for the program, have said that these craft were acting in a way that we know, that we think is impossible, but we know is possible because we've been observing it through our experiments of quantum physics. So we've been experimenting with quantum physics, and we've been seeing all of these amazing things happen. And now all of a sudden, there are all these sightings that are doing the things that we are only theorizing is possible. That is what is the conventional thing right there. So when you see all these craft, it's not like, oh, they're doing something impossible. It's like, oh, they're doing something that we're actually realizing. To talk about sound and vibration, because it literally is all that is, where everything that is physical and non-physical is frequency. So you can almost have a conversation about any topic and include the whole concept of sound and vibration within it. So before we get started into the meat of this presentation, here are some universal ground facts. And these are what we have not only understood spiritually, but we've also understood scientifically now, and believe that we have enough evidence to prove that this is actually real. So the first one is, we are vibratory energy beings. At the same time, I would say we also both. And that leads out, we've actually been able to manifest in the subatomic world. And now, in order to do it on a large scale, reveal that the greater the amount of watching, the greater the observer's influence on what actually takes place. A position of a particle at the quantum state cannot be determined unless a measurement, which is an observation of its position, is made. So the very act of watching something within these subatomic experiments affects the reality, that it acts differently upon being observed. The very act of watching, the observer affects the observed reality. What does that mean, right? So if we are not looking at it, it will behave one way. If we're looking at it, it will behave another way, right? What does that mean for humanity? Well, again, it looks like we've just pierced through some sort of illusion, some sort of veil, that even though on the Newtonian world, on the atomic world, that we can see everything as physical and consistent, the building blocks of what it's made out of are only acting upon observation, right? And this ties into, like, not to go deep into explanation here, but this is kind of like a Truman Show realization over here, that by setting our intent and observation, reality manifests. And without intent and observation, it's just frequency. When being observed, the electrons would bounce off the barrier. When not observed, the electrons would act as waves and make it through the barrier, acting as a wave and a particle at the exact same time. When not observed, the electron would exist in two locations simultaneously, right? So a lot of different things going on there. And all this is us realizing the theories of a technology that we don't quite understand yet, but we're seeing occur when we have this whole UFO sighting situation going on around the world, right? So let's talk about the whole ATIP program for a second. 2004 to whenever they closed it down, I think it was 2017 or something like that. They had all these cases within the UAP report, around 144 cases. And if you don't know what I'm talking about the UFO report that just came out this past month, that was asked to be released in the COVID relief bill that I think took place in November of last year, that they asked for the UFOs, the ATIP program, to basically release all the information that they had in regards to this. There were two documents released. One was given to the Congress for the public, and that was for us, right? It was just less than 10 pieces of paper. And then there was a more in-depth one that was given to Congress that was classified. And in there, it was saying that these, and not only in there, but also other people that have come out and spoke about this that work for the program, have said that these craft were acting in a way that we know, that we think is impossible, but we know is possible because we've been observing it through our experiments of quantum physics. So we've been experimenting with quantum physics, and we've been seeing all of these amazing things happen. And now all of a sudden, there are all these sightings that are doing the things that we are only theorizing is possible. That is what is the conventional thing right there. So when you see all these craft, it's not like, oh, they're doing something impossible. It's like, oh, they're doing something that we're actually realizing is possible, but we haven't really figured out how to do it yet. Well, that's what they're telling us. So what does this mean? A new form of space travel for humans. How are ETs coming to Earth, as I just explained? And the outdated theory that we are limited by the speed of light. The universe may actually be holographic in nature. Not only are we made out of subatomic particles, but it seems that these subatomic particles are vibrating in and out of reality, phasing in and out, just like a hologram, does. And since we're phasing in and out of reality, we can only speculate that we are literally shifting in and out of reality always, but we only see ourselves as physically remaining here all the time. So not only that, we're also realizing that our whole ability to perceive how reality really is extremely limited compared to what is actually out there and what we really are. Bilocation is occurring on the subatomic world. So on the subatomic world, a particle can exist in two locations simultaneously. What does that mean? Well, that's called bilocation. That's when, I don't know if anybody's ever made this joke before, but I have, that like, I wish I could bilocate and duplicate myself so I can get more stuff done, right? And that bilocation is being in two places at once. And then I'm kidding around by saying, like, I wish I was in two places at once so I could be doing twice the things that I'm doing. But we've actually achieved bilocation on the subatomic world. So all of these different components that could actually help shift our future and are truly paradigm shifting occurrences and technologies can come out, we've actually been able to manifest in the subatomic world. And now, in order to do it on a larger scale, we need to figure out how we can bring that out into the larger scale world. Just yesterday, I watched something on the Large Hadron Collider in CERN, and they were talking about how in order to be able to create some similar occurrences on the Newtonian level, right, on the atomic level, that they would have to create a hydrogen collider the size of our solar system. Okay, so firstly, that goes to show what kind of effort is needed with the technology that we're currently told we have in order to duplicate this on such a large scale, right? But then secondly, it also goes to show how limited and linear our technology has been, because I think that there's entire new technologies that can manifest from this, where we're not going to need such to waste so much space in order to do so. And this is just the preliminary phases. We think that we're really advanced right now, but we're just at the beginning phases of a science that is going to completely shift the way we act on this planet, the way we live on this planet, the way we eat on this planet, the way we travel on this planet, everything. Just 2 hours ago, and if you're watching the replay on this, I guess it's more than 2 hours ago. Actually, no, it's like 4 hours ago. Virgin Galactic, Richard Branson just went to space as the first citizen craft into space. That just happened, right? In about a week, Jeff Bezos is doing it. Then Elon Musk is right after it. Not giving them any credit, for any, like, they're doing what they're doing. I'm not saying that they're either good or bad. I'm just trying to tell you that we're now at a state where humans are publicly and openly going to be transported to space. We are in a universe that is life all over. There's UFOs and craft observing us. There are beings that are waiting for us to reach certain levels of technology and awareness so that we can start the interaction process. As humans start going out into space, and this is kind of a tangent, but it's still connected. As humans start going off into space and are able to perceive it for themselves, just like almost every astronaut that's been up there, they're going to see something. Not only do we have this technology here, not only is it being used by black budget programs, not only do we actually have UFOs and ETs interacting already doing it, but we've already taken citizens now to space. And this is all happening. A lot of space, this space awareness is happening in the last year to 2 years and into the next year and a half from now. And then after that is supposed to be the first manned trip to Mars. Right? So we have technology that's beyond that, all that right now. And I got a feeling that we've been on Mars already. But what I'm showing you is what they're drip disclosing, and what we're moving towards is only more of this technology coming out. And if we get to it, I'll show you the graph at the end of this that shows you the exponential increase of technology in our society and how it's inevitable that we're going to be reaching these heights in the near future. So there's also a double slit experiment here. Same as before. Fundamental constitutions of matter. Electrons, protons, etc. can have two distinct states of existence, particle and wave form. So the particle representation of matter gives the impression that something exists at a particular point in space-time. So it actually exists within space-time. The wave representation asserts an uncertainty of location until the entity is observed. So if you're observing it, it becomes a particle that exists within this 3D construct or 4D construct, that it actually exists within space-time. But if not, it's just a wave, and until you observe it, it doesn't manifest within this reality, this dimension. The more and more I research this, the more I realize it's directly related to exactly how computers operate, and hard drives and data stored in that format. So my question is, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Well, if the tree is a subatomic tree, no, it doesn't, right? So on the subatomic world, if you're not observing it, technically it doesn't do that. So does the world we live in really exist, in quotations, when we aren't looking, or is it all just frequency all the time? Well, I would say both, right? As we can see here, that we exist as a particle and a wave at the same time. I would say we also both. And that leads me to the universal paradox. And if you watch any of my other presentations, you know how much I love talking about the paradox. And the whole concept is that the universe, multiverse, existence, dimensions, reality, all exist on a paradox. What is one of the most fundamental paradoxes? Well, we are made of subatomic particles, but we live in a Newtonian world, and Newtonian physics and subatomic physics contradict each other. Paradox. The universe is infinite, but also finite. Well, outside something, there's got to be something else. Outside one thing, that everything needs to end. Well, if the universe is always expanding, that means it must be finite, and it's expanding into infinity, but it's also already infinite. Paradox. Time exists, but it also doesn't exist. You know, new science has come out that time moves different speeds for everyone. When you go outside of our atmosphere, time is a completely different construct. Time is a linear construct between our distance between Earth and our sun. We even measure our time to get to other planets based on that construct, right? it is a construct for sure. And also, we've changed and manipulated at times so much, right, that it exists and it also doesn't. We are solid beings, yet we're also vibrating. Just like I showed you earlier, that you and I are subatomic particles waving frequencies, but we're also solid beings that we cannot pass through. Even though your vibration, technically I should be able to walk through you, right? You're just frequency. So the universe exists within a paradox. And so did, this paradoxical reality in nature, I used to really try to contemplate and figure out what it meant. But the more I started exploring it, the more I realized it was about just accepting that paradox and moving forward, because our brains are literally not entirely wired to accept the paradox. It kind of gets on overdrive, because a paradox means that they should not work together. It means it's paradoxical to us. But that just goes to show how limited our perception is, because obviously that is how it is operating. But the fact that we can understand and accept that entirely goes to show that there must be some sort of frequency limitation within us to not understand that concept. Now we're transitioning here into dimensions. And there's just going to be 2 slides here to just break down kind of what dimensions are. And this is important as well, because this connects to definitely extraterrestrial beings, interdimensional beings, also other dimensions of Earth, and what is a dimension and how they're created, right? So what are dimensions? The world, as we know it, has 3 dimensions of space: length, width, depth, and 1-dimensional time, which is the 4th dimension. Physicists, mathematicians, and spiritualists believe in the possibility that many more dimensions do exist. According to string theory, the physical universe operates within 10 dimensions. That's what string theory believes. I believe that we exist within 12 dimensions, and then there's a 13th dimension, which is the void. But to be a little clearer about what we mean about dimensions is because there are a lot of different ways to use that term. It's used broadly. It's used for many overlapping and seemingly independent concepts: parallel dimensions, physical and spiritual dimensions, dimensions in the galaxy, a realm of no dimension, the void, dimension within a dimension. So you can see here, all these are different kinds of concepts. Also, they probably overlap in many cases, but they're also called dimensions, right? Parallel dimension, many different versions of you, parallel infinite versions of you in different dimensions. Physical dimensions, well, within this construct of this matrix, if you will, or on this planet, there are multiple physical forms that you can exist within this planet, and maybe the planet also exists in those higher dimensions, and you can physically live in those as well. Spiritual dimensions, realms of pure energy. So it's important to realize that these concepts and titles may have been spiritually informed, right, from an ancient past, but are also human constructs based on our perception and unique experience on Earth. So the question is, why is this important? And I have this a few times within this entire presentation here, just to talk about, what's the importance of what we're discovering right now. Quantum physics is the bridge that is needed to bring the sciences and spiritual traditions together. It is a science where all religion was derived, the subatomic world. You go to Buddhism, you go to ancient Vedic texts, they're talking about the subatomic particles. In Buddhism, there's a term called kalapas. Kalapas. What does kalapas mean? It means subatomic world, right? So this is ancient wisdom. The universal language is mathematics, right? We've been taught that since we're very young, I guess, because I was taught that when I was a child. And the mathematical intervals are the same for music. So the universal language is also music. So music and math have the same mathematical intervals. So the universal language is also math, but it's also music. And math is really the linear component of it all. And then we have the music, which is the creative, secular component of it. When we talk about science and frequency, we have to talk about Pythagoras and give him some credit. Most of us know who Pythagoras is. He was a Greek philosopher, was the father of music theory in the West. The Pythagoras Mystery School on the island of Crotona taught the use of flute and lyre as the primary healing instrument. With his monochord, Pythagoras was able to unravel the mysteries of musical intervals. We know him as the father of geometry. If it wasn't for Pythagoras, many different equations that were needed in order to create society that was used over thousands of years, including by the stonemasons, would not have come into fruition. But Pythagoras, a little bit about his story, and I'm going to actually do a whole presentation at one point. Probably be an hour to 2 hour presentation just on Pythagoras. But he went to Egypt for 10 years and was initiated into many different schools. He was provided with ancient advanced awareness from celestial beings. So in these mystery schools, the Egyptians were very open to outsiders actually coming in. And Pythagoras, they welcomed him with open arms and initiated him into some teachings that even Egyptian citizens weren't even allowed to get. So he successfully connected geometry, mathematics to music theory, thereby founding the Western musical scale. Pythagoras considered that music contributed greatly to health. He called his method musical medicine. To the accompaniment of Pythagoras, his followers would sing in unison certain chants. At times, his disciples employed music as medicine, with certain melodies composed to cure the passions of the psyche, anger, and aggression. And he was also, as I said, the founder of geometry. Just give me one moment here, guys. I'm just going to take a 30-second break just to grab some water. I'm going to be right back. All right. So Pythagoras, he didn't set out just to create geometry, right? All the linear sciences that came from Pythagoras, it doesn't seem like that was his initial intent. His initial intent was to figure out what kind of frequencies and melodies would help shift the human psyche, right? He was an experimenter in the realm of sound and vibration. But through that awareness and through that exploration, geometry came about. Pythagoras theorized that all things have frequency and even each planet has its own vibration. He called the sound that each of these bodies would make the music of the spheres. And here are some videos. I'm just going to play 30 seconds of each of these videos. And basically, Pythagoras was right. Each of these celestial bodies do make a sound and frequency. And as I said in the first couple of slides, the universe is singing. Well, now we're able to take technology and utilize it to see what frequencies are being emanated and translate that into sound. And that has been what has been done. And this is the sound of the moon right here. Sound of Jupiter. Sometimes I use these sounds to meditate. Here is the sound of Saturn. Very eerie. Kind of like how you would expect the sound to be, right? So the celestial bodies are making sounds, and so is the Earth, so are human beings, so are star beings, so are extraterrestrials, so is spacecraft, right? We all have our own frequency, and not all of those sounds are audible, especially since we can only perceive a certain hertz vibrational frequency range when it comes to what we hear. As I was exploring through all this information, I came up with this kind of basic equation here. The universal language is quantum physics, right? Because it's a subatomic world. The subatomic world is really what makes everything up. So that equals the mathematics of vibration, music frequency, and sound of the universe. So quantum physics is really the mathematics of vibration and frequency of all that is. All right, so now we get into the whole extraterrestrial frequency connection. How does this relate? What does extraterrestrials and frequency have to do, right? I wrote an article with each other. I wrote an article a few years ago saying, what does UFOs, I think it was, what does extraterrestrials have to do with meditation? Or it might have been, what does extraterrestrials have to do with meditation? And my answer is, it was, a long article, but the premise of it all was that it's a frequency game, right? What shifts your frequency and vibration? What are some tools and modalities on the earth that help with that? What harmonizes your vibration to be at a harmonic frequency range where you're able to perceive extraterrestrial life? And that would be modalities such as meditation. There's thousands of meditation types. Meditation isn't just sitting in one place. There's all types of ways that you can be meditative. There's even food. So that whole article was really talking about why spirituality, spiritual communities seem to be the ones that gravitate towards the UFO disclosure information the most, right? There are those that are into the nuts and bolts exclusively, but you see a lot of people into UFOs and ETs happen to go into the spiritual avenue. And why is that? And the answer is it's a frequency game. So why don't we see extraterrestrials around us everywhere, right? There are countless, at this point in my life, I believe there are countless extraterrestrials and interdimensional beings interacting with our reality all the time. Outside of planet, UFOs, spacecraft, so much going on, and most of it we can't even perceive. We do not see them due to a vibratory shift or a collective frequency. Just recently, Neil deGrasse Tyson was on for a second time on Joe Rogan's podcast, like 2 weeks ago, and he was asking, well, he was an unhealthy skeptic, is Neil deGrasse Tyson, a very unhealthy skeptic because he's completely delusional to a lot of components. He was saying that, well, first of all, how would they get here, right? Going with the whole they can travel in the speed of light thing. And then he would say, why can't we see them? And why aren't they landing on the White House lawn? And why is it that we don't have good pictures of them, images and all that stuff, right? Well, there's a very simple answer. It's a frequency game. We live in a world of vibration and frequencies. We're very limited in the range of frequencies we can perceive. These beings and starships vibrate at frequencies where they don't have to be seen by us, right? And unless they want to be. So the reason why is we may have UFOs and craft everywhere, but we're not able to actually perceive them, could be as simple as the fact that they don't want to be seen and they have technology that can shift out of vibrational frequency range so that they can't be seen. And if you even look at whistleblower testimony, experiencers, channelers, that is what we kind of get. And that's the consensus, is it is vibration and frequency. Extraterrestrials and interdimensionals often vibrate at frequencies that are not perceivable to all of our senses, but some of them, some people hear things. That could be something as well, where you're able to utilize one sense in particular in order to tap into that frequency. In order to communicate and find extraterrestrial life in the universe, the mainstream uses radio waves. We send data through radio waves. You might think that radio waves might be an outdated form of communication since we have so many other types that have evolved since then. But the reason why we actually use radio waves to contact ETs is because they're one of the few frequencies that actually can pass through rock, like planets, debris, asteroids, and all those things, and space dust on the way. They don't get stopped by it, they can actually pass through it. So it's believed that if there's extraterrestrial life out there that are looking to see if there's anyone out there as well, that they're probably going to utilize radio frequencies and pick those up because they know that that type of frequency is able to pass through all these celestial bodies. Radio waves are a form of electromagnetic radiation, and thus they move at the speed of light. The speed of light is less than 300,000 kilometers per second. So radio waves also travel very fast, right? Basically. So that's why it's used as well. It is assumed that extraterrestrial civilizations would be using these. Will we start seeing ETs in our lifetime? And it's important to say, when we talk about ETs, we're talking about multiple things. There's interdimensionals, right? Which means beings that are from different dimensions or dimensions between dimensions. And there's ultra-terrestrials. Ultra-terrestrials are beings that are on our planet that evolved past the conscious level that we are. And they still live on our planet. Maybe we can't perceive them. Maybe they're living under Earth in hollow Earth. So will we be able to see them in our lifetimes? Through my research, through the fact that I do what I do in Portal to Ascension and understanding the cycles of time, we are definitely shifting into another octave of existence. And when we shift from one octave to another octave, there is sometimes a lot of chaos, confusion, and disharmony before we actually have the full transition. So we're in that phase right now, shifting into it. Many cultures have prophesied the different time periods for this shift. So we're moving into a reality where the frequency on Earth will be less dense, allowing us to coexist with other realities, eventually allowing for a world where we have open contact, communication, interaction, and being able to see and perceive extraterrestrial, interdimensional, ultra-terrestrial life. It's in our future if we so choose to take the mission. And I feel that we're on the upward trajectory to get to that point. The science backs that this is potentially a reality that does exist. And the spiritual texts have been talking about this for thousands of years. So as these cycles are shifting and the veils thin, the veils are literally thinning so that we're able to reach these levels of consciousness at an easier rate. But before we do that, we have a lot of crap to go through and to experience, or to just say transmute a lot of our past karma, or whatever you want to call it, experiences, lessons that we haven't quite achieved yet or mastered. We're in that phase right now. And as we go through that phase, we can have the opportunity to create this world where we have this interaction with ET. And that's what I'm really excited for. And partly one of the driving forces for what I do. I would love to be in a world where we can have this open intergalactic community and just understand our nature and our purpose in the universe on a level that hasn't been taught to us. In the future, and we're in the closing, we're almost done here with this presentation. But I wanted to throw in a few different things that we're seeing that is quite possibly going to exist in our near future. And we've gone through some of them as we're doing this presentation. But one of them that I'm really intrigued to explore even more and see what manifests from it would definitely be bilocation, which is a form of teleportation. Bilocation is basically you being in two places at once. Teleportation is you transferring from one place into another place. Quantum position shows evidence that waves occupy multiple places in space at once, and we're all made out of waves, and has been demonstrated in small particles, subatomic world. As of 2019, scientists have been able to do the same thing with large chunks of physical matter. So this is kind of breaking news, actually. This only happened 2 years ago. As I said earlier, that we were doing it on the subatomic world. Well, as of 2019, we're now able to do it with a bigger chunk of matter. So what we're seeing spacecraft do that are huge motherships, we're able to do now with a chunk of physical matter. Physicists have scaled up their experiments demonstrating quantum superpositioning using larger and larger particles. Now, in a paper published September 23rd in 2019, an international team of researchers has caused a molecule made up of 2,000 atoms to occupy two places at the same time. I got to read that again for you guys. An international team of researchers has caused a molecule made up of 2,000 atoms to occupy two places at the same time. Bilocation. The particle was 25,000 times the mass of a single hydrogen atom and is a start in the journey to discover how we can exist in two places at once. Some whistleblowers say advanced versions of this technology already exist. This makes sense in regards to the theory that there are multiple forms of self existing in parallel dimensions. Are we able to create multiple versions of ourselves within this dimension? Because we already theorized that multiple versions of ourselves exist in parallel dimensions. Are we now uncovering the deepest intricacies of how dimensions exist and how we live in this reality? Now, this video right here, I'm going to show you just really quick, is just another example of sound and vibration technology. And this one is a miniature version of a tractor beam, just like we see in, Star Wars and other space shows and movies. And this is from 2016. So just imagine, first of all, if this technology was taken black budget, what they've probably done with it. I'm sure that they have this on an advanced scale already, but these are the technologies that people are now discovering. The regular citizens of the world are able to manifest and create just because we're understanding the quantum world even more. I'm going to close off on these slides here. Make sure. Yep. Okay. So what is it all about? What does the future hold for us? What can we possibly create in our future with using this technology and this understanding of the subatomic world and quantum physics? Well, we can definitely cure many, many illnesses and diseases on a wide level. We're understanding now that with frequency and vibration, we're able to put all types of things into remission. Technology to transport physical matter to other parts of Earth and space. So us able to go to another place within the universe without having to travel a linear distance to get there. Traveling faster than the speed of light, bending space-time, reaching altered states of consciousness and gaining otherworldly experiences using frequency and body technology. Communicating with extraterrestrials, interdimensional beings. In my ancient history sound presentation, I show how maybe sound frequency was used in the Great Pyramid and in other ancient structures to possibly shift the consciousness of the individual to be able to communicate with the star beings. Transferring data instantaneously across the galaxy and the universe, which we're already doing on Earth through quantum computing. New advanced forms of transportation, harnessing energy from the vacuum. Major funding to these projects have been scarce until now. We could have free and sustainable energy. We can have conscious and intentional music using harmonic frequencies. We'll have a revolutionary understanding of our universe and the nature of reality. We can redefine how we conduct ourselves between nations and socioeconomically. We can cure poverty. Everybody can have a roof over their head, an intricate understanding of what it means to be human living within our physical bodies. So the applications are infinite. All things are sound and vibration. That when we understand that and realize that, we can even extend our lives using sound and frequency. But that would even go down to the whole concept of if we create harmony within our bodies anyway, we could have a longer life. And then using frequency technology or harnessing modalities that utilize the subatomic world, meditative practices, we can actually extend our lifespans as well. So the future can be extremely beautiful, and we can shift the world and really create peace and heaven on earth. And what I've been loving saying lately is like, we have the technology, the education, the know-how, the systems, all in place to create beautiful paradise on earth, but we haven't. The reason why is that a lot of these structures, old paradigm structures even from the Roman age 2,000 years ago, are still implemented in society and are on their way out. They're no longer serving us, right? And they're not serving us in a way where they're actually inhibiting our progress at this point. So there's only a certain amount of time that we can go through that we are completely inhibited by progress because of these limitations that we've imposed on ourselves. So as we shift through those and move out of them, these technologies will really shift the world. And when we look at money from a different aspect, because a lot of these technologies aren't released because people want to milk every single product line and don't want to just give you the solutions and the answers, especially when it comes to frequency technology healing illnesses and sicknesses. By giving this answer, they won't be able to make money on it. A great example is part of the reason why UFOs haven't been disclosed at an earlier time would be also because many of these craft are not using petrol engines to get to the Earth. Right? As soon as we realize this is real, and then we start asking the questions of how did they get here, many of the societal structures, organized religion, the oil industry, the chemical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, all of these organizations that have a chokehold on the planet are going to have to eventually phase out. In the near future, we will see a complete terraforming of our planet if we continue down the trajectory we are on. It is inevitable. Special interests, corporations, and corrupt governments would have to stay in a reality that they can control. However, the science does not lie, and with so many independent inventions and discoveries, it's only a matter of time. It's time to fund these technologies and reroute the money into creating a sustainable future. And that is it. I'm just going to do this last graph here just to show you. So this graph is the trajectory of our technology since the 1400s, and you can kind of just see here how we went exponential, right? And if you just follow this graph, like when we hit just actually before like 1950, I guess, between 1900 and 1950 is really when we went exponential, and now we're just like skyrocketing and we're not stopping. So the more we're understanding, the more we're discovering, the more we're just accelerating into the future. So this graph right here and all the information that I've shared with you really makes me hopeful for an amazing world that we can really create, that we're going to have technology and understanding of ourselves and the nature of reality that we can't even fathom in this moment. And that's it for me. Thank you so much, everybody.
That was absolutely.
Thank you so much, everybody. This is it for today. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Please do subscribe to the channel if you are compelled to. Love you all. Hope you enjoyed it. The replay will be available immediately. Okay, take care. Good night, everyone.